Chapter 2703. Violent Killing. Shwa. Fresh blood gushed out from his neck. His eyes were wide open and he finally fell on his back. When the sound rang out, the street instantly fell into a dead silence. Lord Qingmu was stunned and so were the guards behind him. As for Ling Han and his wife, their eyes were wide open. Someone actually dared to kill Lord Qingmu's guards? And in the Fourth Ring City? At the same time, two figures walked out from the dark street, a man and a woman. The woman was as pure as a green lotus, and the man wore a black mask like the god of death. One was pure and the other was cold, forming a clear contrast. "It's you." Lord Qingmu quickly recognized Lin Ling. He couldn't believe it. The guy who spoke so humbly to him in the auction actually dared to kill his people? Good, I didn't think you'd be so bold. Lord Qingmu was obviously angry. At the ancient stone auction, I had no enmity with you, but you provoked me time and time again. I didn't think you'd be so bold. Lin Ling said indifferently. In the Fourth Ring City, that's my world. Not to mention provoking you, even if I kill you, you can't do anything. I don't know why you've come, but if you don't obediently kowtow and admit your mistake, I, Lord Qingmu, will make sure you can't leave the Fourth Ring City. Lord Qingmu's expression was slightly ferocious. And at the auction, a piece of broken wood made me waste so much money. You'll have to pay me back tenfold for the loss I suffered. That woman can stay. He didn't seem to know Lin Ling's purpose for coming, and continued to be lawless. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and his smile was very cold. What if I refuse? No one has ever refused me. Do you see, this is what happened to them. Lord Qingmu seemed to have heard the funniest joke and pointed at the couple behind him. Do you see? They're the geniuses of the three big academies, but what use are they? I'll capture whoever I want. Young master, don't waste words with him, I'll kill him. The guards behind Lord Aoki said with a murderous look on their faces. No need, I'll deal with him. Lord Greenwood waved his hand to stop them. Green light appeared around his body and a dragon roared. Although he was ignorant and incompetent, his bloodline was clearly not weak. It was the talent of the Azure Dragon bloodline. I'm going to kill you with this punch. He took a step forward and threw a punch at Lin Ling. The roar of the Azure Dragon immediately shook the streets. Aoki-kun's strength was not strong, so he had always relied on his guards. But he saw that Lin Ling's realm seemed to be lower, so he volunteered to fight. This would also show everyone how powerful the young master of the Azure Dragon Manor was. Unfortunately, he was so excited that he completely forgot that Lin Ling was able to kill his guard with a single strike, so how could Lin Ling's strength be something he could offend? You really don't know what death is. Lin Ling shook his head. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense and his fist also exploded forth. His realm seemed to be the same as Lord Greenwood's, but his physical body was extremely powerful, and his realm essence was extremely dense. When their fists collided, the Azure Dragon immediately broke into pieces and finally turned into nothingness. Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened. The bloodline of the Azure Dragon Manor was definitely not weak, so although Lord Greenwood was lazy, his talent was amazing. But now, his talent had been destroyed with a single punch. Bang! At the same time, Lord Greenwood's body flew backward. His right arm was broken and dripping with blood. After smashing onto the ground, he seemed to have not reacted and his face was blank. What an idiot! Lin Ling walked forward indifferently. To him, defeating Lord Greenwood with a single punch was as easy as drinking water. Kill him. What are you doing? Hurry up and kill him for me. Lord Greenwood was stunned for a moment, then immediately roared. The guards behind him were still in a daze. That guy was so strong? Then they all came to their senses and rushed toward Lin Ling with mysterious steps. Some of them were fast, some were slow, and their movement techniques were unpredictable. Young hero, be careful. Seeing this, Ling Han was the first to speak. He had lost to these guards before, so he knew how powerful they were. And these guards were all in the 4th level of the True God realm, and a few of them were even kings of the Western Kingdom. They were indeed not to be underestimated. But to Lin Ling it was useless. Boom. Lin Ling did not even look in front of him and his fist shot out. That punch seemed to have hit nothing, but a strange thing happened. A guard actually appeared in front of the fist, as if he had collided with Lin Ling's fist himself. At this moment, he lowered his head and looked at his chest, his face full of disbelief. You're too slow. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Ling shook his head and said. He withdrew his right arm, placed his left hand on the guard's cheek, and pushed lightly, extremely free and easy. Shoo. That guard immediately flew backward, but halfway through, his body suddenly exploded. Boom. Flesh and blood exploded and blood bloomed like flowers. In reality, after he collided with Lin Ling's fist, his life force dissipated. So strong. Seeing this, Ling Han instantly opened his eyes wide in disbelief. The mysterious youth was not old, but his strength was actually so much stronger than his. Ping ping ping. Lin Ling still moved forward, and no matter if it was slow or fast, he greeted them all with a punch. With his current strength, not to mention a 4th level of the True God Realm, he probably had few opponents in the 6th level of the True God Realm. Ping ping ping. Blood was like flowers, blooming repeatedly on the street like a bloodbath. The surrounding people all sucked in a cold breath. They never thought that this mysterious man would defeat a 4th level of the True God Realm as easily as chopping vegetables. That fist was too violent. Even Lord Aoki was dumbfounded and even worshipped that fist. If only he had this strength, how awe-inspiring would it be to blast one person with one punch. At this moment of life and death, this pompous young master was not worried about his own safety, but was dreaming instead. From this, it could be seen that he indeed deserved to die. Or perhaps he who had always run amok, never thought that he would die today. Until Lin Ling got closer and closer to him, he finally reacted. Kill him, whoever kills him, I'll reward them handsomely. However, there were still 2 guards behind him. At this moment, their faces were pale, and not only did they not pounce on Lin Ling, they fled towards the other side of the street. You're courting death. Lord Aoki was dumbfounded. His guards were actually scared away by a stranger? Want to leave? However, Lin Ling did not plan to let them go. He took a step, causing the street to shake, and then shot towards those 2 people. Senior, spare me, we're just following orders. Those 2 guards were completely terrified. In their eyes, Lin Ling was simply a monster in human form. However, one of them strangely stopped in his tracks. That was because his chest had been pierced through by a punch. The other person was so scared that he did not dare to run, his mouth trembling. They were tyrannical in the 4th Ring City, and this was the first time they met someone who dared to kill them. You don't need to talk nonsense, I'm not interested. Lin Ling said indifferently and punched out again, ending the last guard's life. Then he slowly walked towards Lord Aoki. Silence. Chapter 2704. The 4th Ring City was in turmoil. The ground was stained with blood, and a murderous aura permeated the air. No one had expected the Azure Dragon Manor to be so weak that they would be wiped out in less than an incense stick's time. Actually, I'm here to look for you. My things aren't that easy to steal. Lin Ling said as he walked. Lord Aoki's face turned paler and paler. He stared at Lin Ling, not daring to say a word. Aren't you enjoying yourself? Don't you like to be crushed? Now let's see what happens. Lin Ling said. Lord Aoki's lips trembled, and his domineering aura disappeared. I won't kill you. We'll mind our own business. Kill? Kill me? Who's going to kill who now? Kill? Lin Ling couldn't help but shake his head. How useless was this guy? I was wrong. Please spare my life. That piece of wood is yours. How about you let me go? Lord Aoki crawled to his feet and kowtowed. If I kill you, those treasures will belong to me. Do you think I need to waste my time? Kill? Lin Ling had already appeared in front of Aoki-kun, looking down at him. You said that Sihuan City is your world, and that you can kill whoever you want. Unfortunately, you forgot that the true way to control the world is through strength. Kill? You won't let me go? Kill? Sensing Lin Ling's determination, Lord Aoki finally raised his head, his eyes filled with hatred. I'm the young master of the Azure Dragon Manor. If you kill me, you'll die even if you run to the ends of the world. Kill? I'll wait for the Azure Dragon Manor to settle the score with me. Kill? Lin Ling sneered. He had already provoked the Thunder Manor and the Sovereign Marquis. Why would he be afraid of the Azure Dragon Manor? Bang. With that, he slapped Lord Aoki's head, ending his life. Then he took the treasures on Lord Aoki's body and left. Dead. The young master of the Azure Dragon Manor is dead. Kill? The people on the streets were incomparably terrified. None of them dared to stay, and they all fled in all directions for fear of being implicated. Young lord, thank you. Meanwhile, the 2 of them kowtowed to Lin Ling. Without Lin Ling, the consequences of their actions would have been unimaginable. Get out of here quickly. Lin Ling said indifferently as he disappeared into the cold street with Yu. So powerful. I wonder who he is. Not only is he powerful, even his courage is extraordinary. Ling Han muttered to himself as he looked ahead in admiration. This could be the strongest generation. Ling Han, let's go quickly. If we're late, it'll be too late. The woman behind him said anxiously, and the two of them immediately disappeared. After 3 incense sticks of time, a large number of powerhouses appeared. As they looked at the bloody streets and Lord Aoki, who had died with his eyes wide open, all of them were stunned. Their faces were filled with panic, because young master was dead. Who was so bold as to touch the Azure Dragon Manor's reverse scale? Junior. Not long after, a furious roar was heard. Soon after, a huge green dragon flew over from afar and swept across the ground, causing a large number of buildings to collapse. There were countless deaths and injuries. It was terrifying. Your Highness. The powerhouses on the street hurriedly knelt down. The huge green dragon finally stopped and raised its ancient head, looking down at the common people. You failed to protect young master. All of you die. The green dragon opened its mouth and spat out a terrifying power, blowing those powerhouses apart and killing them instantly. Your Highness, I can help you divine who it is. At this moment, a young man in white flew over from afar and landed on the ground. Left Minister's disciple, are you sure? The green dragon immediately looked at the young man in white and said in a low voice, if you can't divine it, then you will die. No matter. The young man in white nodded proudly. A mysterious 8 trigrams compass appeared in his right hand. As he chanted, a mysterious barrier enveloped the entire street. What happened on the street before now appeared as if time had reversed. Who is this person? The Azure Dragon King's voice was extremely hoarse. He stared at the mysterious young man in the illusion, his eyes filled with killing intent. This person hid his identity. However, I divine that this person is a new rising star. The young man in white was indeed powerful. With a flick of his finger, he managed to guess a thing or two. Pass down my order. Capture all the geniuses in the 3 great academies as long as they are new rising stars. Kill them all, don't let them go. The Azure Dragon King roared, causing half of the sky in the 4-ring city to shake. Countless powerhouses were also frightened. Lord Azurewood is dead? Who is so bold to pull his beard in front of the Dragon King? TSK, now many people are going to be implicated, especially the new rising geniuses. They are in danger. It is time for the Sky Surpass leaderboard to be updated. This is also the time when the most rising geniuses are rising. It is really an eventful time. Every corner of the 4-ring city was filled with discussions. He is really dead. In a restaurant, Xian Linglong's expression changed non-stop after she heard the news. She looked at Meng Lu with a grave expression. Meng Lu drank a mouthful of wine and smiled meaningfully. That guy really wants to see the world in chaos. Every time he appears, the world is shaken. With the power of the Azure Dragon Divine Mansion, it is not difficult for them to find the murderer. Even if they catch the wrong person, they will still kill him. The leaderboard will be updated in a year. The 4-ring city is going to be shaken. Xian Linglong shook her head and said. The death of Lord Azure would affected the whole situation. The 4-ring city was obviously shaken again. This night was obviously a sleepless night. Everyone in the 4-ring city was anxious. At this moment, Lin Ling also received the news. He did not expect the Azure Dragon Divine Mansion to be so powerful that it could cause the whole city to be shaken. However, he had too many enemies now. It did not matter if there was one more or one less enemy. There is one more year until the leaderboard is updated. This year we have to work hard. Lin Ling acted as if this matter did not concern him as he led Yu Yu forward. 1 year seemed to be a long time. In fact, it was just a blink of an eye for a martial artist. Lin Ling planned to enter the distorted void. Firstly, he could increase his strength. Secondly, he could avoid the storm. This time, I must defeat the Grim Reaper. Lin Ling looked at the sky and his eyes were burning with passion. He had been waiting for the strongest generation for a long time. The distorted void was located in a corner of the 4-ring city. There was no wind there all year round. If a martial artist was not proficient in martial arts, it would be easy for them to lose control of their body as if they were drunk. Sense the universe, don't sense the wind. Under the boundless green mountains, 2 figures slowly flew past. The man smiled and said, "Don't worry. Brother Ling, this is your first time here. How did you get familiar with it so quickly?" The beautiful woman said gloomily. Because there was no wind around, she could not control her body and flew unsteadily. Chapter 2705. The Distorted Void. As they moved forward, more and more people gathered in front of them. In a valley, a large number of martial artists were gathered. Some of them were young while others were white-haired. At this moment they were all looking at a huge whirlpool. That was the distorted void. This mystic realm was controlled by the great Azure Divine Dynasty. Those who entered had to pay divine crystals, and 1,000,000 divine crystals could only cultivate for a day. Lin Ling had the jade token given by the White Tiger Divine Palace, so he could cultivate for a year. Brother Ling, this jade token was given to you by that senior. My cultivation level is not high, so I'll cultivate for 10 days. Yu looked at the huge whirlpool in front of them and said. Lin Ling nodded. He guessed that cultivating in the distorted void was very difficult. Those who were not strong enough would not be able to benefit from it, but would instead be harmful. Yu going to cultivate for 10 days was about right. Sir, do you have a jade token? As the two of them moved forward, an old man looked at them with a smile from afar. He looked extremely polite. Yes. Before Lin Ling could speak, Yu saw that the other party was kind and amiable, so she immediately nodded. She thought that the old man was the guardian of the distorted void. Is that so? Then can I take a look? There are real and fake jade tokens in the distorted void. Be careful that you don't buy fake goods. The old man was still smiling. At this moment, Yu immediately looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling frowned and shook his head. No need. Our jade tokens are real. As soon as he said that, the old man's expression changed. He said indifferently, Young friend, I'm kindly reminding you. Don't be so shameless. His attitude changed instantly. A moment ago he was still kind and amiable, but now he was cold and heartless. This made Yu's pupils dilate. You two reckless juniors. How dare you steal my jade tokens? If you don't hand them over, don't blame me for being impolite. Who knew that not only did the old man's attitude become ferocious, but he even walked toward Lin Ling with a surging aura. Yu immediately frowned. When did they steal the old man's jade tokens? His hands and feet are really dirty. In my opinion, such a person should be beaten out of here. That's right. Of course he has to hand over his jade tablet and then kill him directly. The moral degeneration of the world is getting worse with each passing day. How can there be such a person? Suddenly, a large number of cold shouts came from the surrounding mountain range. It was as if Lin Ling and the young man were rats crossing the street, arousing the anger of the masses. Of course, there was no lack of people who sneered. These people had stayed here for a long time, and because they didn't have any divine crystals to enter the distorted space, they falsely accused some newcomers. And Lin Ling and Yi Shiwen were clearly newcomers who didn't know the rules. Moreover, they weren't strong, so they became the prey that they had set their sights on. This was also an unwritten rule in the distorted void. At this moment, the old man walked over and shouted, Hand it over. Lin Ling's expression also turned cold. He didn't say anything else, and with a clap of his right hand, the tyrannical song sword behind him flew out. Go! The Ashura sword formation shot out coldly and mercilessly. How dare you! The old man didn't expect Lin Ling to take the initiative to attack. This guy didn't seem to be a pushover. He also clapped his right hand, and a mottled cauldron floated up. Purple smoke filled the air and firmly protected him within it. He was a rogue cultivator who had been training all year round, so he had a treasure to protect himself. This cauldron was extremely extraordinary. It was a third-grade celestial treasure, and its defense was extremely strong. Go to hell. With the cauldron's protection, the old man revealed his ferocious side. Unfortunately, he underestimated Lin Ling's sword. Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword was a fifth-grade celestial treasure. Swoosh, swoosh. The purple smoke was cut apart, and with a few slashes the cauldron was cut into pieces. The old man was stunned, and then he flew into a rage. You destroyed my sunshine purple smoke cauldron? His treasure was obviously very precious, and now that it was destroyed he naturally felt heartache. Not only did I destroy the treasure, but I also killed you. Kill? Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence, and activated the Ashura sword formation to attack. This was no longer the Resplendent Academy. This place was even more ruthless. In order to become stronger, martial artists would use any means. The bones under the four-ring city were the proof. It was no wonder that the Resplendent Academy thought that Lin Ling would decline after leaving the academy, because it was indeed difficult to be alone outside. Of course, the Resplendent Academy had underestimated Lin Ling. The sword came out to take his life. The old man was still furious, but when the merciless sword came, his whole body trembled. Sensing the terror of those swords, he anxiously shouted, I don't want your jade token. Retreat. Then he frantically retreated, knowing that he had kicked an iron plate. Die. Die. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was decisive in killing. If his strength was not as good as the old man, he would be the one left here today. That old man was also a master who killed people like flies. Don't go too far. The old man had been hunting eagles for many years, but he never thought that he would be pecked in the eye by an eagle today. Unfortunately, the answer he got was several cold swords. Sword light flashed, and the old man's body froze in place, motionless, and finally fell on his back. Plop. When the sound rang out, the martial artists around the mountain range trembled in fear. You killed him? Soon someone said coldly. If you want my jade token, come and get it yourself, but I can't guarantee your life. Lin Ling held Yu Yu's hand and moved forward again. The Ashura sword formation floated around him, making him look like an Ashura demon king. This time, the merciless martial artists around hesitated. That young man was very cold, and he was not an existence that could be trampled on. If they provoked him, it would be troublesome. Gradually, the martial artists around fell silent, and sat down cross-legged to cultivate again. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. No matter where, strength always proved everything. Space distortion. No one dared to stop Lin Ling, and Lin Ling and Yu Yu arrived in front of the giant whirlpool. This whirlpool was very similar to the giant whirlpool that was formed when two worlds collided in the past, but it was not as ferocious. Moreover, Lin Ling saw that there were many barriers in the whirlpool. This was clearly a void controlled by someone. Then a divine crystal appeared in Lin Ling's hand. After looking at the whirlpool, he threw it in. Suddenly, some of the barriers in the giant whirlpool lit up. Yu Yu, you can go in. You have a total of 10 days of cultivation. Lin Ling looked at Yu Yu and said, after you finish cultivating, return to the rainforest market immediately. I will cultivate here for a year. Okay. Yu Yu nodded. Lin Ling brought her into the whirlpool. Since Lin Ling had the jade token, the giant whirlpool did not stop him. After entering, it was like a dream. It was like the moon in the water. The world inside was white, and the spiritual energy was extremely strange. Some places had rich spiritual energy, while others had thin spiritual energy. Most importantly, the spiritual energy was in a distorted state. It was extremely mysterious. Bang! Lin Ling punched out, and he immediately realized that his fist was also distorted. Then he swung his sword again. His sword was also distorted, and all of his power was distorted. Interesting. Seeing this, Lin Ling could not help but smile with interest. What a magical place. Yu Yu's eyes were also widened. Then, under Lin Ling's guidance, Yu Yu sat cross-legged and cultivated. The effect of cultivating here was 10 times better than cultivating outside. Chapter 2706. Translator, Naobo Studio. His strength had soared. Of course, the distorted void was not absolutely safe. If the spiritual chi in this place was even denser, then people would try to snatch it. However, without a 7th level true god realm, Lin Ling was really not afraid. Therefore, those who came were all beaten away by Lin Ling. On the other hand, Lin Ling borrowed the external spiritual energy and his own treasures to crazily increase his strength. The first thing he needed to do was to raise the realm of his first Dantian. Rumble. It had to be said that this distorted space had a miraculous effect. If one were to break through here, their success rate would increase by 50%. And after spending a period of time, Lin Ling's first Dantian successfully reached the 3rd level true god realm. Following that, his second Dantian also reached the 2nd level of the true god realm. This sudden increase in strength made Lin Ling involuntarily smile in excitement. Then he opened his eyes and looked at Yu Yu, only to discover that Yu Yu had already left. This allowed Lin Ling to cultivate in peace. This time he wanted to upgrade the tyrannical song sword. The current sword was a 5th grade immortal treasure, but with the ancient gazing divine water, the sword's power would be greatly increased. Deploy the eye barrier, heavy steel barrier. One by one, Lin Ling set up barriers, turning the surroundings into a forbidden area. In the distance, there were martial artists floating by. When they saw that Lin Ling was actually refining a treasure, they were immediately shocked. To be able to distort the void and refine a treasure, this wasn't an easy matter. It was because everything here would warp and even a sword would bend. How could this be a place to refine treasures? Lunatic. Those martial artists quickly left. They felt that their horizons had been broadened. Moreover, after they left this place, they could brag to their friends. At least they had seen a freak that could distort space and refine treasures. However, Lin Ling didn't know what the passerby was thinking. His soul force spread out and enveloped the tyrannical song sword. The sword was constantly twisting. In the beginning, Lin Ling found it difficult to control, but after his soul power completely enveloped it, the distorted feeling disappeared. This distorted void is indeed a land of treasures. Cultivating here can actually increase my soul power. Lin Ling thought to himself. His soul force hadn't improved for a long time, but at this moment there was finally some progress. Rumble. As time passed, after Lin Ling spent a lot of effort, the new tyrannical song sword was also completely successful. It had to be said that although the void distortion could distort anything, as long as one mastered the method, the effects of forging treasures here would be much better than in the outside world. An 8th grade immortal treasure. Lin Ling looked at the brand new tyrannical song sword and couldn't help but laugh. Due to the addition of the ancient gazing divine water, the sword became even darker, as if there were water ripples flowing on it. As for an 8th grade immortal treasure, it increased the power of the sword heart by 40%, which was equivalent to the 4th level primal chaos force. My strength has increased by another 30%. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. The next step was to comprehend the Ashura sword array. He drank the rest of the ancient gazing divine water, and his eyes became deep. In his eyes, it was as if the great Tao was enveloping him. Tao. The secret of the universe. It was also the foundation of martial arts. Martial arts, martial arts, martial arts, then Tao. Only by mastering the secret of the universe could one's martial arts reach a level that could shock heaven and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. What an amazing ancient gazing divine water. At this moment, Lin Ling was extremely shocked. With the help of the ancient gazing divine water, his ultimate sword Tao was actually improving crazily. Sword realm. Finally he had stepped into a new realm. Ultimate sword Tao, the next realm after the true meaning of Tao, Tao realm. In terms of sword Tao, it was the sword realm. This realm gathered a large amount of true meaning of Tao to the extreme, causing a qualitative change and truly becoming one with Tao. With just a thought, one could even mobilize the surrounding Tao energy and finally form a Tao realm. On the path of martial arts, 100 schools of thought contended. Some people were very talented and they could use their talent to crush everything. Some people had rich martial arts experience, and they could use the power of Tao to defeat their opponents. There was no one who was invincible in any realm. It depended on which realm a martial artist was stronger in. Unfortunately, I've just touched the threshold. Then Lin Ling said regretfully. The effect of the ancient gazing divine water had disappeared. However, his Ashura sword formation had stepped into a new realm. It had 365 swords, and 3 of them were sword hearts. If he added the tyrannical song sword, he would have a total of 4 sword hearts. Moreover, the tyrannical song sword heart was the most powerful, and it had reached 40% sword heart. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, the sky was filled with swords, and they were actually slicing and distorting the void. Condense. Lin Ling's eyes flickered slightly. He gathered all the swords together and tried to condense them into a giant sword. This was the power of the 4th level of the Ashura sword formation. However, the distorted void distorted everything. The swords were not straight. It's the heart that's distorted, not the swords, Lin Ling said slowly. He closed his eyes and gathered the Ashura sword formation again. However, the swords were still distorted and not straight. Again. Once, twice, thrice. After an unknown period of time, the swords kept dispersing, but they also kept condensing. If it were someone else, they would have given up. However, Lin Ling's willpower was firm. He continued to move forward according to his martial Tao heart. Boom. After an unknown period of time, a giant sword appeared in the distorted void. The sword was like a mountain, and its body was pitch black. There was a mysterious flow of water flowing around it. Most importantly, the sword was very straight. No way are my eyes playing tricks on me? I actually saw something straight in the distorted void? Even the void has been changed? In the distance, many martial artists saw the giant sword and sucked in a breath of cold air. They were as shocked as celestial beings. At this moment, Lin Ling smiled slightly. He waved his right hand and the swords flew back to him like a swarm of locusts. If he had not reached the Tao domain, he would not have been able to comprehend this sword. If the sword is straight, the heart will be straight. Lin Ling smiled and sat down cross-legged again. Now, his understanding of the sword Tao had increased greatly, and his realm had also increased. His strength had more than doubled. However, he was not satisfied with this because it was time for his flame Tao martial arts to improve. Evil flame change, 4th transformation, firmament change. The 3rd transformation, Chen Kuan change, could increase Lin Ling's 5 realms speed by 1 realm. If he used the flame god's heart, it would increase by 2 realms. What if he used the firmament change? Flame god's heart. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling activated the flame coffin and flame god's heart. At this moment, his consciousness became a little blurry. The evil flame change was still trying to change him. However, as a martial artist, the more he did not dare to face something, the more he had to face it. Lin Ling believed that the day would come when he would be able to control the evil flame change. Crackle. Colorful flames rose. Inside, a man covered in red scales sat cross-legged. His eyes changed from time to time. One moment it was evil and the next moment it was pure. Above his head, a giant divine steel hung. It was the space-time divine steel. Behind the space-time divine steel was the giant flame god's heart and the burning coffin. However, with the suppression of the space-time divine steel, these two evil things seemed to have calmed down and did not dare to move. Firmament change, burning the firmament. Chapter 2707. Yu is in trouble. Flame wheel. He stood up and raised his right hand high into the air, maintaining the posture of holding up the sky. In his palm, billowing flames bloomed like a flower bud, and then contracted, gradually turning into a terrifying fireball. The distorted space seemed to heat up. Looking from afar, a distorted figure could be seen. He was like a flame god holding a huge fireball, motionless. However, as the fireball grew larger and larger, a destructive aura exploded out, causing the cultivators in the distorted space to be frightened. They were deeply afraid that they would be implicated, and they all fled far away. Lin Ling's surroundings were suddenly empty. Not enough. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he urged all his realm essence into the fireball. Boom. After an unknown amount of time, the fireball gradually changed and a new flame wheel was born. Within the distorted space, the flame godlike man was no longer holding a fireball. Instead, he was holding a gigantic flaming coffin. The flaming coffin was actually 100 meters long and dozens of meters wide. Its entire body was burning with multicolored flames. Compared to the flaming coffin, the flame godlike man was actually as tiny as an ant. Most importantly, the flaming coffin seemed to be beating like a heart, while the flame godlike heart behind the man had also disappeared. Obviously, the flame wheel and the flame god's heart had completely merged. The true god martial spirit has been unsealed? The first one? The man exclaimed. He was unable to react in time to this change. The flame wheel of the past could defeat a 6th-level true god, but the new one was obviously different. This was because this was the unsealed state of the flame wheel. As everyone knew, the true god martial spirit could be unsealed and unleash the full potential of one's talent. It was also known as unlocking the first shackle of one's talent. Some could increase the power of realm essence, some could increase speed, some could increase attack power, etc. After the flame coffin was unsealed, it obviously increased the power of fire attacks. Alright, this cultivation session is over. After the man recovered from his shock, he could not help but laugh. His voice was filled with confidence. He waved his right hand lightly and then strode forward. The ancient flame coffin floated out like an ancient coffin in the chaos. However, the coffin was beating like a heart, and after the man left, it completely exploded. Boom, boom. A terrifying power bloomed in the distorted void like a flower, like an ancient heart. The entire void trembled and almost collapsed. At a certain moment, the distorted scene completely returned to normal. Distorting the void and restoring it to its original state, how could it be distorted? At this moment, the powerhouse guarding the distorted void shuddered violently. Unfortunately, just as he was about to find out who had done this, a figure had already walked out of the great maelstrom. That dazzling blue and white robe made the surrounding martialists' faces turn grave. Although a year had passed, they still recognized the mysterious young man. The blue-robed young man was naturally Lin Ling. His eyes were deep as he looked ahead, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Although his third dantian was not born during this closed-door cultivation, his first and second dantians had improved. Moreover, the power of the sword Dao and the fire Dao had greatly increased. Now, he had the confidence to sweep across all 6th-level true god realms. The treasures that I bought this time have been completely used up. Even the treasures that I snatched from Lord Qingmu are the same. After that, Lin Ling smiled bitterly and shook his head. His cultivation was indeed costly, and this was still in the state of 2 dantians. If it was 3 dantians, just thinking about it made him feel painful. My first dantian is 3rd-level true god realm, and I almost broke through again. Lin Ling stepped forward, and the surrounding martialists looked at Lin Ling in awe. They could feel that Lin Ling's strength had greatly improved, and he had actually cultivated in the distorted void for a year. This guy was indeed rich. What's there to be proud of? Fourth Ring City has countless experts. From what I see, his strength can only barely defeat a 4th level True God realm. However, he's only a 3rd level True God realm. To be able to defeat a 4th level True God realm, that's already very impressive. Impressive my ass. Previously, someone took his girlfriend away. I heard that she's a disciple of the left Prime Minister. She's truly the strongest generation. Encountering such a genius, he can only swallow his anger. On a mountain peak, a few martialists with cold auras were chatting. They were all martialists, and what they disliked the most were those geniuses. Geniuses would always surpass them, and their cultivation speed was extremely fast, which made them extremely jealous. However, although their voices were soft, Lin Ling's soul force was extremely strong, and he naturally heard them. His expression changed instantly. Girlfriend? Could it be Yu? He took a step forward and instantly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already on the mountain peak. At this moment, without relying on the evil flame change, Lin Ling could easily activate the 3 realms speed. This was the power brought about by the godly devil body. If he used the heavenly dome change, he could reach the terrifying 6 realms speed. What were you guys talking about? Lin Ling's expression became cold, and he walked forward step by step. So fast. The people on the mountain peak had a drastic change in expression. They actually didn't notice Lin Ling's arrival. One had to know that they had a 5th level True God realm existence. What we said has nothing to do with you. However, very quickly an old man said coldly. In his opinion, although the young man in front of him was powerful, they just didn't want to cause trouble. It didn't mean that they were afraid of Lin Ling. What if I asked you to say it? Lin Ling's voice became even colder. Since it was related to Yu, he wouldn't show any mercy. With a step, he appeared in front of the old man, and his big hand reached out to grab him. Bang! The old man's neck was instantly grabbed by Lin Ling, and his face immediately turned pale. Lin Ling seemed to be only a 3rd level True God realm, but the moment he made his move, he realized how terrifying his opponent was. Speak. If you don't die. Lin Ling's eyes were extremely cold, and it was mixed with anxiety. It's the left Prime Minister's disciple. After you entered the distorted void, the left Prime Minister's disciple brought a large number of experts here. When your girlfriend came out, he immediately captured her. The old man quickly said. The left Prime Minister's disciple? Lin Ling furrowed his brows. He didn't know this person. He's the only successor of the Ghost Cave clan. This clan was born in the ancient era, and after a great calamity the entire clan was annihilated, leaving only the left Prime Minister's disciple. No one knows his name, but he's the left Prime Minister's disciple. Yeah, and I heard that he went to the 5th Ring City and was valued by the Crown Princes. The others said one after another, and they didn't dare to be stubborn. Where is he? Lin Ling still didn't understand why the left Prime Minister's disciple was looking for trouble with him. East of the 4th Ring City? The warriors looked at each other and said one after another. In the 4th Ring City, the left Prime Minister's disciple was obviously very famous, so they knew where the left Prime Minister's disciple lived. Bang! Lin Ling threw the old man aside, and his body instantly disappeared from the spot, flying into the distance. Chapter 2708. A Furious Lin Ling. I don't know if it's his innate speed or his physical strength, but when he grabbed my neck I couldn't resist at all. That guy went to find trouble with the left Prime Minister's disciple? The left Prime Minister's disciple is ranked in the top 10 of the strongest generation. The martial artists on the mountain peak looked in the direction Lin Ling had left in, and all of them said solemnly. To the east of the 4 Ring City, Lin Ling was heading in that direction. The left Prime Minister's disciple. This was the first time Lin Ling had heard of this name. But he didn't understand why he had captured Yu. But no matter what the other party's motive was, since he dared to capture Yu, Lin Ling would definitely pay him a visit. Left Prime Minister's disciple, my wife Yu better be fine. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Lin Ling's eyes were cold and filled with anxiety. Bang bang bang. He ran along the street and knocked down countless martial artists. Those martial artists were initially furious, but they couldn't see Lin Ling's whereabouts. They immediately reacted and didn't dare to be angry. Gradually, there were fewer and fewer people around the street. The area seemed to have become a forbidden area. A luxurious mansion appeared in front of him, and there was a plaque hanging on it, Disciple's Mansion. This was the mansion where the left Prime Minister's disciple lived. To be able to own his own mansion in the 4 Ring City, this showed how powerful the left Prime Minister's disciple was. Who are you? Outside the luxurious mansion there were many guards. These guards weren't weak and were all in the early stage of the true god realm. They were looking at the main road and there was a young man in a blue robe walking over. One had to know that this area was the left Prime Minister's disciples' territory. So when they saw Lin Ling arrive they naturally stopped him. "If you don't speak, die." One of the middle-aged men who looked to be in his 40s said coldly. "I only have one question. Where's my wife?" Lin Ling's cold voice came from the front. "Your wife? Haha, I'm afraid she's been raped to death. During this period we've captured many people. Who knows who your wife is? But you're obviously too late. Your wife has been arrested. This proves that you might have something to do with that matter. Since you're here then stay." The corners of the guards' mouths curled into a cold smile. On the other side of the road the expressions of some passers-by changed drastically. There was actually someone who dared to barge into the residence of disciples? One had to know that the four-ring city was in a state of panic. Many people had been arrested because the son of the Azure Dragon Divine Manor's chief had been killed, and the left Prime Minister's disciples were given the supreme power to capture people at will. Therefore, a large number of people were arrested, but no one dared to come to them. This was also the first time they saw someone who dared to barge into the disciple residence. At this moment, Lin Ling's pace was still neither fast nor slow, but after hearing the guard's words, his face turned cold. "You was raped to death?" At this moment, his eyes were completely red. "All of you die." Bang! He stomped heavily on the ground and the entire road immediately cracked. Countless white jade bricks floated into the sky and tumbled. "How dare you!" The guards in front of the residence of disciples shouted angrily. They never thought that the long-robed young man would take the initiative to kill them. Boom! While they were still in shock, Lin Ling leaped into the air and threw a punch. The divine beast behind him roared, and the cord of the gods appeared. Whoosh! The punch contained the power to destroy 10 worlds, and it directly blasted the flesh and blood of the dozen guards at the front. They were killed without even making a sound. "I don't care who the left Prime Minister's disciple is, but anyone who dares to touch my wife will be killed." At this moment, Lin Ling had turned into a god of death. The surging killing intent caused the passers-by to tremble in fear. This guy is crazy enough. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Yu was Lin Ling's reverse scale. Moreover, Lin Ling had just come out of seclusion when he received such news. Anyone else would be furious. Rebel. We were ordered by the Azure Dragon Divine Manor to capture him. How dare you kill our people?" At the entrance of the residence of disciples, all the guards widened their eyes. At the same time more and more guards rushed out. "Your wife is already dead." A murderous aura that soared to the heavens erupted from the disciple residence, causing the entire residence to be covered in a layer of light. To these guards, they could do whatever they wanted because they were working for the Azure Dragon Divine Manor. Therefore not only were they not afraid but they were also filled with killing intent. Swish, 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 swish. Dozens of figures leaped from the ground and shot toward Lin Ling. Along the way, terrifying ultimate techniques exploded, and half of the sky in the fourth ring city swayed non-stop. Although these guards weren't talented, their cultivation realm wasn't weak. When they attacked, it was a fiery battle. "He's dead for sure. That young man is too impulsive." That's right. When the son of the Azure Dragon Divine Manor's Mansion Master died, the Mansion Master was furious. He didn't want to let the wrong person go, so he captured a lot of suspects. Since that young man's wife was captured, she must be one of the suspects. He should have asked his backer to come out and explain to the Azure Dragon Divine Manor that this matter has nothing to do with him. He's provoking the Azure Dragon Divine Manor by causing a ruckus in the residence of disciples. That's right. Many of those who were arrested were released after asking for help from their backers. This young man is too stupid. He actually dared to use force. The people in the distance were all shocked. They even felt that the young man had died an unjust death. Unfortunately, they had underestimated Lin Ling's strength. Countless martial arts surrounded Lin Ling. Colorful world essence energy exploded, and it could easily destroy 100 worlds. However, at this moment, sword light flashed. 365 swords shot out and cut apart the surging energy. The guards who were closer to him were instantly cut in half. Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened. One had to know that those guards were undoubtedly powerful since they could appear in the fourth ring city. However, so many of them had died. That young man's strength was not to be underestimated. Blood sprinkled down from the sky like rain. Moreover, a figure in a blue and white robe walked out. He held a sword and moved forward like the god of death. He killed 10 people with one slash as if he was killing chickens. Whoosh. Before the guards in front of him could react, Lin Ling slashed out again. Countless heads flew up at the same time. Blood spurted out from their necks and shot more than 10 meters high. Where's my wife? At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to have lost his mind. What terrifying strength. This guy's strength is probably among the strongest generation. But he's a new face. He shouldn't be among the strongest generation. He can only be a rising comet. Could he be the Dream Stream? Or the Ink Feather Immortal King Luo Ho? There's another one. Could it be Lin Ling? The guards were obviously panicking and kept guessing. In the current generation there were many geniuses, but only 3 people were known as comets. They were Dream Stream, Luo Ho, and Lin Ling. Chapter 2709. Left Prime Minister's Disciple. Wait, I'm not fighting anymore. Many guards threw down their weapons and ran in another direction. They were no match for the geniuses of their generation, let alone the strongest of their generation. Whoosh. However, as soon as they moved, a sword slashed at the ground in front of them, causing a deep sword mark to appear on the ground. Was Lin Ling. Where is my wife? If you don't tell me, don't even think about escaping today. Lin Ling leaped into the air and coldly looked down at these guards. Plop. All the guards knelt down. That young man's sword was too cold, causing them to lose the will to fight. He should still be in the mansion. One of them said nervously. Should. Lin Ling became even more worried. This meant that these guards didn't dare to guarantee anything. Whoosh. He swung his sword horizontally, and the guard who spoke was split into 2. Before he died, his eyes were wide open and he died with a grievance. The other guards all trembled. This was too terrifying. What kind of reverse scale had they touched? He's still alive. He's definitely still alive. He's definitely in the mansion. The guards no longer dared to say anything like, should, and pointed at the residents behind them. Seeing this, Lin Ling's expression turned even colder. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed down. Rumble. The disciple residence was cleaved open by the sword. Countless buildings and city walls collapsed, and a deep sword mark appeared on the ground. Go, bring everyone out. The guards were completely terrified. They rushed into the broken mansion and brought out all the people they had captured during this period of time. Lin Ling's breathing quickened. He was deeply afraid that he would miss something. It wasn't until a familiar figure appeared in the crowd that he finally felt relieved. Brother Ling. In the crowd, a woman also saw Lin Ling in the air and immediately let out a surprised laugh. She was Yu. After leaving the distorted space, she was caught by the left minister's disciples and brought here to be sent to the Azure Dragon Divine Mansion. And the reason he was arrested was because of Aoki-kun's death. Therefore, Yu kept pretending that she didn't know anything throughout the entire process. Naturally, she wouldn't admit it herself. Who would have thought that after only a year Lin Ling would actually come in person and cause a ruckus in the student residence? I finally found it. Good. If something happens to his wife, I'm afraid this place will be plunged into misery and suffering. These people from the strongest generation are not to be trifled with. Seeing that Lin Ling's wife was fine, the guards let out a sigh of relief. They were completely afraid of that unparalleled demon king. Are you alright? Lin Ling looked at Yu and asked worriedly. It's fine. Yu hurriedly hugged Lin Ling. Her tense heart finally relaxed. She whispered, they aren't sure who killed Lord Aoki, so they only interrogated us. They didn't touch us. However, I heard that if we were sent to the Azure Dragon Divine Manor, we would die. Even those who weren't involved would be beheaded. The Azure Dragon Divine Manor. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. Luckily he made it in time. Otherwise he would regret it for the rest of his life. Then he remembered that he was the cause of all this. However, he caused Yu to be so worried. He felt extremely guilty. Yu has been with him for many years. They have known each other since they were children. She has been quietly helping him without asking for anything in return. This made Lin Ling feel that he had failed to fulfill his responsibilities as a man. Who are you? But at this moment, an icy cold voice suddenly resounded. In the sky, a scholar in a white robe appeared. He looked at Lin Ling with an icy expression, and his eyes were filled with rage. Minister Zhua. Seeing this, the surrounding guards' expressions changed drastically. They quickly knelt down. However, the scholar ignored them. He continued to stare coldly at Lin Ling. Because he was the Minister Zhua's disciple, he didn't expect that after leaving his residence for 2 hours, his residence would be destroyed. Even the people he captured were released. This infuriated him. This made him feel like he had lost face. Remember that he was the only descendant of the Ghost Cave clan. He had the responsibility of reviving his clan. He did not disappoint and was rather famous in Qingzhou. But now, someone dared to challenge the Ghost Cave clan? Who are you? Staring at the scholar in white, Lin Ling did not give him any face. His tone was cold. This time, the minister's disciple was even more furious. How dare someone destroy his residence and act so arrogantly? He growled, I am the minister's disciple. I don't know you. But you captured my wife. Do you want to die? Lin Ling was unrestrained. When it came to Yu, he would not give anyone face. My guards were able to defeat many of the first generation, but you were able to sweep through them. You must not be a nobody. You must be Lin Ling who disappeared for a year. The minister's disciple thought for a while and said coldly, but you are just a rising star. Don't think you are so great. I am the 5th on the heaven surpass list. You should kneel down and apologize to me. Kneel down and apologize? Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled. He did not say much. His mind moved. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 365 swords were shot out. His sword represented his attitude. He captured his wife and almost killed her. Now he wanted him to kneel down and apologize? In his dreams. You dare to attack me? The minister's disciple did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Not only did he not apologize, he attacked first. He waved his right hand and a gust of wind swept out. In his opinion, Lin Ling was simply courting death. Because no matter how strong and monstrous Lin Ling was, he was at most in the top 30 of the heaven surpass list. He was the 5th on the list. He was not someone Lin Ling could offend. However, he had obviously underestimated Lin Ling. Before Lin Ling entered the twisting void, he was already ranked 18th or even higher. Therefore he dared to fight Lin Ling now, even the Grim Reaper. Whoosh! The gust of wind was like a ghastly wind. It shook the 365 swords. Then they fell to the ground. The minister's disciple smiled disdainfully. It is better to know one's limits. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, one of the 365 swords shot toward him, revealing its sharpness. During this period, Lin Ling was threatened by the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven and was looked down upon by the Dean of the Resplendent Academy. Lin Ling proudly left the academy. Now that Yu was in trouble, his anger had reached its limit. Therefore this sword strike contained all the humiliation that Lin Ling had suffered, and all of it exploded. Oh no! Oh no! The minister's disciple reacted and his face changed drastically. He waved his right hand and a mysterious compass floated out. Ghost cave inscriptions formed a substantial symbol that enveloped his body. Although he was strong and his reaction was fast, he was still a little slow. Although the final strike didn't injure him, it still brushed past his cheek. Chapter 27:10. The Qing region was vast and mighty. 5th on the Sky Bridge leaderboard. At the same time, Lin Ling's sarcastic voice floated out. This time the surrounding area was dead silent. No way the left Prime Minister's disciple was injured? Although it's not a fatal injury, but he is the 5th strongest on the Sky Bridge leaderboard. That's Lin Ling? I thought he had escaped from Qing region. Solemn voices rang out one after another. Everyone was frightened by this development. The left Prime Minister's disciple's face was gloomy. His right hand touched the sword wound on his cheek and wiped away the blood. He then put it in his mouth and licked it. He said indifferently, "You injured me? You. I wanted to kneel down and pay my respects, but I'm too weak and can't control my sword well. So I accidentally cut your face. Junior brother, I apologize." "Sorry." Lin Ling said indifferently, his words were laced with sarcasm. "You very good." "Sorry." How could the left Prime Minister's disciple not hear the sarcasm in his words? His face became even more gloomy. In fact, he thought that if he did not underestimate Lin Ling would not be able to take advantage of him. "I know you want to kill me and I want to kill you too. So this battle is unavoidable." Lin Ling ignored the left Prime Minister's disciple's anger. He slowly kept his sword and left with Yu. "You want to escape?" Seeing this, the left Prime Minister's disciple said coldly. Lin Ling destroyed his mansion and injured him. Now he wants to leave? "No, I want to stay and fight on the Sky Bridge leaderboard." "I think you have the same plan." Lin Ling continued to walk forward and said confidently. "Haha, you think I'll let you live for another 3 days?" The left Prime Minister's disciple mocked. Lin Ling thought too highly of himself. Does he think he still has the chance to participate in the Sky Bridge leaderboard battle? Dream on. Today he will make sure Lin Ling can't leave here. Aoki-kun, I killed him. However, just as he was about to move, a voice that shook the entire Fourth Ring City drifted out. One had to know that Aoki-kun's death had caused a huge commotion in Sihuan City. Countless people had been implicated. But now the murderer had appeared. Moreover, the murderer admitted it himself. It really is you. The disciple of the left minister exclaimed. He deduced that the culprit was a rising comet, but there were many suspects and Lin Ling was one of them, but he wasn't sure. Now he was sure. Moreover, he never thought that Lin Ling would be so arrogant as to admit it in public. Now, do you dare to come and kill me? While he was still in shock, Lin Ling's disdainful voice drifted out. But it was clear that the left prime minister's disciple didn't dare. This was because Lin Ling was left for the Azure Dragon King. If he dared to kill him, he would be going against the Azure Dragon King's will. 3 days later, I'll take your head. Lin Ling gradually disappeared into the distance, and his cold voice drifted out again. Lin Ling had no enmity with the left minister's disciple, but the other party had captured Yu and wanted to flatter the Azure Dragon King. Because of this, killing intent had already risen in Lin Ling's heart. Because he had chosen to flatter the Azure Dragon King and offended Lin Ling, he should face the wrath of Lin Ling. Lin Ling, Lin Ling, Lin Ling. Seeing Lin Ling leave casually, the left minister's disciple muttered to himself. He clenched his fists tightly, and a monstrous killing intent rose in his heart towards Lin Ling. This was because no one had ever been able to destroy his mansion, hurt him, and leave safely. This was the first. Therefore he would kill this first. Young Master Aoki was actually killed by Lin Ling. This Lin Ling really amazes the world with a single brilliant feat. Yes, there are many people who want to kill Lin Ling now. There's the Thunder Manor, the Sovereign Marquis, the Immortal Plum Sword, one of the top 10 sword celestials in Qingzhou, 2 large commanderies, and now there's the Azure Dragon Manor. So many experts want to kill him, but Lin Ling is still so calm. No wonder he's a cultivator of our generation. The people in the distance were no exception as they discussed animatedly. Now Lin Ling's reputation in Qingzhou had soared. Of course, the rise of a monstrous genius would either lead to a fall or an explosion. In the end, would Lin Ling fall or explode? This was what everyone was looking forward to the most. In a short period of time, the news of Lin Ling killing Lord Qingmu had spread throughout Qingzhou, and countless people were shocked. Bang! In the Azure Dragon Manor's courtyard, an old man smashed a teacup, and his dragon face was enraged. Your Highness, we can't kill Lin Ling now because too many people are paying attention to Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling wants to enter the Heavenly Crossing Realms ranking list. This is something everyone knows. If our Azure Dragon Manor kills him, it might cause public anger. Behind the old man, an old woman hurriedly said. So what? Dragon scales appeared on the old man's cheeks, and his killing intent soared. Let him live for 3 more days. After all, he has no achievements in the Heavenly Crossing Realms ranking list. The old woman said again, causing the old man to grit his teeth and endure. He had endured for a year, how could he not wait for 3 more days? It's really him. In the Black Warrior Manor, Xian Linglong smiled faintly. In fact, she had already guessed it. However, she never thought that Lin Ling would be so arrogant, actually daring to admit it in public. This guy was enraged, there was indeed nothing he wouldn't dare to do. I heard that the Sovereign Marquis has found him. Ever since that incident he has been under a lot of pressure. In addition, the Dean of the Resplendent Academy reprimanded him, which made his anger reach its peak. It seems like that guy's temper has risen. He's not afraid of the Azure Dragon Divine Mansion. He's really arrogant. On the other side, Meng Lu was drinking tea, and there was a hint of admiration in his words. Because Lin Ling had caused such a huge commotion, even he didn't dare to do it. I feel that the Heavenly Crossing Realms ranking list is his martial stage. Meng Lu said again. Lin Ling obviously wanted to use this martial stage to prove himself. If he succeeded in clearing the ranking list, all the disasters would disappear. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty would definitely stand up for Lin Ling. Of course, if Lin Ling failed, the only outcome would be death. It's very difficult to clear the ranking list, and with all these things piling up together, it will cause many people to target Lin Ling. However, Xian Linglong didn't have much confidence in Lin Ling. This was normal because when all the strongest generation targeted Lin Ling, it would be difficult for Lin Ling to fight against 4 hands with 2 fists. The same thing happened in the Resplendent Academy. Dean Qin and a group of higher-ups were sitting in the main hall, laughing loudly. What an idiot, actually provoking the Azure Dragon manner. He's dead. Yes, after he fails to enter the Heavenly Crossing realm, he will be alone and helpless. At that time he might ask for help from our Resplendent Academy. Elder Bay will wait for that day. Lin Ling's withdrawal from the academy had undoubtedly angered these seniors, and they were waiting to watch a good show. Even if he kneels down, I won't accept him. Dean Qin was obviously in the best mood among everyone, and he was so happy that he drank a few big pots of tea. In his opinion, although Lin Ling was monstrous, it was impossible for him to clear the ranking list in a short year. Men, prepare a tombstone. Engrave the words Lin Ling's tomb on it. Chapter 27:11. The leaderboard began. Yes, senior brother. Yes. A junior brother immediately went to prepare the tombstone and was extremely excited. Senior brother Death was the first on the heavenly surpassing leaderboard. Lin Ling dared to provoke him. This was simply courting death. Lin Ling defeated opponent. Death snorted in disdain. In the past he followed the Sovereign Marquis to stop Lin Ling. Later he fought with Lin Ling and returned with a draw. This was the greatest humiliation in his life. After that, he was not convinced, so he spread rumors to force Lin Ling to come out and fight. However, Lin Ling was worse than he imagined. He actually did not come out to clarify the rumors. In the following year he thought that Lin Ling had escaped from Qing State. However, who knew that Lin Ling would resurface and cause a great commotion in Qing State? The heavenly surpassing leaderboard was re-ranked. Lin Ling would definitely be a thorn in everyone's eyes. He could also wash away the humiliation and properly kill Lin Ling. All the experts were quietly waiting for the leaderboard battle 3 days later. However, no one was optimistic about Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling's friends, they were also not optimistic about Lin Ling. However, they did not gloat. Instead, they were worried for Lin Ling. 3 days quietly passed under everyone's anticipation. This day was also the day of the heavenly surpassing leaderboard's re-ranking every 10 years. On this day, all the geniuses would return and attempt to rush into the leaderboard. Because stepping onto the peak of Qing State was their goal. And rushing into the heavenly surpassing leaderboard was also their only way. The heavenly surpassing leaderboard was held at Dayun Mountain outside Qing State. Because it was held here, all the warriors in Qing State could come and watch. Early in the morning, the sky was blue and the sun was charming. A large number of experts had gathered around Dayun Mountain. Moreover, there were dragons pulling coffins and hundreds of Qilins flying across the sky. It was mighty and magnificent. This kind of Qing State leaderboard battle, even the emperors of the 10,000 realms came. The decennial leaderboard is about to begin. I wonder if the last generation of the older generation will still be guarding the leaderboard or if the new strongest generation will surpass them. Ranking is very difficult. Perhaps the rankings will change, but the top 30 strongest generation will never change. It's said that there are only 3 people who have the greatest hope of rushing into the top 30. They are Meng Lu, Luo Ho and Lin Ling. These 3 people have all defeated the strongest generation, but they have not been recognized by the great Azure Divine Dynasty. Tisk Tiske, I heard that Lin Ling came from the Northland, so I came all the way from the Northland to cheer him on. Lin Ling is just a jumping clown. If he doesn't get a good ranking this time, he's dead for sure. The ranking had yet to begin, but the surrounding voices were already ringing out like waves, causing the wind and clouds to surge in the sky, and a chaotic universe appeared. And among all the strongest generation, Lin Ling's limelight was undoubtedly the brightest. Some people admired him, some looked down on him, and there were all kinds of opinions. Where's Lin Ling? Today I will tear him apart. I won't give anyone face, not even the Resplendent Academy. At this time, a huge azure dragon arrived. The dragon's body was so long that one couldn't see the end of it. Its rolling aura caused the earth to be silent. It was the Azure Dragon King of the Azure Dragon Mansion. It was said that this was the king of dragon ancestors. One had to know that those who could become dragon ancestors were all tyrants among dragons, and the king of dragon ancestors was even more powerful. He controlled all the dragon ancestors. It was said that this overlord of the Azure State was the first dragon king in the chaotic universe. Lin Ling is ignorant and incompetent, and he has no respect for his elders. He has already been expelled from the Resplendent Academy, so don't bring everything to the Resplendent Academy. At this time a large number of experts arrived and the wind and clouds surged. They were people who could shake the entire Azure State with just a move of their feet. The person in the lead was Dean Qin. It's enough to hear you say that. The Azure Dragon King sat down in the mountain and waited for everything. Then experts also arrived one after another, such as Thunderclap Mother, Marquis Sovereign, and so on. Among them, Thunderclap Mother specially came to see how Lin Ling would die. As for the Marquis Sovereign, his gaze was deep and no one knew what he was thinking. On the other side of the Great Cloud Mountain, Lord 8th, Red Jade Tiger, Sunset Glory, and other experts also arrived. They looked at the densely packed experts gathered, and each of them revealed a bitter smile. At this point, even if they wanted to help Lin Ling, it seemed that they couldn't. Everything depended on Lin Ling himself. Marshal Lin Ling will definitely succeed in clearing the rankings. All the armies of the 6 barracks also arrived, and their momentum was magnificent. Gradually, the area of the Great Cloud Mountain was filled with countless experts, and the sky was filled with figures. All the generations had also arrived, and the 1 million strongest generation on the heaven-surpassing list had already sat there, as if they were the rulers of the world. They were also quietly waiting for the younger generation to challenge them, but they also had absolute confidence. Where's Lin Ling? Don't tell me he doesn't dare to come. Doesn't dare to come? It's not up to him. Even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, I will personally catch him. The 2 strongest generation on the heaven-surpassing list coldly said, and their voices were not soft and entered everyone's ears. It's the Grim Reaper and the left Prime Minister's disciples. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they looked at the 2 strongest experts of the generation. The 2 strongest existences were going to attack Lin Ling, and Lin Ling clearing the rankings would be even more difficult. No, it could be said that there was no hope at all. Lin Ling, maybe he really doesn't dare to come. It was unknown who said this, but it made many people nod because this was a very normal thing. Coward. The Grim Reaper had long held a grudge against Lin Ling, so he was the first to laugh mockingly. When have I, Lin Ling, not been able to do what I promised? But at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded in the sky. The voice was calm, but it seemed to reach the hearts of everyone, making them look up into the distance. They saw that in the distant sky, a large number of figures had also arrived, and the person in the lead was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you're here. At this moment, the Great Cloud Mountain was silent. At this moment, countless experts' pupils constricted. Everyone knew that today's heaven-surpassing list was actually Lin Ling's martial stage, and Lin Ling was also the strongest generation that attracted the most attention in the history of the heaven-surpassing list. He's really calm and confident. Yes. Yes, so many experts are waiting for him, but he didn't run away. That's Lin Ling? Regardless of whether they knew Lin Ling or not at this moment, they all looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling caused a huge commotion in the Qing province, and this caused everyone to know him. Of course, this made many people unhappy with Lin Ling, but there were also many who secretly admired Lin Ling. In these people's eyes, martial artists were originally overcoming all difficulties to rise above the heads of geniuses, and only mediocre people would not attract jealousy. Lin Ling, defeated opponent, I didn't expect you to finally come. At the foot of the Great Cloud Mountain, the Grim Reaper raised his head to look at Lin Ling. His eyes appeared the reincarnation of the Grim Reaper, making people not dare to look directly at him, as if looking at him would take away their life. Bang. Chapter 27:12. Dim Light Reincarnation. Sizzle. Instantly, the entire Great Cloud Mountain was filled with gasps. The Grim Reaper had even prepared a tombstone. It seemed like he had to kill Lin Ling. Of course, this was normal. The Grim Reaper was the strongest of the generation. Lin Ling had challenged his dignity and wanted to remove Lin Ling from the rankings. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't let Lin Ling off. Good, the tombstone was prepared in advance. As expected of senior brother Grim Reaper. I'll be in charge of finding the burial ground. Gloating voices quietly sounded one after another. Bastard. Seeing the crowd jeering, Red Jade Tiger's face turned ugly. Was this a public humiliation of Lin Ling? Unfortunately, other than this group of people, most of the people wanted Lin Ling dead. Don't be rash. This is the ranking battle of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. We can't interfere and neither can they. Therefore they're just trying to show off. Lord 8 said calmly, making Red Jade Tiger endure. As for Lin Ling, his eyes turned cold as he stared at the Grim Reaper. He didn't say anything. In the past, he had been blocked by the Sovereign Marquis, but he wasn't afraid of him. Before the Sovereign Marquis could say anything, the Grim Reaper had taught him a lesson. However, he didn't gain anything in the end. On the other hand, this guy seemed to have suffered a great loss and was determined to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling would make such a person wake up. Being above the strongest generation was in the past. It didn't mean it was now. Lin Ling, you little brat, you killed my Juna? At this moment an ancient roar rang out, causing the ground to echo. The weaker people even spat out a mouthful of blood. Countless gazes were also looking at the huge Azure Dragon King. They were all frightened. Yes, I did. So what? Lin Ling also recognized the other party. However, since he dared to come today, he naturally wasn't afraid. Good. I'll turn you into a puppet and accompany my son forever. The Azure Dragon King was so angry that he laughed. In his eyes, Lin Ling was already a dead man. I'll wait for you. Seeing this, Lin Ling's heart became even colder. He swept his gaze around and realized that there were many people who wanted him dead in the vast Dayun mountain area. This also ignited his fighting spirit. With a wave of his robe, Lin Ling fearlessly said, I know how much you all want me to die, but I'll have to disappoint you. Not only will I, Lin Ling, not die today, I'll even settle accounts in the future. The broken jar had already been smashed, so what did Lin Ling have to fear? Not to mention the Sovereign Marquis, the Resplendent Academy, the Azure Dragon Manor, and the Grim Reaper had all humiliated Lin Ling. If they wanted to kill him, then Lin Ling had no choice but to drag things out with them. This guy is crazy. Even leaving today is a problem. He actually took the initiative to resist. I'm just trying to show off before I die. Unsurprisingly, everyone was shocked again, but they were even more certain that Lin Ling would die without a doubt. Those voices made Lin Ling nod. He wasn't affected at all. He maintained his calm and prepared to clear the rankings. He naturally knew that many people wanted to use words to make him lose his mind. In the end, it would affect his performance and completely eliminate him. Lin Ling, you can do it. Lord, you'll definitely succeed. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others stopped in their tracks and looked at Lin Ling. They were also very worried about Lin Ling, but they believed that Lin Ling would be able to turn the tide in this monstrous killing intent. Lin Ling, you'll definitely win. Similarly, to the south of the Dayun mountain, several figures were also looking at Lin Ling. It was Jianghu and the others. Lin Ling's heart warmed. Right now, everyone wanted him to die, and there weren't many people who still supported Lin Ling. Therefore Lin Ling couldn't let them down. Moreover, Lin Ling had already experienced countless life and death situations. This time he had absolute confidence that he would be able to pass. Those who want to challenge the rankings, get ready. At that moment an old voice sounded. The voice seemed to come from a distant place, but it also seemed to be ringing in everyone's ears. It was extremely magical. All the experts' eyes narrowed. They knew that the person who came was very powerful and could transmit his voice to the myriad worlds. The 100 strongest people on the Heavenly Crossing list don't need to fight for now. If they want to challenge the rankings, they have to go through 3 major tests. The voice floated out again, causing many to nod their heads. If they wanted to catch up to their seniors, they would have to pay more. No matter what kind of genius they were, only by overcoming all difficulties could they become famous in Qing State. Of course, this process isn't easy. If you're not careful, you'll be turned into ashes. Those who want to challenge the rankings, you must be prepared. Senior, I'm fully prepared. Only trash is afraid of being turned into ashes. Real geniuses aren't even afraid of death, why would they be afraid of tests? I've already defeated the 44th strongest person on the rankings. I just lack the certification of the Great Qing Divine Dynasty. Around Dayun Mountain, many proud figures walked out. They were all from the top 3 academies. They had been waiting for this moment for 10 years, so how could they be afraid of fighting? Of course, there were some geniuses who weren't from the top 3 academies. However, if they had a backer, they could also fight. Alright, prepare for the first test, dim light reincarnation. A huge vortex appeared in the sky, and a touch of nirvana chi spread out from it. Dim light reincarnation? He actually drew this test. It said that no one below the middle stage of the true God realm can pass this test. Some of the ancient experts' faces changed drastically. It was obviously very difficult to enter the Heavenly Crossing list. Firstly, there was a limit to the cultivation time. It had to be within 2,000 years. Secondly, there were layers upon layers of tests. It was extremely dangerous. Lin Ling, are you confident? Beside Lin Ling, a white-haired youth walked over. It was Meng Lu. Beside him was Xian Linglong. Obviously, she also wanted to enter the Heavenly Crossing list. This woman actually had the strength to enter the list. However, she didn't want to clear the list. Instead, she waited for 100 years and planned to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. 60%. Lin Ling looked at Meng Lu. Ironically, among so many generations he was only familiar with Meng Lu. 60%? You must be kidding. However, at this moment, a disdainful voice sounded. A few figures walked out from behind. A tall youth said disdainfully. He seemed to be from the Heavenly Saint Institute. Lin Ling, I heard that you defeated Genji. You're 18th on the Heavenly Crossing list. Unfortunately, without the Great Qing Divine Dynasty's approval, that kind of battle doesn't count. That's right. That's right. Maybe this guy took advantage of Genji's injury to sneak attack and win. That's right. We've already tried to enter the list twice. This guy wants to succeed in one try? That's right. The other youths said sarcastically. They had naturally heard of Lin Ling's name. In fact, Lin Ling was only their junior. However, this junior was more famous than them. Hence, they were jealous. Chapter 27:13. A terrifying maelstrom. It's Crown Prince Tianwen and Ouyang Shangqing. Yes. Everyone looked at the young men who spoke and their expressions changed slightly. Those young men were not weak and had defeated experts on the Sky Surpass list. Unfortunately, they had failed in their previous attempts because sometimes, it depended not only on strength but also on luck. However, they had the right to mock Lin Ling. What does it have to do with you? Yes. Meng Lu immediately replied indifferently when he sensed the other party's contempt, which made the young men's faces turn cold. How dare a junior be so arrogant? You've tried to break into the list twice, but you still have to participate in the assessment. This means that you haven't entered the list yet. A guy who hasn't entered the list is so confident. I really don't know who gave you the face. Yes. Lin Ling also spoke tit for tat. You. Yes. Those young men were speechless. Yes, they had tried to break into the list again and again. They were Lin Ling and Meng Lu's seniors, but they still hadn't entered the list. This meant that there was a problem. Trash. Yes. And Lin Ling directly told them where the problem was because they were trash. How dare you? Yes. Fine. Let's see who's the trash later. Yes. Those young men gritted their teeth and stopped talking nonsense. This Lin Ling is really breaking a broken jar. Not only did he provoke the Grim Reaper, he even provoked the other young men. Yes. However, I think highly of his character. This is a martial artist of my generation. If you don't bully me, I'll treat you like a friend. If you bully me, I'll draw my sword. Yes. If such a character can achieve great things, it will definitely alarm Qingzhou. But if he dies halfway, that's all there is to it. Yes. Many people were surprised by Lin Ling's courage. He was magnanimous and fearless. Dim light samsara, everyone get ready. Yes. At this time the ancient voice sounded again. On the ground, the 2,000 young men all breathed rapidly and shot toward the maelstrom in the sky. After passing through the vortex, a chaotic space appeared before them. What was surprising was that this was an independent space. It was dark and boundless, and there was only a ray of dim light in front of them. Those who reach the dim light will pass. If they know that they are no match for him, they can return to the starting point and be safe. Of course, they will also be eliminated. The ancient voice sounded again and entered everyone's ears. At the same time, the sky above Great Cloud Mountain turned pitch black. Everything that happened in the independent space was clearly displayed to everyone's eyes. At this moment, many people were filled with anticipation. They wondered who would pass the first test. This Lin Ling might fail in the first round. Someone gloated. He was obviously from the Lane Manor. This test wasn't just about strength, it was also about luck. Therefore, anything was possible. However, the first-generation members in the independent void couldn't hear anything from the outside world. Instead, their fighting spirit soared. So simple? Look, I'll be the first to pass. To be able to become a generation, every single one of them was a confident person. Even if they were placed in the myriad of worlds, they would still be formidable characters who ruled over a region. Those who were impulsive directly shot forward. However, at this moment, there was a sudden roar in the void. A gust of wind quietly condensed into a huge vortex and rolled toward the first-generation members. The first-generation members were powerful. As soon as the vortex was formed, they sensed it and said disdainfully, "Rumble." Many first-generation members also burst out with their unique skills. They either punched or slapped at the huge vortex. Rumble. However, something terrifying happened. The huge vortex didn't collapse when faced with the first generation's martial arts. Instead, it strangled a large number of first-generation members to death. At this moment, Great Cloud Mountain fell into a dead silence. The first-generation members were the elites of the early true immortal realm. but now they were being killed like vegetables. That's a huge vortex formed when two worlds collide. Although it's not as powerful as the huge vortex formed when two worlds collide, it's still not something an early true immortal realm expert can block. If it's placed in the myriad of worlds, any world it passes through will be shattered. Amidst the silence, an ancient voice sounded, "If you're not careful, even an intermediate true immortal realm expert will die with regret." Hearing those words, everyone was even more startled. Was the first test already so difficult? No, this huge vortex can chase after people? Fuck. My god. Run. In the Nirvana Samsara there was a sudden panic. The first generation members found that they couldn't do anything to the huge vortex and wanted to escape too late. Did you see that? This is your fate. Let me tell you, this test is actually a test of attack and defense. At the starting point, Crown Prince Heavenly Rune and the others said disdainfully. It wasn't their first time here, so they were familiar with it. Although they seemed to be talking to themselves, they were obviously talking to Lin Ling and Meng Lu. Lin Ling, Meng Lu, and Luo Ho were the dazzling stars of this generation, but they didn't believe that Lin Ling and the other two were that powerful. Why are there flies buzzing everywhere? Maybe these guys failed, so they're looking for some sense of accomplishment. Unfortunately, Crown Prince Heavenly Rune and the others wanted to affect Lin Ling and the others' confidence. However, Lin Ling and the others turned a blind eye to it and talked casually instead. This kind of lazy attitude was undoubtedly more stifling than a fierce resistance. The first batch of people who rushed to the dim light, only 10 people passed. The others either died or fled back to the original place, completely eliminated. Who else wants to pass the first test? In the void, the ancient voice sounded again. Let me, juniors. I'll show you how powerful I am. Crown Prince Heavenly Rune and the others shouted coldly and shot forward. Before they left, they didn't forget to be arrogant in front of Lin Ling and the others. Rumble. A terrifying huge vortex appeared, rolling towards them to entangle them. Get lost. Crown Prince Heavenly Rune and the others unleashed their talents. They actually had a 9th grade divine body and true immortal martial spirit. As soon as they released their true immortal martial spirit, the huge vortex retreated. Amazing! Many people exclaimed. The previous generations had also attacked, but it had no effect on the huge vortex. On the other hand, Crown Prince Heavenly Rune and the others could. This showed the difference between the two. Crown Prince Heavenly Rune and the others smiled proudly and burst out with the speed of 3 realms, shooting towards the dim light. However, on the way, another huge vortex appeared and shot towards them with the speed of 3 realms. These huge vortexes seemed to be spiritual and could actually take the initiative to chase after people. Crown Prince Heavenly Rune and the others are in danger. Seeing this, many people secretly clenched their fists, worried for Crown Prince Heavenly Rune and the others. Who else but me? However, did they need to worry about Crown Prince Heavenly Rune? Billowing energy erupted and repelled the huge vortex once again. Then they elegantly reached the end. In this batch, half of them had passed. Among them, Crown Prince Heavenly Rune and Ouyang Shangqing were the most carefree and unharmed. One should know that the previous generations who had passed were extremely miserable. Chapter 27:14. Trash is trash. The most powerful 3 of the first generation? What a joke. Crown Prince Tianwen was enjoying the admiring gazes of the crowd. He mocked Lin Ling and the other 2. I wonder how everyone thinks. Are Lin Ling and the other 2 qualified to be the most dazzling comets? I think Senior Ouyang and the others are more powerful than Lin Ling and the other 2. Outside De Yun Mountain, the cheers of the various academies rose and fell one after another. Among them, Resplendent Academy was the most lively. They were all looking forward to Lin Ling's humiliating return. Who's in the 3rd batch? Just then, the dim light reincarnation spoke again. At the same time, Lin Ling and Meng Lu looked at each other and said at the same time, "Don't fail." After saying that, they shook their heads and laughed. Then they shot into the void in front of them. Lin Ling and Meng Lu are moving out. Luo Ho and Shen Linglong are also moving out. These 4 are the most dazzling comets of the first generation. I wonder which one of them will pass. Everyone was looking forward to it. One should know that many of the first generation wanted to enter the Heavenly Surpass list. However, the most famous one was Lin Ling and the other 2 because they had defeated the top 30 strongest generation. However, the dim light reincarnation was not only about strength but also luck. Therefore, being famous did not mean that one could pass smoothly. At this moment, Shen Linglong, Luo Ho and the others burst out with shocking speed. They reached the 4 realms speed and disappeared into the void. Then they reached the destination. Amazing. Seeing this, many people cried out in surprise. 4 realms speed, they had surpassed the speed of the maelstrom. Therefore they could pass easily. Moreover, Xian Linglong and the others did not burst out their martial arts. Obviously they were hiding something. Even Lin Ling was secretly surprised because he could unleash the 6 realms speed with his full strength, but his opponents did not seem to be much weaker than him. Of course, he believed that Xian Linglong and the others' strongest speed was only the 5 realms speed, and it was impossible for them to exceed his speed. Meng Lu's speed wasn't fast, but his innate talent had exploded, and his true god martial spirit had appeared. It was a mysterious person with no eyes, and his entire body was covered in a vast expanse of white. After the true god martial spirit appeared, a terrifying thing happened. None of the whirlpools could get close to him. Just like that, he easily reached the finish line. Gasps rang out one after another. As expected of one of the comets, he had passed the test far too easily. Tianwen Crown Prince and the others narrowed their eyes, feeling that they could no longer swallow their pride. However, their gazes quickly fell on Lin Ling and all of them mocked. This trash couldn't have failed, right? Although Lin Ling and the other 2 were the most dazzling comets, it didn't mean that all of them were strong. At the very least, Lin Ling hadn't reached the finish line yet, so he couldn't be considered a success. Under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling's expression was calm as he strode forward. He could use the 6 realms speed and easily pass the trial, but that was not necessary. That was because he found that those whirlpools could kill a middle-stage true god, but it didn't exceed the limit of his godly devil body. Most importantly, he wanted to experience the limits of his physical body through the great maelstrom. This guy is stupid. Damn. He must have given up on himself. Damn. Seeing Lin Ling strolling leisurely, Tianwen Crown Prince and the others were stunned and then mocked him. In Dayun Mountain all the martial artists were the same. Because everyone wanted to reach the finish line as soon as possible, but Lin Ling was moving forward slowly. Did this mean that he had completely given up? Boom. At that moment, the rolling whirlpool appeared, and the terrifying wind could tear apart any middle-stage true god. However, Lin Ling was still calm and composed. When the whirlpool arrived, he punched out. Rumble. The rolling whirlpool was instantly blown away. What? Shit. Many people's eyes narrowed. Previously, there were also people who could blow the whirlpool away, but they all used their talents. However, Lin Ling didn't. He just relied on a pair of fists to blow the whirlpool away? He's just deliberately mystifying. Humph. Tianwen Crown Prince and the others' faces turned ugly. Lin Ling was only a 3rd-level true god, which was lower than them. They couldn't understand why Lin Ling's defense and attack were so strong. However, they thought that Lin Ling was only SOSO because passing the trial was considered powerful. Bang, bang, bang. However, at that moment, the whirlpool attacked Lin Ling again. What surprised everyone was that Lin Ling was still moving forward, and while everyone was still in shock, he punched out again. Boom, boom, boom. The whirlpool was blown away again, but it soon attacked again as if it wouldn't stop until it was dead. Lin Ling also met it with a punch. After 3 times, the terrifying whirlpool was blown apart by the punch. This time, not only the Nirvana Samsara, but even Dayun Mountain fell into a dead silence. This is fake. Amidst the silence, someone began to mutter to himself. Boom. However, in the next moment, another whirlpool approached Lin Ling, trying to kill him. Unfortunately, it was blown apart by Lin Ling's punch again. This punch also proved that it wasn't fake. Lin Ling had blown up the whirlpool with his fist. How terrifying. Others would blow up the whirlpool and then quickly shoot to the finish line, but this guy is actually walking slowly to the finish line. Every time a whirlpool comes, he will blow it up. Finally, someone exclaimed in shock. This was the most violent way to pass the trial since the Nirvana Samsara. Finally, Lin Ling reached the finish line. At the finish line, the first generation looked at Lin Ling in horror as if they were looking at a monster. Even Meng Lu and the others were the same. As for Tianwen Crown Prince and the others, they looked as if they had been slapped in the face, and they couldn't say a word. In order to show off, he actually tried to break the whirlpool even if he was injured. I think this guy won't be able to pass the 2nd stage. I think so too. He must have suffered some internal injuries. Subsequently, Tianwen Crown Prince and the others said one after another. To put it bluntly, they were jealous. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't even look at them. There was only sarcasm in his eyes. With his current strength, he wasn't afraid of the Grim Reaper, so why should he be afraid of these ancient 1st generation? Trash is trash. Of course, Lin Ling also muttered to himself, which made Tianwen Crown Prince and the others angry. Linling, you're amazing. How much of your strength did you use before? Meng Lu asked curiously. He knew that Linling could definitely pass, but how much strength he used was the most important. What about you? Linling also asked. Meng Lu didn't hide and said directly, 50%. Me too. Xian Linglong and Luo Ho said. In fact, they had already used 70% of their strength, but they were embarrassed to say it out loud. As for Tianwen Crown Prince and the others, they had naturally used 90% of their strength. Same as you. Lin Ling said with a smile. In fact, he had only used 30% or even 20%. That's more like it. Hearing that, Meng Lu finally relaxed. He was afraid that Lin Ling had only used 40% of his strength, because that meant that he was still weaker than Lin Ling. In the first stage, 1,000 people were eliminated from 2,000 people. This showed how cruel it was. There were even 600 to 700 people who died. Chapter 27:15. Guanghua Seal Realm. The second stage is the Wide Flower Seal Realm. Those who pass must collect 999 bells or fail. At that instant, the ancient voice was heard once again. Everyone stepped into the dim light, and when they reappeared, they were in another void. This is a small world and also a small avatar of the universal chaos. The ancient voice explained. Everyone looked over and found that there were also 10,000 worlds here, but there were no living creatures here. A deathly aura filled the entire void. This was clearly the universal chaos that had yet to mature, or perhaps it was already dead. The universal bell is inside. Go and find it yourselves. The ancient voice floated out again. The eyes of the remaining 1,000 first-generation geniuses lit up. This stage didn't seem too difficult. Look at my heaven's eye. One of the first-generation expert's pupils flickered with a peculiar light, erupting with his innate talent. That was a pair of mysterious eyes, able to see through the sun, moon, stars, great rivers and dragon veins. I found it. The first generation was overjoyed. He hurriedly shot towards one of the realms. A moment later, he returned with a large number of bells in his hand. The bells looked ordinary, but they emitted clear ringing sounds. That's the universe bell. No way he passed so quickly? This stage is very advantageous for some geniuses with heavenly eye divine ability. Yeah, it's too easy on them. The other first-generation members were taken aback, and immediately voiced their dissatisfaction. However, the aged voice in the void sneered and didn't say anything else. Rumble. After he sneered, a rumble suddenly broke out in the endless void. The first generation with the bell in his hand emitted a strange light, and then it exploded. The explosive power could be said to be the power to destroy the world. What's going on? Those bells will explode? And the power is too terrifying, isn't it? A single bell is like the explosion of 10 realms, and there is more than one of these bells. Could it be the legendary world-destroying bell? The first generation who were still far away cried out in alarm. Their faces were extremely pale. How was this simple? This was a matter of life and death. That Dai who tried to test the waters died an unjust death. I know these bells should be the world-exterminating bells. Not only do they have strong explosive power, they also have terrifying speed. As long as one touches the bells, it will trigger a world-exterminating explosion. However, at this moment, a solemn voice suddenly sounded. Moreover, he also shot towards the myriad realms. When he returned, a large number of bells appeared behind him. They were like the lanterns of the death god that followed him. Moon Meditation Dark Star Steps. That first-generation leader let out a furious roar and actually erupted with the speed of 4 realms. He weaved through the bells one after another, and those mysterious bells chased after him, but they simply couldn't get close to him. He was fine. Facing the terrifying world-exterminating bell, he was like a fish in water, safe and sound. Such a scene undoubtedly caused many people to open their mouths wide. That first generation was too powerful. Haha, I passed. As the first-generation successor flashed through the void with mysterious footsteps, he couldn't help but shout in excitement. To pass, you need to collect 999 bells. Have you collected them yet? However, very quickly that ancient voice sounded again. Only then did people realize that the first-generation successor could only avoid the bells, but didn't collect all of them. This is very simple. Watch me. That first-generation successor suddenly smiled confidently and began to collect the bells. Rumble. However, in the process of collecting, a terrifying world-exterminating power erupted. That first-generation successor was killed alive, and his bones were also blasted into pieces. This time, Everyone was like cicadas in winter. Could it be that there are real and fake bells? Someone let out a doubtful voice, but it caused even more people to nod. This meant that not only did they have to avoid the world-exterminating explosion of the bells, but they also had to find the real bells. Only the real bells wouldn't cause the world-exterminating explosion. And this was even more difficult than imagined. A moment of carelessness and they were afraid that they would forever be annihilated. The sky-surpassing list is indeed not easy to rush up. I give up. Even if I can avoid those bells, I can't find the real bells. I also give up. I'm the opposite. My heavens, I can see the real bells, but I can't avoid the world-exterminating bells. Many first-generation successors paled and gave up on the second round. It was too difficult. This was a comprehensive test for them. Only trash will give up. Let me do it. However, some were afraid and some were not. That heavenly rune crown prince made his move. He shot into the myriad of worlds and then appeared with a large number of bells. And he burst out with the speed of 4 realms. Among the thousands of bells, he swam like a fish and quickly collected the real bells. A moment later he narrowly passed. This time he became the first person to pass. Haha, in this world, if not me, who can do it? A proud roar floated out from his mouth. He seemed to be able to see that among these bells, there were world-exterminating bells and the bells needed for the test. As long as one could avoid the world-exterminating bells and find the bells needed for the test, this round would not be difficult. And with him opening the door, the others also understood and one after another they followed suit. Gradually, some people failed and some passed. This round was indeed dependent on luck. Because after some people entered the myriad of worlds, none of the bells they brought out were real. Next, they were going to be unlucky, waiting to be chased by countless world-exterminating bells. And Xian Linglong soon went out to fight. She was the same as Luo Ho, extremely lucky. After entering a realm, she brought out a large number of bells, but among the bells, more than 900 were real. So they passed smoothly. On the contrary, Meng Lu was more unlucky than them. He needed to enter 2 realms to collect all the bells. And in the process he also suffered heavy injuries, bombarded by the world-exterminating power of the bells. Trash. Trash. Seeing this, Heavenly Rune Crown Prince and the others laughed gloatingly. Sensing those voices, Meng Lu did not refute. He could only say that his luck was too bad. The last one, Lin Ling. At this moment, an ancient voice came from the void, causing all eyes to look at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's results in the first round were very dazzling. How about the second round? Countless pairs of eyes were focused on Lin Ling. Many gloating smiles also quietly rose on their faces. The most dazzling comet? Now they could prove whether it was true or not. Moreover, the Thunder Manor, Azure Dragon Manor, and Resplendent Academy were all watching Lin Ling. If Lin Ling failed, he would be doomed eternally. Lin Ling, do your best. Cheers. Yu Yu and the others secretly clenched their fists and said. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling was still floating in the void, and did not make any moves. Trash, go on, don't you dare. Cheers. Heavenly Rune Crown Prince still regarded himself as a senior brother. With his hands behind his back, he shouted angrily. He believed that Lin Ling was definitely afraid. And this round tested speed, Heavenly Eye, and luck. All 3 were indispensable. Chapter 27:16. His luck was terrible. Crown Prince Tianwen, right? You've collected 990 bells, so you're proud of yourself? Haha. Lin Ling looked at Crown Prince Tianwen. That's right, let me tell you, Lin Ling's senior brother was my brother, and he told me to have fun with you in the trial. Crown Prince Tianwen finally said why he was targeting Lin Ling. He and Minister's students were from the same school. So that's how it is. That's good. If I collect 1,800 bells, you have to curse your senior brother as trash in front of everyone. How about it? Haha. Lin Ling's voice became colder. Crown Prince Tianwen was stunned. He dared not answer because cursing Minister's students was a capital offense. Do you dare or not? Lin Ling looked at Crown Prince Tianwen with disdain. Crown Prince Tianwen, why are you afraid of him? Accept his challenge. Someone said coldly. Crown Prince Tianwen pondered for a moment and then nodded with a sneer. Okay, I accept your challenge. If you fail, you'll kneel down in front of Senior Zhua and slap yourself 3 times, calling yourself trash. Many people's hearts skipped a beat when they heard his words. How ruthless. This was because if Lin Ling failed, he would immediately be attacked by all the major forces and would die without a doubt. However, before he died, Lin Ling was humiliated by the left minister's disciple and called trash. This death was too tragic. Lin Ling's chances of defeating Crown Prince Tianwen were slim because the difficulty of Lin Ling's test had increased. He had to collect 1,800 bells. How was that possible? Go trash will wait for you. That was why Crown Prince Tianwen and Ouyang Shangqing were so confident. Seeing this, Lin Ling snickered coldly. The anger in his heart boiled again. Everyone bullied him because he didn't have a powerful background. Everyone looked down on him, thinking that Lin Ling was only so-so. But they would all regret it. Lin Ling's eyes seemed to penetrate the void and fell on everyone who wanted him dead. He gritted his teeth and waited for the moment to rise. Whoosh! He shot towards the myriad worlds and disappeared without a trace. If Lin Ling is lucky and finds a world full of real bells, then he might be able to pass. That's impossible. His luck isn't that good. It's hard to say. The second stage is a test of speed, heavenly vision technique, and luck, and these three are all indispensable to a genius. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Some were worried about Lin Ling, and some were deeply afraid that Lin Ling would pass easily. Everyone had their own opinions. Whoosh, whoosh. However, at this moment, a figure shot out from the myriad worlds. Moreover, he was followed by a large number of bells. At this moment, everyone held their breaths. Was Lin Ling going to succeed? Lin Ling, don't fail miserably. Meng Lu secretly broke out in cold sweat for Lin Ling because he firmly believed that his and Lin Ling's martial stages were on the heavenly surpass ranking list and not these three tests. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling weaved through the myriad of bells in a sorry state. He did not collect any bells. This meant that these bells were not real. Ah, this guy is unlucky enough. Doesn't he have a bell? Everyone was astonished and then they burst into laughter. His luck is really bad. Xian Linglong felt indignant for Lin Ling. Luck is also a part of strength. However, Crown Prince Tianwen immediately retorted. His words were mixed with gloating. Among the countless bells, Lin Ling's face was gloomy. If he touched a bell, it would explode with the power to destroy the world. Then he activated the four realms speed and weaved through the myriad of bells. That calmness made many people cry out in surprise. Because they did not expect Lin Ling to have the four realms speed. This meant that Lin Ling was already in an invincible position. Lin Ling quickly disappeared into the myriad of realms, and then brought out a large number of bells. This time he had to bear the bells of two realms. However, his luck was indeed bad because the second time he brought out the bells, none of them were real. Haha, what an unlucky guy. Seeing this scene, everyone laughed. Lin Ling's luck was really bad. Everyone could already see Lin Ling's failure. Just this. The Grim Reaper, who was the strongest king of the generation, also revealed a mocking smile at this moment. Lin Ling couldn't even pass the three tests, and he still had the qualifications to meet him? What a trash. Brother Ling. Yu and the rest's beautiful eyes were red, feeling indignant for Lin Ling. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling did not have any intention of giving up, and once again shot into the myriad of realms. This time, don't tell me they are all fake again. If that's the case, he's the unluckiest guy in history. Speed, heavenly eye, divine ability, and luck. If his luck is so bad, what's the use of it if he doesn't die? Seeing this, many people whispered to each other. The third time Lin Ling's luck was not good. Although not all of the bells were fake, only 100 of them were real. With 100 bells, not to mention the bet with Heavenly Rune Crown Prince, it was impossible for him to even pass the test. As a result, even more mockery erupted. Lin Ling seemed to have gone mad. Risking his life and death, he crossed the sky full of bells and shot into the myriad of realms again. The fourth time. Lin Ling's luck was not that bad, but only 200 bells appeared. Not enough. The fifth time. This time his luck was even worse. Only 50 bells were real. The sixth time. The seventh time. Gradually, Dayun Mountain became silent. They looked at Lin Ling, who would rather die than give up. Many people's mockery quietly turned into admiration. What perseverance! What stubbornness! When ordinary people encountered this scene, they would have already given up. This was because if all the bells exploded, it would be enough to destroy 1,000 realms whirling expert. However, Lin Ling still did not give up on his goal. He was racing against the Grim Reaper. It's the 10th time he entered the myriad of realms. Finally, an old man muttered to himself. Although he failed, it's a glorious defeat. Another person replied. Moreover, his words were approved by countless people. At this moment, in the wide flower seal realm, the terrifying ancient bells had already covered the void. They were like a river or a sea rolling and surging. No one thought that Lin Ling could succeed again. In fact, no one thought that Lin Ling could survive. One had to know that with the speed of 4 realms, one could avoid the pursuit of the world-extinguishing bells. However, if the bells of 10 realms gathered together, the space that a cultivator had to dodge would become smaller and smaller. In the end, it would be impossible to dodge. When the bells of 10 realms exploded, the power of the explosion was unimaginable. This stage is indeed beyond my imagination. I didn't expect my luck to be so bad. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's voice suddenly rang out from the wide flower seal realm, causing many people's expressions to change. At this point, Lin Ling was still in the mood to talk? He was even mocking his own luck? This guy was crazy. Do you still know that your luck is bad? I thought that you would never know your own limits. Chapter 27:17. Who else but me? However, it was clear that Lin Ling did not hear his words. Instead, he continued to speak. I know that many of you want me dead. I know that many of you want to see me fall. I don't have any enmity with many of you because I've offended too many powerful forces. That's why you're gloating over my misfortune. That's also why you want to curry favor with those powerful forces and target me everywhere. His heroic voice drifted out and landed in the ears of countless people on Great Cloud Mountain. They all blushed as if he had hit the nail on the head. Shut up. Who do you think you are? Do you think we're in the mood to target you? Furious voices resounded one after another. Even though they knew that Lin Ling couldn't hear them, they still couldn't help but reprimand Lin Ling because this junior Lin Ling was too arrogant. However, Lin Ling's voice could transmit out from the wide flower seal realm. Unfortunately, I'll have to disappoint all of you trash. As soon as he said this, Qing Zhou seemed to be furious. Speed, heavenly eye, divine ability, and luck. Your luck isn't up to par and you still want to pass? You still have the face to call us trash? You're the trash. Immediately, more mocking voices sounded. Many people found Lin Ling an eyesore. Lin Ling seemed to be able to guess their thoughts and his cold voice sounded again. Speed, heavenly eye, mystique, and a test of luck. I can't deny that my luck is very bad, very bad. But speed, heavenly eye, technique, who else can beat me? Rumble. At the same time, all the bells in the wide flower seal erupted, rushing out with a terrifying world-destroying power. This caused the eyes of many to narrow, because they saw that Lin Ling actually didn't dodge, but chose to let those bells drown him. Is this guy courting death? Everyone's eyes widened. As for the wide flower seal realm's generation, their expressions all changed greatly. 10 realms bells gathered, and then formed a great explosion. This power was too terrifying. Even though they were hiding in the distance, they were like cicadas in winter. Lin Ling is dead for sure. At this moment, no one believed that Lin Ling could still be alive. They were afraid that not even a piece of his flesh was left. What a pitiful person. I originally wanted to make him kneel, but now I'm afraid I won't be able to see this scene. After an unknown amount of time, Crown Prince Tianwen said sarcastically. This sentence also floated out of Great Cloud Mountain, causing it to fall silent. Lin Ling had lost the bet with Crown Prince Heavenly Rune. But now that he was dead, how could he kneel and kowtow? Lin Ling. My lord. Big brother Ling. Yu and the others cried out in pain. Even Lord Red Jade Tiger was the same. This was because it was impossible for Lin Ling to block the explosion that could destroy the 1,000 realms. I'm sorry, trash, but I, Lin Ling, am still alive. But right at this moment, a voice that was shocking like a celestial being suddenly resounded. In the wide flower seal's world, a blue and white robe slowly walked forward and appeared in front of everyone's eyes. There were even a few bells that did not explode and were chasing after the blue and white robed young man. However, the young man's body emitted surging flames, and he easily dodged the bells with a speed that was several times faster than the bells. This meant that Lin Ling's speed was faster than all the bells, and he had avoided the destructive power of the previous explosion. Silence. Great Cloud Mountain was silent. 1,800 bells. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. I have collected all of them. In the silence, the domineering voice of a king floated out again. Lin Ling's right hand was holding a large number of bells that looked like a gorgeous tail, and he appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Not only did he not die, but he had also completed the test. Moreover, he had doubled the number of bells. This. Impossible. Could it be that Lin Ling's luck was the worst in the test of speed, heavenly vision ability, and luck, but his speed and heavenly vision ability were the best? A large number of people cried out in surprise. So what if his luck was bad? Powerful strength made up for all the bad luck. And Lin Ling was also the first generation in history to survive the gathering of the bells of the 10 worlds. Such a large area of explosion of the bells, unless he has a speed that exceeds the speed of the 4 worlds. I'm afraid that's not all. Only by exceeding the speed of the 5 worlds can he avoid it. But even so, how can he find the real bells in such a short time? Everyone cried out in surprise. Their voices were so loud that it was like the waves of the sea. This showed how surprised they were. No one knew that Lin Ling's soul power was so strong, and coupled with his abnormal speed, he could collect all 1,000 bells before the bells exploded. Didn't many people want me to die before? Didn't many people want to see a good show? Sorry, trash, you are too inexperienced. While everyone was shocked, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded again. How others treat me, I treat them. Therefore, Lin Ling did not need to give them any face. Ding, ding, ding. At the same time, Lin Ling waved his right hand, and the bells in his hand made a crisp sound, proving that the bells were real. When those voices merged together, they actually formed a piercing song of victory. It was soul-stirring and reverberated in all directions. Good. Red Jade Tiger was the first to shout excitedly. He looked at the proud young man in the sky and his heart was boiling. He knew that this moment belonged to Lin Ling. Lin Ling had slapped everyone's faces with his proud results. Who else could it be but him in the second round? Lin Ling pass. Almost at the same time, the ancient voice sounded, causing the hearts of all the martial artists in Great Cloud Mountain to jump. But this was the last thing they wanted to see. Because Lin Ling had passed, it meant that they had to admit that they were trash. Crown Prince Tianwen, you must accept your defeat. At this time Lin Ling's cold voice sounded again. Countless eyes were on Crown Prince Tianwen. He was very confident that he had won. But now what else could he say? The test is not over yet. Let's talk about it after it's over. Crown Prince Tianwen's expression kept changing as he said coldly. Was he going to kneel down in front of Lin Ling and call Senior Brothers Wu a piece of trash? If that was the case, Senior Brothers Wu would definitely kill him. Lin Ling, don't play to the gallery. You've passed. If you have any personal grudges, leave them for after the test. At this moment, the old voice floated out with a sense of reprimanding Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Crown Prince Tianwen wanted to teach him a lesson on behalf of Prime Minister's Wu's disciple, but the ancient voice did not stop him. Now that he had won, the ancient voice was reprimanding him? Next is the third round. Without waiting for Lin Ling's reply, the ancient voice sounded again. This is unfair. Seeing this, many people in Great Cloud Mountain were dissatisfied. They had always been in the neutral camp and were convinced by Lin Ling's courage, so they did not target Lin Ling. When he saw this scene, he instantly felt that the ancient expert was too unfair. Chapter 27:18. Challenge yourself. Is it her? On the other side of Dayun Mountain, Lord Eighth looked at Lane Mother. If the latter had secretly bribed the experts of the Great Qing Divine Dynasty, then the referee-like experts would definitely target Lin Ling. And Thunder Mother often appeared in the Divine Dynasty. She had this kind of power. How despicable. The Red Jade Tiger seemed to have sensed something and couldn't help but shout angrily. As for Lin Ling, he had also noticed something, and the wisp of fury in his heart boiled even more. Lin Ling, don't be rash. If you do anything out of line, you'll be playing right into their hands. Meng Lu reminded him softly, feeling indignant on behalf of Lin Ling. I know. Lin Ling took a deep breath and regained his composure. Shen Linglong, who was not far away, was shocked. A normal person would have already lost their rationality after encountering so many people making things difficult for them and being targeted by the referee. However, Lin Ling only took a deep breath and he regained his composure. This control was too strong. The lion, the king of beasts, is indeed terrifying, but a lion that can control its emotions is the true king of beasts. After that, Shen Linglong said to herself. Her evaluation of Lin Ling went up a notch. The third stage is also the last stage. Those who pass will have the qualifications to challenge the Heaven Crossing rankings. At this moment, the ancient voice sounded again, but it was mixed with malevolence. However, don't be arrogant and complacent. Be careful of failing miserably. These words seemed to be directed at Lin Ling. Follow me. Now there were less than 500 first-generation cultivators left. Then they all walked out of the void. And the third test was at Great Cloud Mountain. Rumble. A rumbling sound suddenly resounded, and the mountains in the surroundings were like bamboo shoots after a rain. They actually slowly grew. These mountains were icy cold and they were like emotionless swords. Moreover, numerous mysterious barriers appeared around the mountains. Jiang Lianfeng? Seeing those mysterious barriers, exclamations of surprise immediately sounded. That was because that was where the divine generals of the great Azure Divine Dynasty cultivated. Those who could become divine generals of the great Azure Divine Dynasty were indeed godlike existences. For the third stage, everyone has to choose a mountain and defeat the opponent on the mountain. Once you defeat the opponent, you will pass the stage. Also, I'll say one more thing. The opponents that appear at the mountain peak are the strongest opponents you've ever met in your life. Their cultivation bases are at the same level as yours. Over the years, 50% of the people who have passed this test have died. That ancient and majestic voice became cold and indifferent, causing all the first-generation experts to tremble like cicadas in winter. In fact, they had all heard of the third stage. It was said to be the cruelest. This was because the most feared enemy of a martial artist's life would appear at the peak of the mountain. Only by defeating the inner demons would one be able to pass. I'll be the first to go. Lin Ling, let's have another bet. Let's see who can win and pass. If I win, the previous bet doesn't count, and you still have to kowtow to senior brother Zhua. Tian when Crown Prince lost to Lin Ling before, and he couldn't wait to take revenge. Therefore he looked at Lin Ling contemptuously and said. Hearing this, Lin Ling didn't say anything. Luo Ho, who had been silent all this time, couldn't stand it anymore and said, Tianwen Crown Prince, can you be any more despicable? If you win, not only will the previous bet not count, but you also want Lin Ling to kowtow to senior brother Zhua. You're taking advantage of him. Generally speaking, if Tianwen Crown Prince won, the previous bet would be even, and it would be very fair. Who knew that Tianwen Crown Prince would go even further and shamelessly ask Lin Ling to kowtow to him? This also turned into a bet for 2 bets. It's none of your business. If you provoke me, I'll kill you. Tianwen Crown Prince immediately looked at Luo Ho coldly and scolded. Luo Ho and Lin Ling were both rising stars. Tianwen Crown Prince didn't like Luo Ho. Then you can try. Luo Ho was also angered. These old generation experts were taking advantage of their seniority. He wasn't afraid of them. However, Lin Ling quickly stopped him and nodded, I agree to this bet. Good, straightforward. Just wait, you'll lose for sure. Tianwen Crown Prince was afraid that Lin Ling would go back on his words. He immediately nodded and rushed towards the mountain peak. He didn't say what he would do after he lost. It could be seen that he was indeed despicable and shameless. However, how could Lin Ling let him go? Just as he was about to step into the mountain peak, a cold voice rang out. If you lose, you'll die. Those words caused Tianwen Crown Prince's body to tremble. Inexplicably, he was filled with panic and anger. However, he had already disappeared from the mountain peak. Moreover, his figure appeared at the peak of the mountain. Moreover, his opponent had also appeared. His cultivation was the same as his, at the 4th level of True God Realm. However, his opponent was an illusion. This person was one of the strongest generation on the Heavenly Surpass list, named Wei Hao. It can't be, right? His opponent is too simple. On the ground, many of the first generation exclaimed. Although this Wei Hao was strong, if his cultivation was the same as Tianwen Crown Prince, then he might not be Tianwen Crown Prince's opponent. Soon, billowing smoke covered everything on the mountain peak, preventing people from seeing Tianwen Crown Prince's strength. This was also the great Azure Divine Dynasty's protection for the first generation. The time for them to display their strength was also the time for the rankings. The opponents that appear on the mountain peak are all illusions. Some are strong, some are weak. Everything depends on luck. Luck is also a part of one's strength. At this time, the ancient voice rang out again, causing the first generation to feel helpless. Relying on luck? Then they couldn't change anything. Lin Ling's eyes flickered slightly. He discovered that the spirit barriers around the mountain peaks were different. Obviously, relying on luck was just a lie to deceive everyone. The spirit barriers were the foundation of influencing the strength of the illusions. Unfortunately, the spirit barriers around the mountain peaks were too huge. Moreover, there were hundreds of mountain peaks. This caused Lin Ling to not have enough time to observe. Because soon it was Lin Ling's turn to fight. As the first place of the first and second round, you can go to that mountain peak. The ancient voice suddenly rang out. It actually helped Lin Ling choose the mountain peak. This is too unfair. Everyone else can choose at will. Why does Lin Ling have to follow your instructions? Meng Lu frowned and immediately said, Are you going to take the test or not? If not, then scram. However, the ancient voice directly reprimanded, "You dare to doubt the great Azure Divine Dynasty? You must be tired of living." Moreover, he kept mentioning the great Azure Divine Dynasty, making it difficult for Meng Lu to refute. It could only be said that the mysterious expert was too overbearing and arrogant. "Don't let me know who you are," Meng Lu muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with killing intent, but it quickly disappeared. Everyone also chose their mountain peaks one after another. Then an intense battle broke out. At the peak of the mountain where Lin Ling was, his opponent had also appeared. What was surprising was that his opponent was actually himself. With himself as his opponent, this Lin Ling's luck is still the worst. Know your enemy and know yourself. A cultivator's greatest enemy in life is himself. I didn't expect that Lin Ling would encounter the most difficult mountain peak of the mountain peak. Chapter 27:19. The Strength of One's Self. Countless people stared at the mountain peak where Lin Ling was, and then they all spoke out. It wasn't until Lin Ling's mountain peak was covered by clouds that the crowd finally stopped their discussion. From their point of view, Lin Ling had met the strongest of them, and the result would be a crushing defeat. It was also because challenging himself was publicly acknowledged to be extremely difficult. Could even be said to be hellish. Wow, someone is leaving the mountain. Why are the clouds above the mountains dispersing? But soon, everyone's gazes landed on the remaining hundreds of mountains. They saw someone walking down from the mountains with a helpless expression on his face. Obviously, he admitted defeat, so he was completely eliminated. As for the mountain peak where the clouds had dispersed, it was even more merciless. That was because the first generation that had participated in the competition had been directly killed by the illusory barrier. The illusory images were at the same cultivation level as the real person, but the opponents were all strange and bizarre. Some of them were even the masters of the past, the strongest demon king, supreme venerable, and so on. Thus, if one admitted defeat too slowly, they would be obliterated. A 50% elimination rate was indeed true. At the same time, Meng Lu's opponent also appeared. It was a person from the tomb, his clan brother. However, in the past he cultivated a secret technique and entered the tomb to become a demon. In the end he died. This clan brother was the most eye-catching genius of the Tomb Guardian clan. "It's you?" Meng Lu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He never imagined that his opponent would be so strong. Because this was also the inner demon of his life, and also the opponent that he pursued for his entire life. However, his opponent's cultivation level was the same as his. This meant that he had a chance of winning. Suddenly he thought about how Lin Ling had been forcefully assigned to a mountain peak. His opponent must be even more terrifying. And that was indeed the case. At this moment on Lin Ling's mountain peak, Lin Ling stood there quietly. The person in front of him was exactly the same as him. Even the aura was the same. The great Azure Divine Dynasty is really amazing. They can actually imitate someone who looks exactly like me. Lin Ling's expression was extremely solemn. Because his opponent was himself, he also knew how terrifying his opponent was. World-swallowing beast. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling's entire body emitted an ancient aura. He took a step forward and took the lead to shoot towards his opponent. World-swallowing beast. His opponent was exactly the same as him. They both had the divine body talent, which surprised Lin Ling even more. Rumble. Their fists collided and both of them retreated 100 meters. The surging waves of air also tore the mountain peak apart. This mountain has the Demon Revolution illusory world, the Supreme Solipsistic world, and the Heavenly Net world. These enchantments can block all detection, then I can also fight with all my strength. Lin Ling suppressed the heaviness in his heart, and a surge of fighting spirit also boiled up. He too wanted to fight with his full strength. Moreover, if he couldn't defeat him, then he would definitely fail the third stage. Ashura sword formation. Whoosh, whoosh. With a wave of his sleeves, countless swords shot out, revealing their sharpness. However, his opponent had also activated the Ashura sword formation, and even the tyrannical song sword in his hand was the same as Lin Ling's. Terrifying. Even imitating immortal treasures? Condense. The other party did not give Lin Ling any time to hesitate. He had already condensed the Ashura sword formation into a giant sword. It was the same for Lin Ling. The two giant swords were infused with the terrifying power of Sword Heart as they collided madly. Flame God's Heart, Heavenly Dome Change. When the swords collided, Lin Ling also activated the Evil Flame Change, and directly used the fourth transformation, Heavenly Dome Change. His opponent was the same. The flames crazily intertwined, and the mountain peak had already become a sea of fire. If a stage 5 true god expert was here, he would be instantly killed. Unfortunately, no one noticed the intense battle here. If the left prime minister's disciple was here, he would definitely not dare to challenge Lin Ling after seeing this terrifying battle. Flame wheel. The giant coffin descended and it started to beat like a heart. The moment this flame coffin appeared, it actually absorbed all of Lin Ling's realm essence. Boom. The two giant coffins crazily collided, and the entire mountain peak shook slightly. That terrifying power, not to mention the left prime minister's disciple, even if the death god was here, he would still be filled with hatred. Unfortunately, no one knew, not a single person knew. Bang. At the same time, two figures crashed onto the mountain peak and they both spat out blood. They were the illusions created by Lin Ling in the mountain peak. It's really terrifying. Lin Ling revealed a bitter smile. Only when he experienced it personally did he know how strong he was when he used his full strength. That kind of strength was not only invincible among the stage 6 true gods, but it could also kill a large number of stage 7 true gods. And now he did not know how to win. The mountain peak Lin Ling is on is so intense. If he doesn't admit defeat, he will probably die on the mountain peak. The general training peak is the cruelest. Over the years, the weak were all killed, but this kind of purgatory is used on these juniors. Look, there are hundreds of mountains and more people are leaving. Everyone looked at the vast mountain peak, and each of them said with a serious expression. In fact, even if the emperors of the 10,000 worlds went to the general training peak, they might not be able to leave alive. Even their mounts, the Chilants and flood dragons, were bowing their heads, looking at the mountain peak with reverence. From time to time, there would be a first generation rushing out from the mountain peak, their bodies covered in blood, their faces pale as if they had rushed out from hell. They had all admitted defeat, and the number of people was increasing. As for those with excellent perseverance, they still did not give up any chance, but in the end they died on the mountain peak. In the same realm, they could not win against the illusion barrier. If you can't even win against someone of the same realm, it means that your strength is not enough. Wanting to go up the list is just a waste of time. That old voice sounded from time to time, cold and emotionless. As if it was not a first generation that died but a few ants. It could be seen that it was indeed very difficult to enter the eyes of the great Azure Divine Dynasty. As for the strongest generation on the Heavenly Surpass list, they all sneered and gloated as if saying, "Want to surpass them?" The only outcome was death. Bang. Right at this moment, one of the mountains suddenly exploded apart, and then a figure slowly walked down from it. It was the Dream Stream. The general training peak was destroyed, the Dream Stream succeeded. Many strong people's eyes suddenly flashed. This was the third round of assessment, and the first to pass meant that they had the qualifications to challenge the Heavenly Surpass list. With the Dream Stream at the beginning, there were also first generation who blasted the mountain peak and they walked down with injured bodies. Luo Ho, Xianling Long, they have all passed. Under the famous name, there is indeed no one with an undeserved reputation. It seems that there will not be more than 20 people who will challenge the Heavenly Surpass list this year. The final results of the 3 rounds of assessment were gradually born, but it still made people shudder. Among the 2000 first generation, only 20 people had the qualifications to go up the list. It was more difficult than imagined. What? I'm not the first to leave the mountain peak? At this moment, another mountain peak exploded, and then a figure shot out in a sorry state. It was the Crown Prince Tianwen. He turned his head and found that his senior and junior brothers had all failed, such as Ouyang Shangqing and the rest. On the contrary, the Dream Stream and the rest had succeeded, which made him burn with jealousy. Trash is trash, the illusion barrier that appeared was the weakest, but you're not the first to succeed. Can you be any more embarrassing? Chapter 27:20. Hell-like difficulty. Hearing that, Heavenly Rune Crown Prince's face turned ugly. However, he endured it because he wasn't the first one to come down. Moreover, everyone knew that his opponent wasn't strong. That was why he was too embarrassed to say anything. Where's Lin Ling? Is that trash dead? Heavenly Rune Crown Prince realized that Lin Ling hadn't passed yet. He immediately shifted his anger to Lin Ling. Lin Ling's illusion barrier is the most difficult. How can you compare with him? Xian Linglong looked at Heavenly Rune Crown Prince and said disdainfully. The people from the Great Cloud Mountain immediately fell silent. They had all witnessed this. Heavenly Rune Crown Prince knew Xian Linglong's identity. He didn't dare to provoke her. He could only vent his anger on Lin Ling. He roared, "Ha, that's because his luck is too bad. Luck is also a part of one's strength. As long as he doesn't succeed, he's trash." As soon as he said that, his aura soared to the sky. Who else could it be but me? No matter how powerful Lin Ling was before, no matter how strong he was in the first two tests. However, Lin Ling didn't pass the final test. He was inferior to Heavenly Rune Crown Prince. Therefore, Heavenly Rune Crown Prince had the right to be proud. He could also crush Lin Ling. The time hasn't ended yet. Everything is possible. Lin Ling was able to create first place twice before. He can do it again this time. Seeing Heavenly Rune Crown Prince's expression, Meng Lu's killing intent rose in his heart. Haha, miracle. Dream on. Heavenly Rune Crown Prince looked at Meng Lu with disdain. He didn't know that Meng Lu was the descendant of 9 prefectures 10 vicious. If he knew Meng Lu's origin, he wouldn't even have the guts to look at him. You're so confident. Do you dare to swear a blood oath on your martial heart? If Lin Ling fails, your martial heart will crumble and you'll never practice martial arts again. Heavenly Rune Crown Prince took a step forward and said. Meng Lu fell silent upon hearing that. In fact, he didn't think that Lin Ling could pass either. That was because he had spent a tremendous amount of effort to defeat the illusory barrier. It could be said that the illusory barrier not only possessed the strength of a martial artist, but they were also controlled by a powerful barrier. Their martial arts reactions, experience and so on weren't things that humans could do. And Lin Ling's difficulty was even higher than his, so he didn't dare to guarantee anything. Luo Ho, do you dare? Said Crown Prince Tianwen. Luo Ho clenched his teeth and remained silent. He didn't dare. A bunch of trash who only know how to talk big. Seeing this, Crown Prince Tianwen shook his head in disdain. His gaze swept across the entire Great Cloud Mountain. Who dares? His voice caused countless echoes as if he was questioning all the living beings in the world. That left Prime Minister's disciple suddenly sneered. This Heavenly Rune Crown Prince was actually very good to him. Humiliating Lin Ling like this made him very happy. Meanwhile, Great Cloud Mountain was completely silent. No one dared. Many people even thought that if Lin Ling didn't admit defeat in this round, he would definitely die. Rumble. In fact, that was indeed the case. The mountain where Lin Ling was swaying more and more violently. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. From this, it could be seen how intense the battle was. Challenging oneself and making the mountain as difficult as hell, there was only a 10% chance of passing. I dare. However, at that moment, a clear voice suddenly sounded. After that voice, that person directly made a blood oath. A bloody light soared into the sky and turned into a mysterious rune before finally disappearing from that person's body. Crazy. Crazy. This time, Great Cloud Mountain was in an uproar. They all looked at the person who made the blood oath. One had to know that once a blood oath was made, if the oath was not completed, the martial arts heart would definitely collapse. Even if one wanted to forcefully strengthen the martial arts heart, the heart demon would gradually arise. Generally speaking, even if a martial artist died, they wouldn't easily make a blood oath. But now, there was someone who dared to make a blood oath in a situation where they were bound to lose? It's Yu. In Resplendent Academy, many people looked at the woman who made the blood oath. Their eyes were immediately filled with envy. Lin Ling, you're so lucky. To have such a confidant in his life, what regrets did he have? It was a pity that such a woman belonged to Lin Ling. She was willing to die for Lin Ling. I dare too. However, at that moment, another voice sounded. It was Xin Yuan Gu. Hee, Lord one day, Lord lifelong, we dare too. Streaks of bloody light soared into the sky. Many people had actually made the blood oath. Upon closer inspection, it was actually falling flowers, flowing water, and the others. These people are all dumbfounded. This also shows that Lin Ling is arrogant, but he's willing to sacrifice himself for his friends. Otherwise they wouldn't have risked their lives. At this moment, I'm a little envious of Lin Ling. Many ancient experts' eyes flickered. Adding flowers to a brocade was precious, but the most important thing was to provide help when one was in need. Lin Ling had become a thorn in their side. He was also their enemy. However, these people were willing to fight with him. This was true friendship. This also showed that Lin Ling was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. Lin Ling is under my command. I Red Jade Tiger dare too. In addition to falling flowers, flowing water, and the other generals of the Martial God Battalion also made the blood oath. At this moment, everyone was even more shocked. Martial Red Jade Tiger's strength was monstrous. Right now he was using his strength to bet on Lin Ling. Compared to Dean Qin, Red Jade Tiger is more like Lin Ling's elder. In Resplendent Academy, some geniuses who were familiar with Lin Ling muttered to themselves. During Lin Ling's decline, the one who still protected Lin Ling was Red Jade Tiger. As for Dean Qin of Resplendent Academy, she was like a falling wall being kicked by everyone. She couldn't wait to cut ties with Lin Ling. We have already made the blood oath. Crown Prince Heavenly Rune, do you dare to make the blood oath with your martial heart? If Lin Ling passes, your martial heart will collapse and you will never learn martial arts again. At this moment, Yu Yu's indifferent voice drifted out once again, causing countless people to look at Crown Prince Heavenly Rune. Yu Yu and the others were bold and carefree, swearing as they wished. What about Crown Prince Heavenly Rune? At this moment, Crown Prince Heavenly Rune's eyes flickered. He didn't expect that Lin Ling's people would trust him so much. But now they wanted him to make the blood oath? He was somewhat hesitant. Shameful. A dignified generation is actually inferior to a woman. How shameful. Seeing this, many people immediately mocked. Who do you think you are? I want to become the strongest generation. How can your blood oath be compared to mine? Get lost. Crown Prince Heavenly Rune felt that he couldn't put his face down and immediately shouted coldly. His words seemed to be saying that it wasn't that he didn't dare, but that Yu Yu and the other's status wasn't on the same level as him. After saying that, his gaze fell on Lin Ling's mountain. He shook his head in disdain and said, "It's the same whether you make the blood oath or not. Lin Ling, if you don't admit defeat, you will die." Boom. However, just as he finished speaking, one of the mountains suddenly shook violently. Then, under countless gazes, it directly exploded. The explosion caused the entire mountain range to tremble violently, as if the godly emperor had awakened. The vast and majestic Great Cloud Mountain suddenly became silent. Could it be that Lin Ling passed? Chapter 27-21. Luck was also a part of one's strength. It was impossible for Lin Ling to pass the hell-like highest difficulty. In the history of General Yen Peak, there were only 5 god generals who passed this difficulty. Instead, all the other god generals who entered the peak perished. At the same time, a figure stood up with difficulty from the shattered rocks. His long robe was torn and his entire body was drenched in blood. As he moved forward, large amounts of blood would flow out with every step. It was a ghastly sight. However, everyone could see clearly that the figure was actually Lin Ling. He was still alive. Furthermore, he defeated the hell-like barrier illusion. Of course, many people could see that Lin Ling was obviously severely injured, which meant that the battle was very intense. Some people even suspected that Lin Ling might die halfway. However, that staggering figure still walked out of the Green Mountain with determination. It was telling everyone that a miracle had happened. Lin Ling impressive. First place in all 3 tests. Meng Lu couldn't help but smile. Lin Ling, good job. Of course he was shocked as well. After all, his previous test wasn't the highest difficulty, but he had to use a Herculean effort to win. Lin Ling's test was hell-like difficulty. Big brother Ling. In the distance, Yu Yu and the others were crying tears of joy. They felt as though all the hardships were over and the good times were coming. They even felt that the strong figure was very familiar. It was the Gu Yen sect, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the sacred ground of the rainforest. The stubborn youth had fallen and stood up again and again. This was Lin Ling. Great, no wonder you are the marshal of the Martial God Battalion. That Red Jade Tiger was so excited that he couldn't speak. His martial Dao heart didn't have to crumble. That kid still doted on him. Without any suspense, the entire Great Cloud Mountain was shaking because of Lin Ling. Lin Ling, how did you pass? Right at this moment, an aged voice suddenly echoed. He seemed to be extremely surprised. According to the norm, Lin Ling shouldn't be able to defeat him when he was in the same realm. However, Lin Ling did not say a word. He simply disdained to pay attention to him. Because from the words of the other party, he understood that the highest difficulty, General Yen Peak, must have been arranged by the other party. You cheated. You must have used some kind of treasure. Crown Prince Tianwen was stunned for a long time. Suddenly he pointed at Lin Ling and cursed. It was just luck. Lin Ling finally raised his head and coldly spat out a sentence. This sentence was like a silent slap to the faces of those who had been watching Lin Ling's show. At this moment, their faces were burning with pain. Lin Ling's luck had always been bad. Did his luck finally improve this time? Relying on luck to pass? Luck? How can you pass these 3 trials by luck? You must have cheated. Tianwen Crown Prince was furious and couldn't help but shout. He had passed the hellish difficulty. This meant that Lin Ling was the first in the 3 trials. How could he swallow this humiliation? Even the mysterious voice rang out again, mixed with unquestionable majesty. The great Azure Divine Dynasty pays close attention to the heavenly surpass rankings. If anyone is found to have cheated, they will all be killed. Therefore you should explain yourself. Relying on luck won't convince the crowd. However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling sneered and said, luck is also a part of one's strength. This slap was even louder. Because the mysterious judge had always said that luck was a part of one's strength. Now he was saying that luck won't convince the crowd? Was he trying to get Lin Ling to slap his face? This judge was shameless. Ah, that's right. Luck is also a part of one's strength. A large number of voices rang out from Deyun Mountain. Emperors from all over the world were on Lin Ling's side. This was because the current Lin Ling had won their admiration. However, Lin Ling continued to walk forward. His pace was unsteady. His target was Tianwen Crown Prince. Every step he took seemed difficult. However, his aura was like an unsheathed sword, causing people to tremble in fear. What are you trying to do? Looking at Lin Ling, Tianwen Crown Prince suddenly panicked. However, Lin Ling did not say a word. His face was cold. Seeing this, Tianwen Crown Prince quietly took a step back. He was actually afraid of Lin Ling. He did not even know why he was afraid. Anyway, when he saw Lin Ling walking towards him, he panicked. Trash, he is seriously injured and his cultivation is lower than yours. Why are you afraid of him? He has defeated the top 30 experts of the heavenly surpass rankings. Haven't you? At this moment, a cold voice rang in Tianwen Crown Prince's ears. It was the voice of the left Prime Minister's disciple. He immediately calmed down. Yes, everyone wanted to challenge the heavenly surpass rankings. Why should he be afraid of Lin Ling? In his opinion, as long as Lin Ling was not the strongest of the generation recognized by the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, he would not be much stronger than him. Not to mention that Lin Ling was seriously injured. Half-dead man get lost. Thinking of this, Tianwen Crown Prince immediately placed his hands behind his back and said indifferently, you made a bet with me earlier. Now who won? Lin Ling finally spoke. I admit that you have won. Don't worry, I, Tianwen Crown Prince, am a man of my words. I will definitely return the bet that I owe you. However, the bet will have to wait until the end of the heavenly surpass rankings. Tianwen Crown Prince said without looking at Lin Ling, shameless. If Lin Ling can't make it to the heavenly surpass rankings, he won't be valued by the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. At that time he will definitely die. Then how will Tianwen Crown Prince pay the bet? Unfortunately, no one was a fool. Everyone knew that Tianwen Crown Prince was scheming. However, Lin Ling did not seem to understand Tianwen Crown Prince's words. He continued to move forward. His figure was swaying like a candle in the wind. Half-dead man, do you really want to die? Seeing this, Tianwen Crown Prince's eyes were filled with killing intent as he waited for Lin Ling's arrival. Didn't you want to know how I passed the 3rd round of the assessment? Then I will tell you now. Finally, Lin Ling's footsteps came to a halt. A sword appeared in his hand. He did not even need to merge his 2 dantians. Relying on his divine devil body and the sharpness of his sword, he slashed out fiercely. You are courting death. Umph. Tianwen Crown Prince shouted angrily. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He dared to attack in front of so many people. He immediately unleashed a powerful technique. Unfortunately, it was useless. That sword seemed to be able to cut through any world. Lightning, mountains, everything. In the Great 1,000 world, 9 mountains and 10 rivers, everything was cut through by the sword. Rumble. The terrifying sword was faster than lightning. After slashing out, a huge sword mark appeared in the sky. Through the sword mark, one could see the chaotic universe in the distance. Lin Ling kept his sword and turned to leave. I have said that if you lose, you will die. Cold. Many people on Great Cloud Mountain swallowed hard and stared at Crown Prince Tianwen. They only had one thought in their minds. Could it be that Lin Ling killed Tianwen Crown Prince with one slash? Tianwen Crown Prince's strength was not weak. He could even enter the top 30 of the heavenly surpass rankings. Chapter 27-22. Upper Cloud Lake. You're a level 4 true god. At this moment, Heavenly Rune touched his neck. Blood gushed out from his hand while his other hand pointed at Lin Ling. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Then he fell on his back. At the moment of his death, he finally knew why Lin Ling was able to pass. It was because Lin Ling had broken through. One had to know that although the hellish illusion was at the same level as the martial artist, its strength was 20% stronger than the martial artist. That was why it was called the hellish General Yen Peak. The only way to defeat such a hellish opponent was to break through to the next level. Because when the martial artist broke through to the next level, his strength would naturally increase. However, the opponent in the illusion would still be at the same level. Of course, there were still many questions in his mind. Because even if Lin Ling had broken through to the next level, he was still severely injured. How could he kill him with a single slash? This thought made him unable to rest in peace. Before his soul completely dissipated, he only had one sentence left. Senior brothers will lie to him. Unfortunately, he did not know that even if Lin Ling had not broken through to the next level, his strength could easily kill a level 4 true god. Now that he had broken through to the next level, even if he was severely injured, killing him was like killing a dog. Bang! After Crown Prince Tianwen fell to the ground, the entire Great Cloud Mountain was in an uproar. Everyone knew the reason why Lin Ling had passed. It was not luck but true strength. A breakthrough at a critical moment. Lin Ling was first in all 3 tests. If not him, who else could be first? Amazing, I'm starting to think highly of him. Yeah, among the rising stars, I'm afraid he's the one with the greatest hope of entering the top 30. Most importantly, this guy has offended so many people. Under such great pressure he could proudly obtain first place. This is not a simple matter. Numerous sounds of discussion resounded out like waves, and their words were mixed with admiration. In the 3 academies, many geniuses' eyes flickered. Some were even secretly excited. Especially the higher-ups of Heavenly Saint Academy and Songning Academy. They actually had the thought of accepting Lin Ling as their disciple. They looked at Dean Qin mockingly. This old woman, she must be feeling the most uncomfortable right now. And that was the truth. Dean Qin's face was still calm. Her hands clenched into fists, her sharp nails piercing through her palms. She was still unaware. She sensed that the entire Green State was laughing at her. It's only the first place of the 3 major examinations. Without entering the Sky Surpass rankings, everything doesn't count. Then she sneered to herself, which made many people come to their senses. That's right. Lin Ling rose like a comet, but if he failed to clear the rankings, then everything would be for naught. Next, the Battle of the Heavens List battle. Seemingly having sensed that Lin Ling was seriously injured, the ancient voice did not wait for Lin Ling and the rest to rest properly. It actually contained a ferocious feeling within it. It can't be right? Immediately rush up the rankings? You have to know that the strongest generation are all resting and biding their time, but these people who want to rush into the rankings are immediately fighting again. They have not recovered their strength at all. This year's rankings seem to have changed. Once this decision came out, everyone was shocked. Many people faintly sensed that the mysterious judge seemed to be targeting Lin Ling. This was normal because at the beginning, no one thought that Lin Ling could pass. But now, the miracle created by Lin Ling had undoubtedly increased the success rate to more than 50%. Lin Ling, you openly killed people on the Heavens List battle. This is looking down on the great Azure Divine Dynasty. It is also killing the hope of others and affecting the fairness of the Heavens List battle. At this time the ancient voice sounded again. It was cold and ruthless. So, the great Azure Divine Dynasty thinks that you have to challenge 10 rounds. Moreover, you have to fight continuously. What? Once these words came out, it was earth-shattering. Unexpectedly, not only could Lin Ling not rest, he had to fight continuously. As a result, Lin Ling's 50% success rate fell to 0 again. This unfair decision immediately made Jianghu and the others angry. Unfair? How are you a judge? Because Lin Ling killed the Crown Prince of Heavenly Rune. This is to secretly eliminate competitors. If it wasn't for the great Azure Divine Dynasty giving him face, they would have killed him. No one can violate the dignity of the great Azure Divine Dynasty. Lin Ling can do anything and be rampant. However, he can't kill his opponents. This is unfair. Therefore, I represent the great Azure Divine Dynasty to punish him. Who knew that the ancient voice would reprimand him? His words were full of fairness and justice. Jianghu and the others knew that the other party was trying to pin a crime on someone. However, they couldn't find a way to refute it. This is really ugly. Lin Ling, can you do it? Retracting their gaze from the sky, Meng Lu, Xian Linglong and the others looked at Lin Ling. Right now, Lin Ling was the first to fight. Moreover, he had to fight continuously. Therefore, they also had a short break. Most importantly, Lin Ling was the last to leave Jianghu Peak. This made them feel that it was unfair for Lin Ling. Lin Ling was still looking at the sky coldly. He didn't know who the mysterious judge was. However, the other party had obviously touched his reverse scale. It doesn't matter. Let's fight. However, Lin Ling wouldn't give up halfway. If he wanted to fight, he would accompany him. He would fight to his heart's content. You have a backbone. Lin Ling, you defeated me last time. I have always been unwilling to accept it. However, I realize that you do have a mysterious temperament. Like a sword, the more difficult it is, the sharper it becomes. Like a flame, it seems to be extinguished. However, as long as there is a breath left, it will set the prairie ablaze. Lin Ling, use this short period of time to quickly recover your strength. Meng Lu and the rest spoke one after another. Meng Lu realized that Lin Ling seemed to have difficulty even standing up. He couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. What exactly did Lin Ling encounter in Hell Mode Jianglian Peak? Only Lin Ling knew that he had a narrow escape previously. Imitating his own enchantment illusion, that level of strength simply shocked him. This also meant that when he went all out, he was extremely terrifying. Could be said that from first to third stage of True God Realm, this was called the initial stage of True God Realm. From fourth to seventh stage, this was called the middle stage of True God Realm. As for Lin Ling, he was probably invincible in the middle stage of True God Realm. As for the Sky Surpass ranking, the strongest generation was only at the sixth stage of True God Realm. What did Lin Ling have to fear? Moreover, others thought that he was seriously injured and didn't know that his God-Devil body's recovery power was strong. In addition, he discovered that the third Dantian was slowly forming. If he used battle to nurture battle, it would definitely form. Lin Ling, go to Dayun Lake. At this very moment, that mysterious voice sounded again as though it didn't want to give Lin Ling too much time. Lin Ling stared at the sky. After changing into a clean long robe, he swept forward. In Dayun Mountain, rumbling sounds rang out like a torrential river. The ground began to sink as clouds drifted out. Chapter 27-23. Undying Body. Such a battlefield could suppress the impact of a clash between geniuses. Moreover, clouds would float out of the ancient lake from time to time, slowing down the recovery of a martial artist's spiritual chi by 50%. Lin Ling also noticed this. Of course, he didn't say much. Because in a clash between strong cultivators, if they were evenly matched, they could fight for 10 years without being defeated. Therefore, if both sides' spiritual chi recovery was slow, victory could be quickly determined. Moreover, he noticed that the White Lake water gave him a lot of pressure. If he fell into the lake, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. However, this was normal. A drop of cloud water was as heavy as a realm, and the weight of the entire lake was no less than 10,000 realms. No matter how strong a martial artist was, how could he fight against 10,000 realms? We can't use elixirs in this ranking battle. Lin Ling's spiritual chi recovery will be slower. The battle had not yet begun, but all kinds of voices were heard. Many of the geniuses from the three academies were even more excited, hoping to step onto that stage in the future. Lin Ling passed the three major tests and charged into the Heavenly Surpass ranking. Currently, we'll randomly select the strongest after the 30th. The 73rd Shying Battle. In just a moment, a majestic voice sounded in the sky. In a corner of the Great Cloud Mountain, the 100 strongest cultivators sat there like emperors. The strongest cultivator, called Sha Ying's eyes were cold. He suddenly stood up. He was 3 meters tall and was as tall as a giant. Bang! He shot out from the Great Cloud Mountain and landed on the ancient lake. Sand gathered under his feet, forming a sand mountain that connected with the Great Cloud Lake. Sha Ying stood on the sand mountain and formed a grand momentum that surrounded the universe. Unmoving like a mountain. The eyes of many ancient experts flickered when they saw this scene. A real clash between geniuses didn't depend on the clash of realms. Martial arts techniques, the use of talent, mentality, and control of the battle were all important. And momentum was also one of the most important things. Compared to Lin Ling, Sha Ying's aura was obviously much more powerful. Of course, he was waiting for his opponent to be exhausted. On the other hand, Lin Ling was fighting continuously. So, his aura was naturally incomparable. Sha Ying, 3rd level True God Realm, 8th grade Awakened Divine Physique. Other than his momentum being stronger than Lin Ling, he shouldn't be Lin Ling's opponent in other aspects. Lin Ling, 4th level of True God, possesses the Flame Coffin and Azura Sword formation. If he was at his peak, he would undoubtedly win, but he is currently heavily injured. Everyone was constantly evaluating and guessing that Lin Ling had a 60% chance of winning. Lin Ling, you're very weak. At this moment, Xiaoying stood on top of the giant mountain and looked at Lin Ling calmly. He didn't have the confidence to defeat Lin Ling. However, if Lin Ling wanted to win, he would make him suffer. His voice was filled with disdain, attempting to affect Lin Ling's confidence. However, Lin Ling stood on top of the ancient lake. The lake water below his feet formed a whirlpool. He's really powerful, Xiaoying secretly said. The moment he entered the battlefield, he exploded with a powerful aura. That was to make Lin Ling wary. However, Lin Ling's mentality was very good. He didn't seem to be affected at all. I must force him to make a move. Otherwise he will slowly recover his strength. Without any hesitation, Xiaoying extended his right hand. The rolling sand condensed into a 100-meter-long sand blade. He held the sand blade and pounced towards Lin Ling. Rumble. Wherever he passed, the ancient lake water would be dragged out. The strength of his aura made many geniuses hold their breaths. The pressure was too strong. Obviously, Xiaoying had exploded with his full strength. At this moment, at the edge of the Great Cloud Mountain, everyone narrowed their eyes. The first battle was also a battle of aura. It seemed simple, but in fact, it could affect the outcome of the battle. How would Lin Ling face it? There were only two paths left for Lin Ling. 1. Preserve his strength. 2. Fight against a tyrant. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling finally made his move. He punched out. Rumble. When the fist collided with the sand blade, it actually caused the sand blade to explode. Sand splattered everywhere. Then Lin Ling rushed through the sand mist and took the initiative to attack. Like a shooting star. Like thunder. The power of the godly devil physique erupted. 100,000 universe force rolled out. This guy really can't be underestimated. Xiaoying's pupils constricted. He wanted to affect Lin Ling's mentality, but who knew that his mentality would be affected by Lin Ling? A hint of fear appeared in his heart. However, when he was surprised, Lin Ling arrived like a godly devil. His ferocious fist mixed with unparalleled power blasted out. 1,000-mile sand attack. Xiaoying immediately opened his arms. His arms turned into 200-meter-long sand blades and slashed out fiercely. If this attack was placed in the 3 great academies, 80% of the 3rd-level true gods wouldn't be able to block it. Rumble. However, Lin Ling's fist was still moving forward. What was more terrifying was that the 2 giant sand blades were shattered again. Xiaoying sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he already knew that Lin Ling could break his martial arts, he didn't expect it to be so easy. It's not over yet. Line of sand whirled. At this moment, his eyes emitted a green light. It turned into a straight line and slashed towards Lin Ling. Xiaoying's talent has erupted. Moreover, it has merged with the Sand World 8 martial art. His ultimate flame path has reached the peak of Dao intent. Although he can't defeat Lin Ling, he can definitely injure Lin Ling again. No one expected that although Xiaoying's strength was inferior to Lin Ling, he could bring so much trouble to Lin Ling. Whoosh. Lin Ling's eyes flickered when the green light slashed towards him. However, he didn't even look at the green light. Instead, he rushed towards Xiaoying. Pop, pop, pop. At the same time, the green light landed on his waist and tried to slash him in half. However, it couldn't advance any further. It was blocked by Lin Ling's body. What a strong defense. What kind of defensive martial art is that? At this moment, everyone was shocked. Even Xiaoying's eyes were wide open. Was the difference in strength between him and Lin Ling so big? But at that moment, Lin Ling's fist had already arrived. It was capable of killing gods and demons. Rumble. Xiaoying couldn't block it. The 2-meter-tall Xiaoying was smashed into pieces. Ah, I haven't lost yet. However, at this moment, Xiaoying's figure appeared in the distance. This guy's talent was even more strange than expected. Even Lin Ling frowned slightly. Using sand to recover his life force? His talent was really monstrous. I have the undying Sand Emperor body. Lin Ling, I know that I'm no match for you. However, it will be very difficult for you to defeat me. Xiaoying said indifferently as he looked down at Lin Ling condescendingly. As soon as he said that, the crowd came to a realization. Was Xiaoying trying to stall for time? How cunning. After all, Lin Ling wanted to enter the rankings. If Lin Ling used up all his strength in the first battle, how could he continue to fight? Lin Ling, come and fight me. Xiaoying was obviously prepared. He roared and laughed. His words were filled with pride and arrogance. He waved his right hand and a ferocious giant sand blade slashed towards Lin Ling from afar. Chapter 27-24. The Second Battle. Despicable. Is this still the strongest generation? Lin Ling is a rising star. How can you use such a method against a rising star? Many people could not bear to watch any longer and mocked. All is fair in war. Do you think that a battle between martial artists is a clash of strength? Strategy is also very important. However, there were also many voices of rebuttal. Xia Ying's attack was clearly not strong and could not hurt Lin Ling. After Lin Ling broke the sand blade, his face became even gloomier. The heaven-crossing star-ranking battle is a test of the strength of the first generation. In order to win, you are unscrupulous. Do you think you can continue on the path of martial arts? It's none of your business. Anyway, everyone knows that you are stronger than me. I will not lose face if I lose. On the contrary, if you lose to me, the one who will lose face will be you. Xia Ying shouted coldly. His words were as if he was reprimanding Lin Ling. He was not ashamed but proud. Hearing this, Lin Ling did not waste any more words. His body moved and shot towards Xia Ying. Billowing killing intent filled the air. So fast. At this time, Xia Ying discovered that Lin Ling's speed was even more terrifying than before. Moreover, flames appeared around Lin Ling. I heard that Lin Ling can use fire path martial arts to increase his strength and speed. Now that I see it, it is true. Xia Ying muttered to himself. He had investigated Lin Ling and knew that Lin Ling had the evil flame change. Now he should be using the heaven and earth change. And this was Lin Ling's ultimate trump card. He did not expect that Lin Ling would use his ultimate trump card. This made him very excited because not only did he achieve his goal, but he also greatly surpassed it. Unfortunately, he did not know that the heaven and earth change was not his ultimate trump card. The current Lin Ling had already reached the heaven change. Boom. Unsurprisingly, Xia Ying was destroyed again. But soon the sand fog spread and Xia Ying appeared on the other side, reviving again. As expected of the undying Sand Emperor body. This kind of opponent was extremely difficult to deal with. If he didn't die, he wouldn't die. Moreover, Xia Ying didn't give Lin Ling a chance to rest. The sand blade slashed at Lin Ling, constantly harassing Lin Ling like a fly. Boom. Of course, Lin Ling easily destroyed the sand blade and chased after Xia Ying. Boom. The sand shadow exploded again. This was the third time. Next it was the fourth time. The fifth time. The sixth time. This battle seemed to be endless. However, the situation was getting more and more troublesome for Lin Ling. Lin Ling's injuries haven't recovered yet, but he's already been entangled by the sand shadow. Moreover, I'm afraid that Lin Ling has already used 80% of his strength. If this goes on, Lin Ling will lose the second battle. Many people shook their heads secretly. They did not think highly of Lin Ling, especially Genji from Resplendent Academy. He was very familiar with Lin Ling's strength and was very certain. Haha, Lin Ling, come and fight me. Xia Ying was getting more and more arrogant. He even took out a wine bottle to drink. He was extremely arrogant. As for his attitude, Lin Ling didn't say a word. Moreover, he didn't need to be harassed and chased after the sand shadow. It seemed like he didn't intend to recover his strength and was going to fight with his life. When he noticed this scene, Xia Ying started to feel fearful. Moreover, Xia Ying grew more and more panicked after he was blasted to death 3 more times. He was just a cockroach when compared to Lin Ling. Who would have expected that Lin Ling would actually go all out just to kill a cockroach like him? Wait. Boom. Xia Ying had just made a sound when Lin Ling punched him. Don't tell me you want to die together with me? Xia Ying had a bad premonition. I want to see if your talent is undying. Lin Ling's voice was firm and cold. Thump. Xia Ying's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. Although he seemed to be undying, there was a limit to the number of times he could be killed. If he didn't have a month to recover, he would die for real. However, an ordinary person would be disheartened and give up after killing him more than 10 times. Who knew that Lin Ling would continue to fight with him? Lin Ling, you've already used all your strength. Don't you want to rest? Even if you can defeat me, don't you want to consider a second battle? Xia Ying quickly suggested. Unfortunately, he was greeted with a punch. Boom. Not only did the punch explode him, but it also smashed his wine bottle, causing De Yun Mountain to fall silent. The people were also frightened by Lin Ling's crazy energy. I don't want to fight anymore. No. Xia Ying felt that death was getting closer and closer to him. As the battle continued, Lin Ling seemed to know where he would appear every time he resurrected. Therefore, Lin Ling was waiting for him early. This caused him to die more and more times. Gradually, it reached 49 times. One more time and he would definitely die. However, when he appeared again, Lin Ling was already standing in front of him. He said calmly, You've wasted a lot of my time, so you've completed the task perfectly. Of course, the price for completing the task is death. No. No, I admit defeat. No. Linling, I was wrong. This was only my commandery's idea. You know that I'm a sand-type genius. They used a level 6 martial art to trade with me. No. At this moment, Xiang was filled with deep regret. He shouldn't have angered Linling. Because once angered, Linling would kill him quickly. Linling was simply a madman. Perhaps Linling would lose the second battle, but would he be able to see it then? Boom. Unfortunately, all begging for mercy was useless. With a punch, the endless sea of sand exploded, covering the sky and the sun. However, this time there was no more sand condensed. Instead, it turned into a large amount of sand, sprinkled on the ancient lake, and was swallowed by the ancient lake. Xiang dead. Xiang pathetic. Everyone sighed when they saw this scene. Xiang was not Linling's opponent at all. His goal was to exhaust Linling, and he achieved it. However, so what if he achieved his goal? Everything was just a wedding dress for someone else. The first battle is related to the trend of the entire battle. Therefore, Linling has to win. However, in order to win this battle, he has put in a lot of effort. The second battle, he's in danger. Many experts were looking at the youth above the ancient lake. For example, Death God, Thunder Sound Mother, and the others. They narrowed their eyes and didn't seem to be in a hurry. Now he's very weak. Yes, I hope I can be selected to fight. The strongest generation of the Sky Surpass University's leaderboard began to stir. They were afraid of Linling in his prime, but they weren't afraid of the injured Linling. Everyone was staring at the strongest generation. They didn't expect their fighting spirit to be high. Seeing this, Linling's expression didn't change. However, he sneered in his heart. His first dantian looked weak, but his second dantian was at its peak. Moreover, the injuries on his body were slowly recovering. These guys wanted to use this opportunity to kill him. They were dreaming. 52nd place, Lu Ruoyu. When the voice rang out, many people's expressions suddenly changed. Lu Ruoyu, the #1 person in the Sword Principal Department of Tsangling Academy's generation. She was the mentor of countless geniuses. Chapter 27-25. The more he fought, the stronger he became. Linling looked at him and realized that his opponent was not weak. This was an underestimated generation. With his strength, he might be able to enter the top 30. Linling, I'll let you rest. Recover your strength and fight again. Lu Ruoyu's first sentence gave Linling a good impression, but it also made the crowd curse. Lu Ruoyu, you're courting death. After exhausting Linling's energy, Lu Ruoyu actually wanted to let Linling recover? However, Lu Ruoyu did not care about the crowd, which made Linling smile. No need. Let's fight. What a hero. Lu Ruoyu was slightly surprised, then nodded with praise. A blue ancient sword appeared in his hand. When the sword was drawn, the ancient lake roared, and a sharp aura shot out in all directions. I have a 9th grade awakened divine body and a 4th level true god. I have a powerful sword heart. Don't underestimate my sword. As he spoke, Lu Ruoyu had already drawn his sword, and instantly exploded with 30% of his sword heart. The sword passed and the ancient lake rippled. So fast. This sword has probably reached the speed of 5 realms. Many people cried out in alarm. They realized that Lu Ruoyu's strength did not match his ranking. He was at least in the top 40. Whoosh. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Linling's hand and he attacked. Clang. The two figures collided violently, and the tip of their swords collided, creating a piercing sound. In the ancient lake, the lake water suddenly exploded, reaching up to a height of more than 10 meters. One should know that the lake water was as heavy as a realm. From this, one could see how strong the collision of their swords was. Linling's sword has never been weak, but Lu Ruochen seems to be stronger than him. His sword speed is too fast. Someone muttered. Sure enough, Lu Ruoyu's body disappeared immediately after his attack failed, and the sky full of sword shadows surrounded Linling. Ashura sword formation. Seeing this, Linling also exploded with endless black swords to protect himself. Without using the evil flame change, his speed was not as fast as Lu Ruoyu's sword. Moreover, Lu Ruoyu was a strange person. He seemed to be the type that got stronger the more he fought. Clang. Ear-piercing sounds continued to ring out, but Lu Ruoyu's sword simply couldn't get close to Linling. Winged Immortal. Finally, Lu Ruoyu erupted with an even stronger sword Dao. His sword heart had quietly reached 50%. The Omega Sword Dao's true meaning of sword. Paragon? When the terrifying sword heart appeared, countless people cried out in alarm. The ultimate sword Dao was an evaluation of one's comprehension of the martial Dao. The deeper one's comprehension of the martial Dao was, the more powerful one's martial Dao would be. In fact, if one reached the pinnacle of the ultimate martial Dao, they would be able to defeat powerful innate talents. They were certain that Lu Ruoyu's ranking was not within the top 40, but within the top 30. As expected, this was a generation that had been underestimated. It was obvious that he was indifferent to fame and fortune, so he didn't try to make a name for himself, making others unfamiliar with him. Lin Ling, are you going to lose the second match? Looking at Lu Ruoyu's sword, many people secretly clenched their fists. If Lin Ling was at his peak, then perhaps this battle would be 50-50. However, Lin Ling was clearly not at his peak. Lin Ling defeated. Lu Ruoyu's voice was like the might of the heavens, and it was also as sharp as a sword. Looks like I'll have to erupt with 50% of my strength. Lin Ling thought to himself. He already knew that Lu Ruochen wasn't weak, but he didn't reveal 70% of his sword heart. Buzz. The tyrannical song in his hand shook, and 40% of his sword heart also erupted. Moreover, behind Lin Ling, one of the swords also shot out, adding up to exactly 50% of his sword heart. Lin Ling had a good impression of Lu Ruoyu, so Lin Ling didn't intend to kill him. The latter wasn't like Xia Ying, who would admit defeat if he felt that he couldn't win. Boom, boom, boom. The swords collided, and the momentum became even more terrifying. What? You also possess 50% of your sword heart. At the same time, Lu Ruoyu exclaimed. He was the #1 person in the sword principal department of the academy, and he was also a teacher of the academy. From a certain point of view, he was also Lin Ling's master, but now this rising star wasn't weaker than him. Moreover, he knew that Lin Ling was strong in other areas besides the sword principle. This also meant that he couldn't win against Lin Ling. Senior brother Lu, you've lost. Ignoring Lu Ruoyu's surprise, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out. I can't lose. I have a reason to win. If I defeat you, I'll be able to get the Tear of Tooth. In this way, I'll be able to save my junior sister. Lu Ruoyu said with red eyes, which made Lin Ling's pupils constrict. He thought that Lu Ruoyu, as a proud swordsman, would be different from the others, but Lu Ruoyu was the same as the others. It wasn't for the martial Dao, nor was it to pursue the highest realm of the sword, but for the additional reward. I thought you were a true swordsman, but it's a pity that you're the same as the others. Lin Ling's sword also became frenzied, its momentum heavy. I'm not the same. They use tricks, but I won't. I'll only defeat you fair and square. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruoyu retorted. The sword in his hand buzzed and he disappeared, which made Lin Ling's eyes constrict. A swordsman was indeed the representative of fighting beyond one's level. Lu Ruoyu obviously didn't have the strength to defeat him, but now his potential was stimulated. Universal sword. That sword obviously communicated with the power of the universe and had the taste of the sword territory. In addition to the 50% sword heart from before, the power was greatly increased. Sure enough, in the next moment, a dazzling sword appeared in front of Lin Ling's eyes, and it was getting closer and closer. This ferocious scene caused the entire Great Cloud Mountain to fall silent. Everyone could see that Lu Ruoyu seemed to have touched the threshold of the sword territory, and the sword territory was a martial art comprehension that was stronger than the sword intent. As expected of the #1 sword genius of our Tsangling Academy, the higher-ups of Tsangling Academy said one after another. To be able to touch the threshold of the ultimate sword Dao, he must be a genius. Lin Ling can't compare to him. Dean Qin also said. His words were praising Lu Ruoyu and belittling Lin Ling. This made many people secretly mock Lin Ling. After all, no matter what, Dean Qin was still from the Resplendent Academy. How could he help an outsider and trample on his own academy's genius? Lu Ruoyu, you have your goals, but I also have my reasons for not being defeated. You can't defeat me. Just as Lu Ruoyu's sword was about to slash, Lin Ling let out a low roar. At this moment, he also erupted with an even stronger sword heart. A sword came from the horizon. The 60% sword heart also surged out at this moment, crushing Lu Ruochen's 50% sword heart. Even if the sword touched the sword territory, it was useless. 60%, this Lin Ling is hiding a trump card. He's actually getting stronger as the battle goes on. After noticing Lin Ling's attack, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Dean Qin looked like he had been slapped in the face and he was instantly speechless. In terms of sword Dao, Lin Ling was obviously more powerful than Lu Ruoyu. Rumble. The two swords collided, and Lu Ruoyu, who had disappeared, finally reappeared. She spat out a mouthful of blood and looked extremely dispirited. Chapter 27-26. There was no more sword Dao. Whoosh. The powerful 60% sword heart caused Lu Ruoyu to be seriously injured, and her body was smashed towards the ancient lake. Defeat. This thought rose in everyone's mind. Trash, you lost so quickly. You didn't even use up Lin Ling's energy. The left Prime Minister's disciple snorted coldly. Obviously he was the one who had made the deal with Lu Ruoyu. As for Lu Ruoyu, he was still smashed into the ancient lake. If he was submerged by the ancient lake, he would definitely die. The water of the ancient lake was the water of the great clouds, the weight of 10,000 worlds. However, at this moment, an arm suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed his wrist. When he looked up, he realized that it was Lin Ling. Lin Ling saved him? Lu Ruoyu's heart thundered. Although you came here with a purpose, you are magnanimous and have the aura of a swordsman. You are upright and outspoken. Lin Ling looked down at Lu Ruoyu. His impression of Lu Ruoyu was still quite good. Lu Ruoyu's expression changed drastically, but at this time a cold voice sounded in his ears. The poison in your junior sister's body can only be cured by the tears of the tooth. Therefore, if you can't injure Lin Ling, then the tears of the tooth will not belong to you. Now is your best chance. The voice caused Lu Ruoyu's expression to change drastically. Lin Ling had saved him and he wanted to attack Lin Ling? However, when he thought of the poison his junior sister was suffering from, he immediately threw caution to the wind. Thousand Feather Sword. He roared, and a sword shot over from afar like a flying immortal. This guy. The eyes of the people from Great Cloud Mountain widened when they saw that. Lin Ling saved Lu Ruoyu, but in the process of saving her, Lu Ruoyu actually launched a sneak attack on Lin Ling? Even Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. The reason he'd saved Lu Ruoyu was because Lu Ruoyu was magnanimous. But who would have imagined that Lu Ruoyu would go with the flow in the end? Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a sword pierced through Lin Ling's chest, and fresh blood blossomed like a flower. Bang! At the same time, Lu Ruoyu leaped up and held the sword in his hand. He wanted to slash out again, but in the end he held back. This was because his goal was to severely injure Lin Ling, so he didn't want to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, he felt very guilty. In fact, even his sword Dao and martial heart were shaken. And after Lin Ling was penetrated by the sword, his body fell towards the ancient lake, causing many people's expressions to change. Sure enough, he's going to lose the second battle. A swordsman against a swordsman appreciating each other. Unfortunately, he underestimated his own seduction. Even a swordsman with a firm will would be swayed by him, and would use any means to attack. Poor Lin Ling. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. They were not surprised by this scene. Dean Qin's gloomy face was replaced with an excited smile. Lin Ling had been defeated. Unfortunately, she was too optimistic. Assure a sword formation. Bang! Lin Ling still fell towards the ancient lake, but he roared and 365 swords shot out crazily. His target was Lu Ruoyu. The tyrannical song sword was among them, and there were also 3 swords of sword heart. Each sword killed the heart. Lin Ling can still unleash his full strength? Shock immediately appeared in Lu Ruoyu's eyes. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be able to counterattack at such a crucial moment. He raised the sword in his hand, trying to block Lin Ling's sword. However, among the 365 swords, there were 4 that he couldn't block. Because, combined, it was a full 70% sword heart. Clang, clang. 4 consecutive sounds rang out, and the sword in Lu Ruoyu's hand broke. A cry of surprise floated out from his mouth. 70% sword heart. Bang! As soon as he said this, the ancient lake exploded. It turned out that 60% sword heart wasn't Lin Ling's limit. This guy had 70% sword heart. 70%. Even the elders of the academy didn't have such terrifying comprehension of the sword. At the same time, countless swords were aimed at Lu Ruoyu, as if they would kill him in an instant. You've lost. Under the ancient lake, Lin Ling's figure slowly floated up. He touched the sword wound on his chest with one hand and looked at Lu Ruoyu with a cold expression. Everyone thought that he was seriously injured, but no one knew that he had already recovered from most of his injuries. Therefore, at the crucial moment, he forcefully stopped his speed and escaped from the ancient lake. You kill me? Lu Ruoyu looked at Lin Ling dispiritedly. He didn't expect that he couldn't defeat Lin Ling even with a sneak attack. Lin Ling's strength was beyond his imagination, and at this moment he suddenly regretted it. Because he had violated his own martial heart. Because of a moment of greed, he had violated his own principles. Unfortunately, Lin Ling shook his head and disdained to make a move. This made Lu Ruoyu spit out a mouthful of blood. He suddenly knew that even if Lin Ling didn't kill him, it would be difficult for him to rise again. Because he relied on his persistence to possess such a powerful sword heart. But now, his persistence was also compromised. This meant that he no longer had sword Dao. And to a swordsman, having no sword Dao was worse than being killed. I've lost. Lu Ruoyu left step by step, his back view bleak. However, Lin Ling didn't sympathize with him, because this was the wrong path that Lu Ruoyu had chosen. Lu Ruoyu is a piece of trash. Previously he could have injured Lin Ling again, but this guy went soft. What a waste of my expression. Seeing Lu Ruoyu leave, angry curses could be heard. However, the strongest generation of the heavenly surpass rankings all smiled excitedly. Because Lin Ling was injured again, and this time his injuries weren't light. This was the best opportunity. As for the others, they also looked at the blue-robed youth in the sky and realized that his long robe was already stained with blood. However, he still stood between heaven and earth like an undefeatable god of war. At this moment, their hearts were filled with admiration. Lin Ling, can you still fight? How about taking a break? An ancient expert suggested. Lin Ling had been fighting continuously since the third round. Now that his chest had been pierced by a sword, could he still fight? If you can't fight, you can mention it, but it also means that you admit defeat. However, at this moment, the cold voice in the sky sounded again. Then, without waiting for Lin Ling's reply, the opponent for the third round appeared. Ranked 67th, Kong Gao Fei. Drawing lots was extremely dependent on luck, and this time the opponent was obviously weaker than Lu Ruoyu. However, Lin Ling was already exhausted. This meant that even if the opponent's strength wasn't as good as his, it was still possible to defeat him. Haha, it's finally my turn. A skinny young man took the lead and laughed loudly. He walked towards the ancient lake. Strangely, countless shadows appeared behind him, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. I'll kill you in 3 moves. Compared to the previous strongest generation, this one called Kong Gao Fei was clearly very confident. I'd like to see how long he can hold on. Thunder Sound Mother also shouted. As the battle continued, Lin Ling became weaker and weaker. Fiery explosion, go to hell. Chapter 27:27. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. Looks like his injuries are getting worse. The crowd muttered to themselves as a saying appeared in their minds, enough ants can bite an elephant to death. No matter how powerful an elephant was, it would fall sooner or later after being bitten by countless ants. Lin Ling, you're going to die a pitiful death. As for Kong Gaofei, he was incomparably excited. Killing Lin Ling would earn him a favor from the Thunder Manor, Azure Dragon Manor, and even the Grim Reaper and left Prime Minister Menshing. However, at this moment, Lin Ling finally raised his head. His eyes were cold. His fists were filled with killing intent as he punched out. Rumble. Sparks flew in all directions as if the clouds were on fire. Moreover, a terrifying figure leaped through the clouds and soared into the sky. Isn't he very weak? Kong Gaofei seemed to have yet to react. He was tongue-tied. Boom. However, there was no need for him to react because Lin Ling's fist pierced through his chest. Moreover, Lin Ling's right arm was raised high in the air as he stared coldly at the Great Cloud Mountain. There are still 7 battles left. Those who step onto the ancient cloud lake will die regardless of whether there is any enmity between us. His merciless voice silenced the Great Cloud Mountain. The crowd seemed to have sensed that Lin Ling was finally going to start a massacre. Perhaps Lu Ruoyu had let Lin Ling know that the Sky Surpass rankings had changed. Therefore he could only kill to stop his killing. In fact, Lin Ling was not a person who killed indiscriminately. Therefore he did not reveal his killing intent at the beginning because some people did not want to kill him. They were only looking forward to a battle with him. However, he gradually realized that he was too naive. Boom. Subsequently, Kong Gaofei's body exploded. Blood rained down from the sky. It was a ghastly sight. The Great Cloud Mountain remained silent. The third battle was even more straightforward than the previous ones. It was actually a one-punch kill. Wasn't Lin Ling getting weaker as he fought? At this moment, many people's hearts trembled violently. Haha, so arrogant. Are you trying to tell everyone that you're still strong? However, at this moment, a cold laugh came from the Sky Surpass rankings. Many people looked over and discovered that the one who spoke was the left minister's disciple. Moreover, people were pondering over his words and suddenly understood. The reason why Lin Ling was so insolent was that he wanted to intimidate the opponent through domineering methods. In reality, he was just a medic on the outside. Alright, there are still 7 matches left. I want to see if he can maintain his arrogance. On the Azure Dragon Manor's side, mocking laughter rang out. Clearly, they thought that Lin Ling was getting weaker and weaker. After hearing their words, the crowd also secretly nodded their heads. They also felt that Lin Ling was deliberately mystifying things. If things went wrong, he might lose the next match. Referee, please draw lots immediately. Cold snorts quietly sounded out one after another. Everyone wanted to see how many rounds the young man on the ancient lake could win. What an arrogant fellow. He actually provoked so many forces. I saw that not only the Thundersound Manor, but even the Radiant Academy seemed to be targeting him. Not far from the Great Cloud Mountain, several figures sat there, smiling as they looked at the front. The one who spoke was a white-haired old man. He wore a long robe with 8 trigrams, and there was a star between his eyebrows. That star emitted light ripples from time to time. If someone looked into his eyes, they would probably lose themselves in an instant. This was obviously a monstrous expert. I think he can win 2 more matches at most. In the 3rd round, he clearly came out with heavy injuries. Moreover, his chest was pierced by a sword. His injuries worsened. That's right. Most importantly, his world essence recovers very slowly. It seems like he's relying on his physical strength to defeat his opponent. His physical strength can allow him to rampage for a period of time, but it won't be of much help when facing the strongest generation. The others also spoke one after another. These people wore a cold expression and wore large cloaks. If they weren't from the Divine Dynasty, then they were from the Myriad World's ancient sect. With their strength, they could see where Lin Ling's weakness was. That's not necessarily true. I think that other than the Grim Reaper, no one is a match for him. He's just mocking all the heroes now. However, at this moment, a young voice suddenly sounded. It was a child about 8 or 9 years old. He had his hands behind his back and looked ahead with a smile. Such a child was still young, but his words were like that of an old man. It gave people a very strange feeling. However, after hearing his words, the surrounding people's expressions changed drastically. Why are you so sure? The terrifying thing was that not only did the masters not think that the child was fooling around, but they also believed the child's words. Have you forgotten who I am? The child looked like he was carved out of jade and he looked extremely cute. However, when they heard the child's words, they immediately frowned. Although they felt that it was impossible, the child's origin and identity made them believe the child's words. It was really strange. He clearly used up so much of his world essence and was seriously injured. He shouldn't be able to fight many matches. That's right. That's right. Although my current opponents aren't strong, the strongest generation within the top 30 aren't easy to deal with. That's right. The Titans of Mount Tai and North Star spoke one after another. However, the child still acted like an old man. With his hands behind his back, he muttered to himself, "It's really strange. He actually gives me a familiar feeling." Yes. Then he looked at the masters with a smile and said, "Do you want to try a bet?" Yes. As soon as he said this, the faces of the old monsters changed drastically. They all waved their hands and said, "Bet again? No, we're scared of losing." Yes. Obviously, this was not the first time something like this had happened. Although I don't know why he can win, anything is possible in Huanyu. For example, what if he has 2 Danshians? Yes. The child curled his lips and guessed in all kinds of boring ways. Who would have 2 Danshians? Senior Tong Man really likes to joke. One of the old men immediately laughed, causing the child to shake his head. It was not much because Lin Ling's 4th opponent had appeared. And this opponent was not weak at all. He was truly ranked in the top 30 of the strongest generation. Ranking 25th. His realm was the 5th level of the True God realm. He even had a divine body. Such an opponent was undoubtedly a great enemy. Many people even thought that even if Lin Ling was at his peak, he might not be the strongest generation's opponent. Lin Ling, your luck has come. The person who appeared in the ancient lake was actually a woman. A woman wearing a black robe and a veil covering her face. Black leaf demonic energy Shangguanya. Did you kill Lei Tianlan? She's my junior sister. The woman said indifferently. She had the symbol of the Flying Dragon organization on her body. Who would have thought that she was an assassin? You want to let me have 3 moves again? Chapter 27-28. It was a crazy winning streak. You're not weak when you're not injured. But now you're like a dying old man. Today, I'm going to avenge little sister Tianlan. The woman's eyes shone with sharpness. Furthermore, she didn't underestimate Lin Ling. She directly erupted with a powerful innate talent. Court of the Gods. Darkness descended. Numerous mysterious figures wearing large cloaks appeared. They silently chanted an unknown incantation, causing the ancient lake to become incomparably pitch black. Shanggongye is the Flying Dragon Organization's double kill expert. She never confronts her enemies head-on. Over 1,000 venerable sovereigns have died at her hands. So scary? That's right. She is also an assassin secretly trained by the Lane Manor. Originally, she also wanted to assassinate Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had just become the Grand Marshal and was being watched by the great Azure God dynasty. Hence, Shanggongye decided to spare his life temporarily. It is said that those who die in Shanggongye's hands will all become dark souls and be controlled by her. It seems like Shanggongye wants Lin Ling to become a dark soul. This woman is really cruel. The venerable sovereigns from the myriad worlds whispered to each other. Obviously, they had heard of the demoness name. Descent. At the same time, a surging aura erupted. Those mysterious people surrounded Lin Ling, forming a terrifying domain. Dark Abyss Inc. realm. Although Shanggongye hadn't comprehended a true god martial soul, her talent was heaven-defying. Based on the words divine physique, 90% of the people in the 3 academies looked up to her. Rumble. At the same time, Lin Ling felt as if he was in a swamp, unable to move an inch. What a strange divine body talent. Lin Ling was shocked. He was sure that if she didn't possess the divine physique, then only a few people at the same cultivation level could defeat Shanggongye. Furthermore, Lin Ling had seen this kind of darkness talent before. It came from the 2nd generation of the Resplendent Academy, Genji. However, Shanggongye's talent was clearly stronger than Genji's. Genji's talent was to bring his opponent into darkness, never to be able to escape. But Shanggongye not only brought darkness, she could even use it to trap her opponent. Little sister Tianlan treated me like family. You Lin Ling are so vicious that you even killed her. How old is she? Could it be that you have the heart of a wolf and lungs of a dog? After her innate talent suppressed Lin Ling, Shanggongye slowly walked over. Her speed seemed slow, but there was a strange rhythm to her movements. Furthermore, a black dagger appeared in her hand. Lin Ling, be careful. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others saw this scene and cried out in alarm. In their opinion, Lin Ling didn't seem to be able to react at all. If this continued, he would definitely suffer a calamity. It's useless to be careful because Lin Ling has already been trapped by the darkness. He can't break out. Many people shook their heads and said. The dagger was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling finally made his move. His ancient divine body burst out, and a huge mouth descended, devouring the heaven and earth. Rumble. What was even more terrifying was that the surging darkness was like a tide, pouring into the mouth. As a result, the pressure on Lin Ling's body disappeared. What? Shanggongye's dagger was still stabbing toward Lin Ling, but at this moment her pupils trembled violently. However, Lin Ling also said indifferently, "You don't have a divine body." Shanggongye was stunned when she heard this. Although she had heard that Lin Ling had a divine body, she didn't take it seriously. However, she now realized that Lin Ling's divine body was very strange. It gave her the feeling that it could devour the heaven and earth. Muff? There's such a strange divine body? Around Great Cloud Mountain, many people saw Lin Ling's divine body for the first time. They were immediately shocked because this was the first time they had seen a mouth as a gift. You said that I was vicious because I killed Lei Tianlan, but why didn't you speak up when she wanted to kill me? At this moment, Lin Ling shouted coldly. He stepped forward and grabbed Shanggongye's dagger with his right hand. Then he clenched his right hand tightly. Crack. The dagger instantly turned into ashes, which made Shanggongye's face turn pale. Lin Ling was so strong? Moreover, Lin Ling was seriously injured. He was in a state of continuous combat. Retreat. She moved her feet and turned into a black shadow running away. She was going to escape. Assassins were like this. After a failed attack, they would immediately retreat. Her reaction was very fast. Obviously, years of experience had made her a habit. However, would Lin Ling let her go? Lin Ling immediately chased after her. How dare you! At the edge of Great Cloud Mountain, the Thunder Mother let out a fierce roar, using her voice to affect Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling turned a blind eye to it. Instead, he became even more determined. He caught up with Shangongya and punched out a terrible punch. With his strength, Shangongya dared to kill him. She was simply courting death. I said that once you set foot on Great Cloud Lake, your life is in my hands. Rumble. The terrible punch, mixed with rolling killing intent, landed on Shangongya. Her eyes widened as she shouted angrily, "You can't kill me!" Boom. Unfortunately, those voices of unwillingness were only exchanged for terrifying strength. With one punch, Shangongya fell. Seeing this, the emperors from the myriad worlds couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Lin Ling, well done. Shangongya, the assassin, was ordered by the Thunder Mansion to do dirty things. She specialized in killing the emperors from the myriad worlds. Now that she was dead, it was good. As for the Thunder Mother, she felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. 3,000 years ago, she searched for martial arts seedlings in the myriad worlds and finally recruited tens of thousands of youths. These youths had been trained by blood and killing. In the end, only 10 of them were left. They were the forces secretly cultivated by the Thunder Mansion. Among them, Shangongya was the one she valued the most. For this reason, she had spent a large amount of cultivation resources on Shangongya. But now, this assassin who had just risen to prominence had been killed by Lin Ling. This made her painstaking efforts go down the drain. "Lin Ling, I will tear you into pieces," the Thunder Mother said ferociously. Next round. However, above the ancient lake, the young man ignored her. Instead, he glanced at Great Cloud Mountain and said heroically. As soon as he said that, the entire Great Cloud Mountain was in an uproar. Unknowingly, Lin Ling had already won 4 rounds in a row. Moreover, every time he looked like he was going to fall, he would defeat his opponent in a domineering manner in the end. This made people wonder if Lin Ling was not injured at all. At this moment, the strongest generation on the Heavenly Surpass ranking list were all silent. The 30 previous strongest generation members were praying that they would not meet Lin Ling. Everyone, don't be weak. If we are wiped out by an injured rising star, where will our faces go? At this moment, an old-looking young man said indifferently. Lin Ling knew that he was going to die, so he burst out with even more strength before his death. This is normal, but the recovery of strength will not last long. Who knows, the next strongest generation member will be the one who kills him and sees endless glory. Yes, if he is killed, the Thunder Mansion and Azure Dragon Mansion may even be able to enter the eyes of the great Azure Divine Dynasty. Voices of discussion rang out. The strongest generation members gradually regained their fighting spirit. Chapter 27-29. It's not that I'm careless, it's just that you're too weak. Next, ranked 18th, Xian Pai. At this time, an indifferent voice rang out. A new opponent had appeared. It was actually Lin Ling's defeated opponent, Xian Pai. This Xian Pai was also the 6th strongest of the Resplendent Academy's strongest generation. Ranked 18th? Looks like the mysterious referee did something again. Sensing the opponent, many people had a feeling because the next opponent seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. It wasn't random. Xian Pai Sr. defeated Lin Ling. On the Resplendent Academy side, cheers rang out. Lin Ling's honorable withdrawal from the academy was a disgrace to the Resplendent Academy. Especially the last war god blocking the way, he was actually sent flying by Lin Ling. So at this moment, everyone hoped that Xian Pai could wash away the disgrace and raise the prestige of the Resplendent Academy. Of course, some geniuses were silent. In their hearts, Lin Ling was the real senior. Xian Pai, it's time for you to prove yourself. At this moment, Dean Qin's eyes were flickering. If Lin Ling was defeated by Xian Pai, then Lin Ling would lose face. Moreover, she could also prove that her eyes were not wrong. Under everyone's gaze, Xian Pai flew towards the ancient lake and looked at Lin Ling seriously. Lin Ling, I know you're strong. But after a year, I'm not the same as before. Xian Pai was the first to speak. Even though Lin Ling was injured, he did not underestimate Lin Ling. You're afraid of me? Lin Ling revealed a smile. This was the first time he smiled since the Sky Surpassing Academy's ranking. Xian Pai's face suddenly turned sluggish. Lin Ling's words were like a knife, piercing straight into his heart. Ha ha ha, the 6th-ranked genius of the Resplendent Academy, in my opinion you're just a trash. Lin Ling's laughter became louder and louder. Heroic, free and easy. At this moment he gave people the feeling that he was a war god. The more he fought, the more useful he became. Xian Pai angrily shouted again as if he couldn't refute. However, the corner of his mouth immediately revealed a sneer. I admit, you are indeed very powerful, but if you want to defeat me, you have to use the flame wheel. If you don't believe me, you can try. Is that so? You think too highly of yourself. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled contemptuously. He even reached out his hand towards the Shen faction. He extended his thumb and pointed downwards. The Resplendent Academy is just like you, a motley crew. The moment he said that, the people from the Resplendent Academy were immediately displeased. Lin Ling actually dared to look down on them? Din Qin's face was also incomparably gloomy. Lin Ling didn't give her any face at all. However, the pupil of the Black Sect revealed an excited smile. Previously, his words seemed like he was giving Lin Ling respect, but in reality he was trying to elevate Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's self-confidence to swell. In the end, he died because of his carelessness, and now the effect he wanted had been achieved. Lin Ling began to look down on everything and became arrogant and conceited. This was an excellent opportunity. That's right, we are a motley crew. You Lin Ling are the true genius. Shen faction said indifferently. Then, seeing that Lin Ling still seemed to be proud of himself, the corner of his mouth immediately curled into a sneer. Without waiting for Lin Ling to react, he punched out. This punch seemed to be mainly probing, but in reality, he had already condensed all of his realm essence, preparing to give Lin Ling a fatal blow. At the same time, the surging aura of the war god erupted, fighting the heavens and the earth, fighting everything. Resonance of the gods. The bloodline of the war god was activated. One by one, the war gods descended and appeared behind the Shen faction. Furthermore, their palms fiercely slapped out, giving the Shen faction a powerful force. This change was born in an instant. The people around Dayun Mountain were originally shocked by Lin Ling's arrogance, but now they were all shocked by the power of the Shen faction. This fellow clearly intended to kill with a single blow, and Lin Ling seemed to have been tricked. He was actually arrogant and complacent. How sad. Boom. The surging fist landed on Lin Ling's body without any suspense, causing the ancient lake water to surge with monstrous waves. This showed how terrifying this punch was. Haha, arrogant soldiers are bound to be defeated. The Shen faction immediately let out a complacent laugh, as if all the humiliation he had suffered in the past year had been released. In fact, for the past year, in order to let him defeat Lin Ling, Din Qin had focused on training him. Because if he defeated Lin Ling, not only would he wash away the humiliation, but even Din Qin would be greatly honored. And now he did not disappoint Din Qin. Good method, using words to make Lin Ling proud and let his guard down, then using a fatal blow. If it was any other time, Lin Ling might not have been hit, but now that Lin Ling is injured, coupled with continuous fighting, that punch is definitely unbearable for Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling is so arrogant that he has lost his mind, which led to him easily being hit by that punch. Everyone was also discussing spiritedly. They never expected that Lin Ling would be defeated by the Shen faction. Of course, Lin Ling was actually defeated by his own arrogance. I've said it before, you are all a bunch of mobs. However, at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly rang out. Colorful flames filled the air, causing the Shen faction's pupils to tremble violently. In front of him, a gorgeous flame was burning, and a blue and white robe slowly walked out of the flame. After appearing in front of the Shen faction, the young man gently patted his chest that was hit by the fist and said indifferently, "In this year, you have improved very little." This sentence stunned the Shen faction. In the past, when he blocked Lin Ling's escape route, Lin Ling had to use his strongest technique to defeat him. And now Lin Ling was safe and sound after receiving his punch? How can this be? In this year, my strength has increased by 10%. The Shen faction kept shaking his head, unwilling to believe what was happening in front of him. To increase his strength by 10% in a year, even in the last generation, this was unique. That was why he was so confident in today's battle. I'm sorry, my strength has increased by several times. However, Lin Ling lightly spat out a sentence, causing the Shen faction to feel as if he had been struck by lightning. How would the Shen faction know that Lin Ling had also activated the evil flame change, and with the descent of the Chen Kuan change coupled with his terrifying physical strength, he was no longer afraid of the Shen faction's attack. Of course, Lin Ling could not block this kind of attack many times, at most 3 times. However, this was enough because in just one time the Shen faction's soul would be scattered. Moreover, this was when Lin Ling was not attacking. If he attacked, the Xin faction would not even be able to touch a hair on his body. You think you can make me careless with your words? In reality, it's not that I am careless, it's that you are too weak. Lin Ling said sarcastically. He took a step forward and a rolling fist punched out. This punch was even more ferocious than the previous one because it was coupled with the power of the evil flame change. It's not that you are careless, it's that I am too weak. Chapter 27:30. 3 punches to kill. Rumble. With a punch, Xian Pai immediately felt the pressure. He instantly knew that in this 1 year, Lin Ling's strength had increased by several times. He subconsciously wondered where Lin Ling had gone to cultivate in this 1 year. Boom. A punch broke Xian Pai's arm. Blood was dripping, and even the war god behind him had dimmed by a lot. Haven't you noticed that I'm already at the 4th level of True God Realm? A huge mouth appeared behind Lin Ling. It was as if it could swallow mountains and rivers. He punched out again. In the past, when he defeated me, he was at the 2nd level of True God Realm. Now he's at the 4th level of True God Realm. However, even if he consecutively increased by 2 levels, it's impossible for his combat strength to increase by several times. Xian Pai seemed to have lost his will to fight as he kept shaking his head. He didn't know that Lin Ling was a triple cultivator. With one breakthrough, his combat strength would naturally increase by several times. After all, the resources that Lin Ling used for his training were several times more than what others used. Boom. With another punch, Xian Pai's other arm was broken. Blood spurted out. Lin Ling is crazy enough. Who is the war god? In the past, Lin Ling narrowly defeated Xian Pai's senior brother. Today he crushed him. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Over at Resplendent Academy's side, many geniuses were shocked by the scene in front of them. Geniuses were originally the representatives of fighting beyond their level. However, when a genius met a demon, the genius could only become a mediocre person. Xian Pai, you think that by using provocation I'll be careless? In fact, the careless one is you. The last punch, mixed with Lin Ling's cold killing intent, directly destroyed Xian Pai's body. Xian Pai's thought before he died. Was he careless? Could it be that although Lin Ling looked weak, in fact he had already recovered to his peak? This meant that not only was he careless but everyone was careless. Lin Ling was also using this opportunity to kill everyone who had killing intent towards him. Boom. Unfortunately, he seemed to have found out too late. Above the ancient lake, Xian Pai's body was directly blown apart by a single punch. Blood spilled all over the ancient lake, causing the white lake to turn scarlet. 3 punches to kill Xian Pai. This result left countless people dumbfounded. Was Lin Ling weak or at his peak? Furthermore, even if he had recovered from his injuries, it would still be impossible for him to kill Xian Pai so easily. Could it be that Lin Ling had forcefully displayed his strength? At this moment, no one could remain unmoved. Din Qin was stunned, her teeth grinding. Lin Ling had killed Xian Pai in 3 punches, clean and efficient, domineering and carefree. This was also another challenge to her dignity, and she carefully recalled the past. Other than Lin Ling's first and second battles being a little difficult, the subsequent battles were getting stronger and stronger. And because of his embarrassing performance in the first 2 matches, it gave rise to a misconception that Lin Ling was very weak and had reached his limit. He still has the Ashura sword formation that hasn't been activated yet, and his flaming coffin hasn't been activated yet. Gosh, he's currently relying on his fists to defeat his opponents. Everyone seemed to have come to their senses and voices rang out like waves. Even Meng Lu and the rest were shocked. They were still worried about Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's strength was simply beyond their imagination. It seems that I still need some time to defeat him, Meng Lu said dishearteningly. He thought that Lin Ling's strength was on par with his, but that was just his wishful thinking. Next match. Next match. At this moment, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged above the ancient lake, and his indifferent voice drifted out. And this sentence shocked everyone. Lin Ling seemed to be eager for the next match. Most importantly, this was the 6th match. Lin Ling, was he going to successfully clear the rankings? Moreover, even if Lin Ling was defeated, he had created a new record for the first place on the Heavenly Crossing list. From a nameless existence, he had crazily become one of the top 30 on the Heavenly Crossing list. One must know that the last generation of the Heavenly Crossing list had used hundreds or even thousands of years to climb to the top. Rank 17th Chao Gui. Old man. At this moment the old voice quietly rang out, but it was mixed with thick anger. Because Lin Ling's tyrannical cleansing of the rankings seemed to be a slap to his face. Countless gazes immediately searched the rankings, and finally landed on a young man with a square face. After seeing him, many geniuses exclaimed. They never thought that it would be this legendary figure. Chao Gui was extremely famous in the 3 major academies, and he was also the most monstrous genius in Sky Saint Academy. His growth speed was the same as Lin Ling's. However, compared to Lin Ling, he was powerless and finally stopped at 17th place on the Heavenly Crossing list. And now, the 2 most monstrous geniuses were going to clash. At this moment, Chao Gui frowned. Was he going to fight? The result of fighting was death. This was an unchanging rule. However, facing Lin Ling, he really did not have the confidence to fight. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. After his voice drifted out, the entire Great Cloud Mountain was in an uproar. He was the first of the strongest generation to admit defeat. Most importantly, this strongest generation had once been known as the monstrous genius with the fastest cultivation speed. However, now that the 2 monstrous geniuses with the fastest cultivation speed had clashed, he was the one to admit defeat. However, no one mocked him because the current Lin Ling gave them an unfathomable feeling. Even now they were not sure if Lin Ling was weak or strong. Trash. Trash. The Azure Dragon King, Thunderclap Mother, and the rest cursed. They thought that the strongest generation had been frightened by Lin Ling. Even the mysterious referee was the same. At this moment his voice was even colder. Next, the 12th place on the life and death ring. Yes. After the voice drifted out, the strongest generation on the Heavenly Transcendence rankings all sighed lightly. Obviously, other than the top 10 existences, no one else dared to fight Lin Ling. They were even afraid of being drawn. This scene was completely different from the high fighting spirit from before. It was extremely ironic. Life and Death Ring? What a strange name, and this strongest generation seems to have never heard of it. Yes. This is the strongest generation following a prince of 5 Ring City. Naturally, ordinary people have never heard of his name. Yes. Countless gazes fell on the Heavenly Transcendence rankings, their eyes filled with anticipation. Would this strongest generation, called the Life and Death Ring, dare to fight? At this moment, a young man wearing a white robe and a white hat sat indifferently at the foot of Great Cloud Mountain. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. However, he was extremely calm and unmoving like a mountain. However, the strongest generation that had reached the top 10 rankings were all existences that could not be underestimated. They had experienced countless battles and had roamed the east, west, south, and north for a long time. They also knew many mysteries of the universe. Therefore, they were more calm than the other strongest generation. Lin Ling, his physical body is very strong. The injuries he suffered before should have recovered by now. Life and Death Ring. The Life and Death Ring said indifferently as if he was not in a hurry. The few people beside him also nodded slightly. We have all been deceived by him. However, I am sure that his realm essence has not completely recovered. One of them also spoke. He was in existence in the top 10. Chapter 2731. The Life and Death Platform's Heaven-Defying Talent. Moreover, he used the Shura sword formation before. That's his strongest move so far. He has 70% of his sword heart. I guess that's his final trump card. I agree. Although it's rumored that he has the Flame Wheel, if the Shura sword formation is stronger than the Flame Wheel, then the Flame Wheel is not his final trump card. Yes. This Lin Ling might be a strong opponent to the other strongest generation, but he's not that strong to the top 10. Yes. The others also said one after another, expressing their opinions in a serious manner. Those voices made people even more astonished. Lin Ling had already reached such a height? He needed to be evaluated by the strongest generation before he dared to go on stage? If you dare, then go. If you don't dare, then get lost. Yes. But at this moment, Lin Ling suddenly shouted, looking down on the strongest generation. Nonsense. Yes. Hearing this, the top 10 strongest generation said coldly. The Life and Death Platform also stood up. I'm not from the Shen faction. Yes. His words seemed to be saying that Lin Ling could only be proud of being outside the top 10. The top 10 was not someone he could face. If you only have the way of the sword, then you'll lose. Yes. The Life and Death Platform seemed to have decided. Seeing him stand up, many people laughed. The Life and Death Platform was going to fight. Moreover, the Life and Death Platform was very cautious. He had evaluated Lin Ling's strength before. Now that he dared to go on stage, it meant that he had absolute confidence. I've heard this sentence many times, but I'm still alive, so don't talk nonsense. Yes. Lin Ling was still sitting cross-legged. He said indifferently, moreover, if you delay any longer, my realm essence will recover to its peak. Yes. Yes. The life and death platform's pupils constricted, then anger rose in his heart. Lin Ling was actually warning him? As you wish. Yes. The white figure floated into the ancient lake, making countless people look forward to it. This battle would probably be very exciting. Ranked 12th in the strongest generation, there was no need to doubt his strength. Even if he couldn't defeat Lin Ling, he could definitely put Lin Ling in an extremely difficult situation. If things went wrong, it might even end in a draw. And a tie also meant that Lin Ling had failed to clear the rankings. Subconsciously, many people looked at Lin Ling wanting to know how Lin Ling would treat the life and death arena. I'll kill you with one strike. Lin Ling also stood up. His indifferent voice drifted out, causing the ancient lake's water to surge mightily. Its aura was magnificent. Only now did people discover that Lin Ling was indeed becoming fiercer the more he fought. Humph, if words can win, then you've already won. Use your Ashura sword formation, see how I break it. The corner of the life and death platform's mouth twitched as he coldly spat out a sentence. His aura also rose steadily. 5th level true god realm, and he also had a divine body. The most terrifying thing was that this person had awakened the true god martial spirit. A white figure floated out from behind him. It was actually a life and death ghost god. This ghost god had fangs and a green face. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand, and his body was illusory. However, when he floated in the sky, ghostly cries could be heard from time to time. Lin Ling also looked at his opponent in astonishment. This was the first time he saw a true god martial spirit born from a divine body. He wondered if this true god martial spirit could increase one's attack, defense, or the power of one's talent. My true god martial spirit is invincible. Can resist any kind of attack. If you don't believe me, you can try it. The life and death platform narrowed his eyes as he spoke. His right hand pointed, and the mysterious nether god behind him waved his horsetail whisk gently. A dense ghostly aura spread out like a tide, and within the rolling tide, a tall ghost general appeared. It was riding on a 3-headed hell wolf as it pounced towards Lin Ling. Seeing this, Lin Ling furrowed his brows and slashed out with his sword. Swoosh! That slash directly destroyed the ghost general. It seemed like it couldn't withstand a single blow. Seeing this, people were a little surprised. The life and death platform didn't seem to be as powerful as they had imagined. Have you realized how heaven-defying my talent is? However, the life and death platform said calmly and confidently, if you can't realize it, it means that you're just like this. You should know that a truly powerful warrior doesn't rely on martial arts, but on talent. Hearing this, people were even more confused. A ghost general that couldn't withstand a single blow didn't seem to be heaven-defying. Lin Ling's eyes flickered slightly. It seemed like the life and death platform's true god martial spirit could increase one's talent. His 10,000 elephant demon eyes had quietly appeared and gradually discovered the life and death platform's heaven-defying talent. He had to admit that the life and death platform's talent was really powerful. That was because the ghost general he summoned could absorb all of the opponent's attacks and bring it to the underworld. Previously, his slash seemed to have destroyed the ghost general. In fact, that slash had taken the ghost general down with him. This meant that no matter how powerful the attack was, as long as it met the ghost general, it would only end in mutual destruction. Those ghost generals were like death soldiers, and the life and death platform's final generation could summon ghost generals continuously. What a powerful talent! Lin Ling said indifferently. The life and death platform smiled and nodded, you're not too stupid. Now, are you sure you can kill me with one slash? Another frog at the bottom of the well. You think that with a powerful talent, you can sweep away everything. You don't know that martial arts are the foundation of martial arts. Lin Ling shook his head. You will understand. The life and death platform obviously didn't want to explain anything. Only after Lin Ling was defeated, would he know that he was the frog at the bottom of the well. Night Ghost World. The life and death platform opened his hands, and the underworld song danced. The true god martial spirit behind him kept raising the horsetail whisk. One by one, ghost generals appeared and attacked Lin Ling. Looking carefully, there were no less than 366 ghost generals. This guy seemed to have brought out a powerful world of hell. He was obviously the Lord of Hell. Lin Ling was in the Rainforest Holy Land. He could also do this, but the difference was that the Rainforest Holy Land was only a very weak world. It couldn't be compared to the world brought by the Life and Death platform. Use your trump card, Ashura Sword Formation. The Life and Death platform seemed to have seen the hope of victory. The reason why he dared to fight was that he had made a careful assessment. He knew that he would definitely win, so he dared to go up and kill Lin Ling. As you wish. Lin Ling also knew that relying on physical strength and close-range attacks was useless against the talent of the Life and Death platform. This was because the ghost generals summoned by the opponent could take away all attacks. They were the nemesis of close-range combat. Swoosh, swoosh. 365 swords appeared in a grandiose manner. Lin Ling's Ashura Sword Formation had 365 swords, but the Life and Death platform summoned 366 Netherworld generals, one more than Lin Ling's sword. What does this mean? As expected of the Life and Death platform, he completely restrained the swordsman. I understand. The swordsman's attack was the most powerful, but the Life and Death platform could take away a powerful sword. This meant that Lin Ling's 365 swords were useless against the Netherworld generals. Instead, the extra Netherworld general would deal a fatal blow to Lin Ling. Oh. So that's how it is. This talent is really scary. It can take away all attacks. It's like a death warrior. This is using a small amount to win a big amount. Under the voices of some ancient martial artists, many people gradually understood the power of the Life and Death platform. Chapter 2732. The Last 3 Battles. How was Lin Ling going to fight now? Was he going to stop at the 12th place on the rankings? Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling's sword floated in the air, its sharp aura slicing through space. You can't do anything to me, can you? Seeing that Lin Ling wasn't using his sword, the Life and Death arena expert sneered. Powerful talent only helps you in battle. It doesn't mean you're invincible. Each of your 366 ghost emperors can take away one of my swords in a one-on-one battle, but what if my swords are gathered together? Their power won't be as simple as 1 + 1. Kill. Finally, Lin Ling used his sword. He pointed with his right hand and his sword cut through the Life and Death arena. Something terrifying happened. The 365 swords that were separated actually began to merge together at this moment. The surging aura was earth-shattering. The 4th level of the Ashura Sword Formation. When a gigantic sword appeared, countless people were moved. The experts around Great Cloud Mountain stood up one by one, and their expressions changed drastically. Sword Domain. One of the ancient swordsmen from the sword world said in a trembling voice. Above the ultimate sword Tao's true meaning of sword was the sword domain. It could draw out a great amount of energy from the primal chaos of the universe and augment one's martial arts, doubling or even tripling the power of one's martial arts. This was the foundation for those with weak talent to defeat those with great talent. And those swords are forming a formation? Could it be a boundary? Kill. Some blacksmiths exclaimed. Using swords to form a boundary was unheard of. The power made them feel that once the sword formation was formed, the 100 worlds would be cut in half. Even on the Life and Death arena, his eyes were wide open. That huge sword actually gave him a strong pressure. Not only did it have 70% sword heart, it also had the might of the great Tao. Especially the spirit formation light emitted by the huge sword, he couldn't understand it at all. You said I would understand, but I still don't. I'd like to see how you block my sword. Kill. Lin Ling shouted coldly. He pointed his right hand forward, and the giant sword cut through the air like purple lightning. Not good. Kill. The Life and Death arena expert exclaimed. He had underestimated Lin Ling, but the situation was beyond his control. He could only let the ghost generals attack the giant sword in an attempt to take it away. Rumble. The giant sword seemed to be huge, but it was as fast as lightning. The moment it shot out, it crazily collided with the ghost generals. What was terrifying was that the ghost generals that could take away any attack were all destroyed. All of this proved that there was a limit to the Life and Death ring's innate talent. As long as an attack was beyond their tolerance, the ghost generals would not be able to withstand it. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out. Under the ferocious giant sword, the Life and Death platform was killed in a single strike. An Omega Sword Tao's domain of sword was clearly not something he could withstand. Even the ultimate martial ways Tao domain was unique among the strongest generation. And this strike contains 70% of Lin Ling's strength. That sword's life and death arena expert. What kind of monstrous comprehension ability does this guy have? He actually comprehended the sword domain. In a distant mountain range, the great existences were mumbling to themselves. Sword of the Five Kings, I remember that you took 10,000 years to comprehend the life and death arena. That guy didn't even cultivate for 2,000 years. Yes. That's right, he's a sword Dao genius. I can't believe that such a genius is despised by everyone. Tong Man is still the best. He saw through that youth's fate. Yes. The titans of Mount Tai and Big Dipper spoke one after another. The child in front of them still had his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes flashed with a strange light. He said indifferently, very few ordinary people have this kind of talent. Only a few aberrations do. One of them is the 10,000 mammoth demon eyes, one of the 6 great god eyes of the universe. Yes. What? He's one of the 6 great god eyes like you? The others immediately exclaimed in surprise, and they looked at Lin Ling as if they were looking at a freak. Moreover, their gazes contained a wisp of burning desire. If not for their high seniority and the fact that they were on the heaven-surpassing rankings, they would have rushed out to take Lin Ling away and take him as their last disciple. Because they knew how terrifying the 10,000 mammoth demon eyes was. It was the nemesis of all martial arts. It could easily comprehend any martial arts. I'm just guessing. The child suddenly smiled. My destiny god, I can see through anyone's fate, but it has its limits. For example, I can't see through existences that surpass the desolate physique. There are many existences that surpass the desolate physique other than the 6 great god eyes. That's true. I heard that the heavens will physique has a terrifying comprehension ability. I don't know if he has the 10,000 mammoth demon eyes or the heavens will physique, but overall, he is a seedling that cannot be missed. That's right. Everyone nodded. The universe was vast and boundless. There were even more powerful geniuses outside of Qing province. Some geniuses were born with desolate physiques. Therefore, other than the person involved, it was very difficult for others to know about this. Next match. Yes. At the same time, an indifferent voice floated out from the ancient lake. He said that he only needed 1 slash and he really did kill with 1 slash. Now, he only has 3 matches left. TSK until now I'm actually more nervous than him. When Lin Ling's voice floated out, everyone's hearts trembled. They realized that Lin Ling's chances of clearing the rankings were getting higher and higher. When did this brat become so strong? Killing a 5th level true god realm expert with a divine physique? It's actually so easy for him. Even Jianghu was shocked. He never imagined that the new recruit who grew up in the martial god barracks would reach such heights today. Most importantly, the time he spent to achieve this wasn't even 1,000 years. Some were surprised, some were happy, and naturally there were people who were angry. Especially the Azure Dragon Manor's Manor Lord, the Azure Dragon King. His expression was the coldest. In his eyes, Lin Ling was nothing more than an ant. If he wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. But now Lin Ling's strength was getting stronger and stronger. If he alarmed the great Azure God dynasty, he wouldn't dare to act rashly. Therefore he had to stifle Lin Ling's footsteps. Ranked 5th, the left minister's disciple. At this time, the old voice with a dignified aura sounded. Moreover, this time he skipped a large number of the strongest generation and directly entered the top 5. Obviously, in the remaining 3 matches, Lin Ling would be facing the top kings of the rankings. They were at the pinnacle of the 3 academies pyramid. One more step, and that would be the identity of an elder. Senior brother left minister is going to battle, the Ghost Cave clan's only successor. Countless gazes fell on the scholar on the heavenly transcendence rankings. Obviously, there were many people who knew this left minister's disciple. This was a genius who had accumulated a lot of experience. Chapter 2733. Ghost Cave. But 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, in the later days, the left prime minister's disciple rose up and killed all the geniuses who mocked him in the past. And he changed his name to left prime minister's disciple, representing the number 1 disciple under the left prime minister. The water of the ancient lake, waves rose without wind, the rolling aura seemed to make the sky oppressive. At the same time, the left prime minister's disciple appeared on the ancient lake, hands behind his back. A calm voice floated out. Lin Ling, you destroyed my disciple's residence, this debt should be settled. Looking indifferently at the fifth strongest generation, Lin Ling also said, "That's right. You stole my wife. It's time to settle the score. Your strength is very strong, the talent of the divine body is something I have never seen before, but I guess it should be in the first rank and I will not hide my strength, I am a 6th level true god." The left prime minister's disciple looked at Lin Ling seriously. Around his body, 8 trigrams appeared, as if the moonlight shone on his body. It was so bright that people could not see his true appearance. "Your martial arts experience is very rich, but compared to me, I don't know how it is." An ancient book appeared in his hand, gently opening it. It seemed to be a heavenly book. 16 Yin Yang Universe Tao Book. The left prime minister's disciple's voice became sacred. He floated in the sky like a saint. Rumble. Under the ancient lake, waves immediately surged. The white lake water seemed to be stirred by an arm. "I heard that the left prime minister's disciple has read all the books in the Western world." Western world? The entire Western world? You have to know that there are countless worlds in the Western world. This guy is really abnormal. He found his own martial arts from the books. In addition to the Ghost Cave's powerful calculation ability, he has formed a powerful divine body. I heard it is the immortal book Yin Yang body. For this, the left prime minister personally recruited him as his disciple. What kind of power does this divine body have? I'm looking forward to it. Excited voices rang out one after another. Being able to enter the top 5, none of them were weak, they were also geniuses who could enter the 5-ring city. They had endless honor and pride. At this moment, the ancient lake was still roaring, but the atmosphere above the ancient lake was more oppressive. Almost at the same time, a mysterious melody enveloped Lin Ling. It made his face slightly changed, because he saw a giant ghost cave appear in front of him, and wanted to take him into the ghost cave. His face suddenly changed. The world realm swallowing beast's divine body was activated, but the effect did not seem to be great. One had to know that his world swallowing beast god body was extremely powerful. It was able to resist many side effects, but this was the first time he was helpless against the ghost cave. What a strange talent. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. Back when Li Xiaoyao was sweeping through the crowd, he had never seen such talent. Its soul power. Finally Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. That was because of Soul Solace. One had to know that Lin Ling's soul power was currently hovering around level 1300. His progress was slow, but he realized that the soul power of the left minister's disciple had probably reached level 1500. The prime god minister disciple, heaven. There would always be someone better than you. Lin Ling had also experienced this saying. "Enter my ghost cave." At this moment, the left prime minister's student narrowed his eyes. The corners of his mouth slightly moved as he spat out a sentence. He was ranked 5th in the pyramid. Of course he had his own strength. His soul force was his trump card. One should know that soul power was the most difficult thing to improve. In Jianghu there were many geniuses with powerful soul power. They came from 10,000 worlds, but after arriving in Jianghu, their soul power was useless against the first generation of the 3 big academies. So, they gave up on soul power and focused on strengthening their domain. The prime god minister disciple was the only genius who was still cultivating his soul power. Lin Ling, something is wrong. Let me see with my sky eye. God, a giant ghost cave appeared in front of Lin Ling, and it wants to swallow him. All his advantages are useless against the ghost cave. Some ancient great beings activated their powers to check the battle above the ancient lake, and they were shocked. No wonder the aura above the ancient lake was so oppressive. It was because of the condensation of powerful soul power. Soul power attacks were formless and colorless. According to legends, it was the power of the universe's origin of chaos. Any martial artist's methods were useless against it. Only some special methods could detect it. Moreover, to be able to affect Lin Ling, it meant that the prime minister disciple's soul power had reached an unimaginable level. Lin Ling, I told you before that I let you leave last time. Otherwise, do you think you could leave? Humbly speaking, killing you is as easy as killing a dog. Seeing that Lin Ling couldn't move, the prime minister disciple shook his head lightly. His words were telling Lin Ling that the gap between them was too big. His arrogance in the past was just a joke. Soul imprint. Go. The prime minister disciple turned around and left. Seeing his carefree appearance, the great cloud mountain was in an uproar. Senior brothers, what did Lin Ling lose? Yes. Some of the geniuses from the academy cried out in surprise. The left minister's student was from the Ghost Cave clan. This kind of ancient bloodline was truly terrifying. I don't want to explain this. Step. The Prime Minister disciple stepped on the air, his calm voice drifting out. He then turned to the Azure Dragon Manor Lord. Azure Dragon King, I'm very sorry. I killed Lin Ling for you, but I will give his soul to you. Step. His words were brimming with confidence. Looking up at the sky, clouds moved, book in hand. Ask the world who is the hero. Looking at the Prime Minister disciple, countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling soared into the sky. Everyone thought that he would successfully clear the name list, but in the end, the Prime Minister disciple stopped him. Lin Ling's soul has been brought into the ghost cave. Step. Some ancient great beings used their heavenly vision ability and discovered a soul being sucked into the ghost cave. Lin Ling defeated. At this moment, the entire Great Cloud Mountain was in an uproar. At this moment, Lin Ling sensed that his soul had left his body and was sucked into the ghost cave. The ghost cave was filled with ancient songs, mixed with the secrets of the universe. Moreover, the ghost cave was slowly shrinking on the way in. Once it shrank, Lin Ling's soul could no longer leave. What was surprising was that Lin Ling did not panic at all in such a situation. The Ghost Cave clan is probably the same as the ancient war god's bloodline, an ancient race from the chaos of the universe. But in terms of other aspects, Lin Ling, may not be comparable to the ancient desolate race, but in terms of soul force, what is there for me to fear? Exclamation point. Lin Ling's soul force rippled. Because Lin Ling cultivated essence, energy, and spirit, his soul force had always been the strongest existence. In the past, he had cultivated many soul force martial skills, but after coming to the chaos of the universe, due to the influence of the universe's energy, those soul force martial skills were no longer of much help to Lin Ling, resulting in him not cultivating his soul force. Time and Space Divine Steel. Chapter 2734. The terrifying heaven, earth, and man escaped 3 scriptures. 10,000 devil eyes. Lin Ling roared again. His left eye could see through 10,000 things, and his right eye could see through the space-time steel. Rumble. The ghost cave began to tremble, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Lin Ling's soul force also increased rapidly. Under the pressure of the ghost cave, his soul force surpassed 1,300, and continued to rise, reaching 1,400, 1,500, 600, and gradually, it reached 900. Boom. Following a loud explosion, Lin Ling's soul exploded, turning into wisps of light that scattered like stars in the night sky, and then rushed into the ghost cave. Cracks began to appear on the ghost cave, and they grew bigger and bigger. Condense. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling let out a low cry, and all the souls gathered. The ghost cave was completely shattered, and those mysterious black fragments drifted down like rain. At this time, above the ancient lake, cheers were still rising and falling. Lin Ling, the strongest monstrous genius in the history of the Radiant Academy, unfortunately he had offended too many people. Dean Qin, Azure Dragon Manor, Sovereign Marquis Grim Reaper, and even the Left Minister's disciple. He wanted to clear the name list, and he defeated one opponent after another like a hot knife through butter. Just when everyone thought he would successfully clear the name list, in the end he lost to the Left Minister's disciple, and it was a complete defeat. However, no one thought that it was an accident. On the contrary, they thought it was normal. Left Minister's disciple, not bad. A smile appeared on Lei Yin Mother's aged face. Left Minister's disciple, come to my Azure Dragon Manor. In the Four-Ring City you're half a king. The Azure Dragon King seemed to be in a good mood. However, you have to hand over Lin Ling's soul to me. It's just a small matter. Beside the ancient lake, the Left Minister's disciple nodded his head, and his heart leaped with joy. The Azure Dragon King had reached an agreement with him to help his Ghost Cave clan regain their former glory, and what he needed to do was to defeat Lin Ling. This was also the reason why he let Lin Ling go last time. And now he had done it. He could even see himself becoming the hero of the Ghost Cave clan. The glory of this moment belonged to him. Lin Ling, not bad at all. You made a very beautiful wedding dress for me. Lin Ling, you killed my June. Tell me, how should I torture your soul? The gaze of the Azure Dragon King landed on the body of Lin Ling in the sky. That was the soulless Lin Ling. He licked his lips, and his words caused many people to tremble in fear. I will tear your soul apart every day, then let you recover. This will continue for 10,000 years. At that time, such a method could be said to be worse than death because torturing the soul was even more painful than torturing the body. However, the Azure Dragon King's voice was cold at the start. Gradually, his voice became softer and softer. In fact, before he could finish his last sentence, he had already stopped talking. Instead, he looked at the young man in the sky in disbelief. His face was filled with horror, because he seemed to have seen the young man move. "That's a good idea, but we'll talk about it after you've obtained my soul." At this moment, an indifferent voice finally rang out. Lin Ling, who had been standing silently in the air, moved. This move was earth-shattering. At this moment, the originally noisy ancient lake was completely silent. As for the left minister's disciple, he stopped beside the ancient lake. His expression kept changing and he even thought that he was dreaming. However, when he quietly turned around, he saw that the blue-robed young man had already shot over. All of this told him that Lin Ling was indeed not dead. "How is this possible? You can't possibly escape from my ghost cave." The left minister's disciple shouted. "Frog in the well, do you think that your soul force is the strongest? You've really disappointed me. If I had known earlier, I would have killed you in the disciple's residence." Billowing killing intent came out of Lin Ling's mouth. In the past, the left minister's disciple had captured Yu and almost caused Yu to die. At that time, he had sworn that the left minister's disciple would definitely die. This battle has been full of twists and turns. Looking at Lin Ling's resurrection, everyone was shocked. Most importantly, they realized that the resurrected Lin Ling did not stay for long. He actually took the initiative to attack. Once he attacked, the battle became even more intense. What a lucky guy. However, you didn't escape from my soul force. Do you think that you won't die? Human Escape Book. Suppressing the shock in his heart, the left minister's disciple took out a book and shouted coldly. At this moment, he did not have time to think about how Lin Ling was able to escape from his ghost cave. However, he must kill Lin Ling. Moreover, when he activated his innate talent, he continued to walk towards the ancient lake. The left minister's disciple is so confident. Could it be that he is going to win when he walks out of the ancient lake? Looking at the left minister's disciple who was reading the book with his left hand and walking without stopping, many people exclaimed, "Rumble." At this moment, the heavenly book in the ancient lake bloomed. It was as if a volcano had erupted above the ancient lake. The terrifying flames from the heavenly book were extremely dazzling. Divine Body Heavenly Book Fire, this guy has obtained the 16 Yin Yang Human Escape Book. Looking at the rolling flames, some ancient martial artists exclaimed. The 16 Yin Yang Universe Dao Books, this ancient book was said to be formed from a page of the heavenly book. This page of the heavenly book could activate the power of the universe. The flames were as powerful as the divine body. Rumor has it that if one could gather all 16 pages of the heavenly book, they could seize the Tao of Yin and Yang in the universe. At this moment, Lin Ling was still rushing towards the left minister's disciple. Without a doubt, he would be engulfed by the volcano. Earth Escape Book. However, the left minister's disciple continued to move forward and opened a new page in his hand. Rumble. The clouds in the sky were separated and the primal chaos appeared. Many realms turned into meteors and flew out from the primal chaos. They dazzlingly streaked across the sky and smashed into the ancient lake with long tails. This scene was like the end of the world. This Earth Escape Book could summon a world. Terrifying. Heaven Escape Book. However, this was not the end of it. The left minister's disciple opened a new page. Kacha. Divine lightning fell from the sky. It was hundreds of feet long and constantly struck the earth. It was like the lightning of an ancient immortal's tribulation, sweeping through the ancient lake. The Heaven, Earth, and Man Escape Book. This was the power of the left minister's disciple. Dong Dong. The heaven, earth, and man tribulations descended. The earth was overturned and countless martial artists were sent flying. Those who were too slow were directly blasted to death. Not even their bones were left behind. This is the existence of the fifth on the heaven leap list? He's simply invincible. Hurry and dodge. Those meteors are not something that anyone can block. At the side of the Great Cloud Lake, a large number of martial artists were flying away. The meteors and unbridled divine lightning from the sky would turn anyone below the true immortal realm into ashes. This was also a calamity that could destroy the world. Even the strongest people on the Heaven Leap list had serious expressions. The left minister's disciple's summoning power was too terrifying. Especially the Earth Escape Book. He actually used a world to smash Lin Ling. They even saw that there were many mortals mixed in with the meteors that were crashing down. Because every single one of those meteors represented a world, and those mortals had no idea that their world had been completely destroyed. Chapter 2735. Fight for Dignity. Almost at the same time, the left Prime Minister's disciple closed the book and walked towards the ancient lake. His steps were like a song of victory. However, at this moment no one thought that he was arrogant. Instead they admired his courage. This was because the left Prime Minister's disciple did not plan to fight. Instead he chose to kill Lin Ling directly. 6th level of True God. Among a million people, no more than 10 can block my heaven, earth and man escape book. A calm voice came from the left Prime Minister's disciple. He was absolutely confident. As for Lin Ling, he was only a 4th level of True God. Sorry, I am an exception. But at this moment, an icy voice suddenly sounded out from the ancient lake. Beneath the 3 tribulations of heaven, earth, man and thunderworld flame, a figure shot out like a mad god. Surging multicolored flames bloomed from his body. A giant heart, a mysterious flame coffin, it was like an ancient song. Along the way, the flames of the escape books of the people he met were directly pierced through by him. The meteors that fell from the sky directly exploded when they landed on his body. As for the baptism of thunder, it couldn't stop him at all. Looking at the figure, the left Prime Minister's disciple's pupils trembled violently. He was about to step out of the ancient lake when he stopped. Because that was Lin Ling. He also realized that the figure that shot over was very scary. The sharp aura of the figure landed on his body like a sword, causing him to feel pain all over his body. He knew that Lin Ling still had some tricks up his sleeves. Of course, he was not the only one who was shocked. Even the people beside the ancient lake were shocked. Lin Ling, did he not have a limit? Strong, this was true strength. Almost at the same time, a sword appeared in the sky. The power of the sword heart gushed out. 5 colored flames covered the sword and the youth holding the sword shot towards the left Prime Minister's disciple like a meteor. At this moment, Lin Ling had merged his 2 Danshans. His Jiayuan had reached the 6th level of True God. He had also activated the evil flame change Chengkuan change. His speed had reached the speed of 5 realms and his Jiayuan had reached the 7th level of True God. In addition to the powerful defense of the realm-swallowing beast's godly body and the sharp sword heart power of the Shura sword formation, could be said that right now Lin Ling had released 90% of his strength. No matter how powerful the methods of the left minister's disciples were, Lin Ling only needed to use brute force to break through the enemy. Up till now on the sky-surpassing list, this was also the first time that Lin Ling had made a name for himself. Of the strongest generation, who else could it be but him? A ferocious aura pressed down, causing the left minister's disciple to take a step back. The long hair at the side of his face was cut off by the sharp sword heart. He looked ahead in a daze. Not long ago, Lin Ling had destroyed his disciple's residence. He had endured the humiliation and wanted to kill Lin Ling on the day of the rankings. He wanted to let Lin Ling know how lucky Lin Ling was that day. However, on that day Lin Ling also told him that he was lucky. Otherwise, Lin Ling would have killed him that day. At that time he only wanted to laugh at Lin Ling's ignorance. But now he could no longer laugh. Because the one who had escaped was him, not Lin Ling. Shwa. An unparalleled sword slashed out with all his strength. The cold gleaming ancient sword grew bigger in the eyes of the left minister's disciple. It was getting closer and closer. He wanted to resist, but he did not know what to use to resist. He could only feel helpless. Humbly speaking, killing you is like slaughtering a dog. However, his helplessness could not stop the sword from slashing down. The Ghost Cave clan will never be destroyed. The left minister's disciple let out a roar. The pride of the Ghost Cave should have risen today. Unfortunately, it had completely declined. Boom. Under the sword, the left minister's disciple was not killed, but exploded. His flesh and blood blossomed like fireworks. He even died at the side of the ancient lake. Just one more step and he would have proudly left the ancient lake. Everyone's hearts were trembling. This battle of a village at the end of the tunnel was really hard to fathom. A moment earlier, the left minister's disciple only needed to take one more step and he would have won. However, that step was very far away, a step between life and death. It was also a step that the left minister's disciple would never be able to take in his entire life. Lin Ling, you're courting death! Exclamation point. Watching the left minister's disciple being defeated, the Azure Dragon King let out an earth-shattering roar. He was clearly enraged. If looks could kill, Lin Ling would have been cut into 1,000 pieces. Because the left minister's disciple's talent and strength were not bad. To be able to be recruited by the Azure Dragon Manor, the Azure Dragon Manor had gained a lot. But now, such a monstrous genius was killed. And the murderer was the person who killed his son. Next battle! Exclamation point. However, above the ancient lake, Lin Ling did not even look at the Azure Dragon King, arrogantly speaking. Crimson scales, 5-colored flames, as if he was looking down on the world. Next battle, second place Dongfang Yishuan. Exclamation point. The mysterious referee immediately made a sound. His voice was laced with anxiety. Clearly he had also sensed the great pressure. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect Lin Ling to advance to the 8th battle like a hot knife through butter. Moreover, the previous battles were so intense that even he was moved. However, so many powerful geniuses, so many heaven-defying geniuses, none of them could stop Lin Ling alone. Therefore, in order to completely defeat Lin Ling, he had to speed up the battle's rhythm. Dongfang Yishuan. When the judge's voice sounded, the Radiant Academy's side exclaimed in shock, followed by loud cheers. Because he was the Radiant Academy's #1 disciple. And because this Dongfang Yishuan was already an elder of the Radiant Academy, his status was even higher than Ancestor Dragon Granny and the others. This was a true formidable opponent, an expert who had once been to the Five-Ring City. Yishuan, the Radiant Academy's honor will fall on your shoulders. Dean Qin said with a solemn expression. At this moment she no longer dared to underestimate Lin Ling. She even felt a sense of panic. Lin Ling, who had only a 10% chance of clearing the rankings, now had an 80% or even 90% chance of clearing the rankings. If Dongfang Yishuan couldn't stop Lin Ling, then she, Dean Qin, would lose her prestige. This was because the Radiant Academy's mission was to nurture geniuses. However, as the dean she actually chased away the most monstrous genius. This violated the Radiant Academy's principles, and others would laugh at her. In fact, all the geniuses of the Radiant Academy were extremely nervous. This battle is between Lin Ling and the Radiant Academy. The two deans of the Heavenly Saint Academy and Songling Academy said indifferently inside. Lin Ling had been underestimated. He had suffered unequal treatment. Now Lin Ling was also fighting for his dignity. The winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. You are the king of the Radiant Academy? On the ancient lake, Lin Ling looked indifferently at the newcomer. What was surprising was that the newcomer's appearance was very ordinary, like a piece of unpolished jade. However, he knew that if such an unpolished jade were to blossom, it would definitely alarm the 9 prefectures. Dongfang Yishuan's body moved and mysteriously appeared on the ancient lake. He looked at Lin Ling with vigilance. He didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. This was because the gap in strength between the top 5 geniuses wasn't that big. Even if he were to fight the left minister's disciple, he only had a 60% chance of winning. Moreover, it depended on the time, place and people. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.